Hello everybody. Welcome from Biel, Switzerland.
Welcome everyone to the 55th International Biel Chess Festival.
And together here with you in the broadcast will be Angelika Valkova, and I'm Grandmaster Artonation. So we'll be your host for today's Chess 960 tournament of the Grandmaster Triathlon.
Triathlon, exactly. So today anything possible can happen because it's Fischer Random chess. So this is a start. This is how event starts. And actually, this is going to be a tiebreak for the event. So when at the end, the person who will have, for example, some tie, for example, first and second place, and the person who got higher ranked, who was higher ranked in the Fischer Random chess, will get the higher place.
Yep, indeed. So the tournament itself is going to start in about 4 minutes. The players have been already selected the starting positions, and in case you're wondering what on earth is Chess 960, it's the 960 possible positions of how you can shuffle the first rank pieces.
Exactly, the pawns you cannot put back on the first rank. Yes, so, and also very important that the bishop should be opposite colored, so you cannot have the same colored bishops.
Right, so while we still have a couple of minutes, I think first we can also check what is the tournament system and what is the Biel Chess Festival all about. As you see, there's a total of 15 tournaments, which is a record for the Biel Chess Festival, which is being held for a long time. I mean, this is already the 55th edition. As you see, the main event is the Grandmaster Triathlon, and then there's the within the triathlon as a tiebreaker. As Angelique already told, it's the Chess 960 tournament. There's the Ladies ACCENTUS Quadriathlon. There's various Swiss championships. There's the Master Open tournament, Amateur tournament, Rapid Blitz Venetum. Oh my goodness, there's so many tournaments.
Exactly, and it's amazing that not only the top players, not only the grandmasters and masters can participate, but also amateurs and many youth championships as well. This is just amazing that they can see also with their own eyes the top grandmasters and learn from them.
Right, and now you see who are the previous winners of the Grandmaster and the MTO tournament. So that explain it in a very simple language. The Grandmaster tournament is held as a closed tournament. 8 invited players. So here on the left you see the previous winners. So, yeah, there's people like Magnus Carlsen, Fabi Caruana, MVL, so many times. And, of course, last year, Gata Kamsky.
Yes, and Gata Kamsky is also participating this year. And actually, he is a representative this year from the older generation. So we will see how he will fight against the youngers.
Yes, and also the MTO winner list is really impressive. Last year it was won by Salem Saleh. This year he has been advanced to the GMT tournament. He is really excited, as he told yesterday in the opening ceremony. He's been playing here for 9 years. So for the United Arab Emirates player, this is really very special event.
Exactly. So now let's go and check our schedule for this event. So we're going to start, so we're starting today. Today is Monday, July 11th. So we're starting with the Fischer Random Chess, or Chess 960, as we said. Tomorrow is Tuesday, and we are having...
Yeah, we have the rapid tournament of the Grandmaster Triathlon. So technically, once again, the system we are going to show you in a moment is that Chess 960 tournament serves as a tiebreaker, but the triathlon tournament is part of the 3 tournaments. So the actual Chess 960 tournament, don't you worry, it's starting about in 1 minute, so we still don't have the moves, so there's still nothing to see. So we're going to use this moment first to have a look at what is happening here. So let's go back to perhaps the GMT system. So here you see, this is what you see.
Exactly. So there will be 3 sets of round-robin tournaments between the 8 selected invited players. So we are going to have the classical, the most important one, 7 games, and rapid, and blitz. So we're starting with Chess 960 as a tiebreaker. Tomorrow will be rapid. Then there will be 1 day break before the classical event starts. And in between, I believe after the round 4, we will have the blitz tournament.
All right, and it's really, really interesting. It's the scoring system, as you see. Of course, it's the classical tournament that brings the most of the points, because if you win a game, the classical tournament, it is 4 points, 1.5 points for the draw. Obviously, loss is not rewarded with points. And then in the rapid tournament, it's 2 points for the victory, 1 for the draw, and 0 obviously for a loss. And the blitz tournament, it's as usual. But it's really, really interesting. They're going to combine it together. So even if you, let's say, perform badly in a classical tournament, I mean, you can make it up in the rapid and blitz.
Absolutely, and it's also very nice that, for example, in classical event, the draws are rewarded only with 1.5 points. And for example, in rapid and blitz, draws are maybe not that popular, so that's why they are rewarded with a fair 1 or 0.5 point accordingly.
Right. So about the time control, as again, you see, this is for the GMT tournament. So today we have rapid time control, which is 50 minutes plus 5 seconds, identical to the rapid tournament, but the classical tournament is going to be a long one. You know, Angelica, I mean, I don't really know, 100 minutes for 40 moves, 50 for the second time control is going to be a long one.
Exactly, but I believe that in the chess Bundesliga in Germany, for the men, the similar time control is used, but I'm not sure if after 60s move there is this 15 minutes of time. But yeah, the control is really long, but the players obviously need a lot of time to give us some nice games.
Right. So also, it's quite important to mention that the prize fund is really, really impressive, 30,000 Swiss francs. But I think we are going to go live to the games because the games have already started. So here you see, for some reason, just a second, let me check the camera. The camera should be, the camera is not yet working.
The players are playing blindfolded.
But the players are definitely there, so that's really
sure.
interesting. And
yeah, maybe we need 1 or 2 minutes for connecting them. So don't worry, they will be there. But at least now we can see the moves already, and we can see the position. So yeah, it is also very nice how Chess 960 can switch everything. So basically, it doesn't matter if you play white or black, you will have the different setup as usually, and all your opening preparation can just go to the trash.
You know, Angelica, I mean, I don't really know. To be honest, I'll tell you honestly, I'm a Grandmaster myself, professional Grandmaster. I've been playing for many, many years, but I know no theory in Chess 960.
Yes, really?
No, none at all. I mean, okay, I think we see already there's a bit of delay. Now you see the players are on the board. And yeah, I mean, I just never bothered to study, but I know that these players who are really, I mean, top-notch, top 100 in the world, and they're here in Biel, they have studied even these Chess 960 positions, 960 possible positions, and it's just incredible.
Maybe there are some particular, patterns which they can get in some different. So not necessarily to know all 960 positions, but maybe a few types is enough. So yeah, when you play Chess 960, what do you usually look for? What do you want to do for?
To be honest, I don't think I've even ever played a competitive tournament Chess 960 game, because I have played, okay, maybe, I don't really remember, maybe just once. But I mean, online I have played some, but not a lot, definitely.
Yeah, I believe that we had once a championship in our club, and of course, the Arena Kings at some moment, obviously online, was also with Chess 960. So what can we see here? Lekman Liam against Arkady Najic.
Yeah, so it's
it's interesting. No piece moves. Oh, okay, now knight is coming.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me of some Alapan structures. I'm not really sure how the king castles. I think if you want to castle, the king goes to b1, the rook goes to c1. I guess we are gonna see that.
I believe that king remains on c1 and rook from a1 jumps to d1. So
Right.
that's how it works.
Right. Yeah. By the way, there is also what I would like to mention is that of course we are monitoring the chat. I mean, we are simultaneously streaming on several channels. It is very important what you're saying in the chat. We are following it. Maybe we cannot answer every single question, but of course, we're happy to have you here. We'd like to, answer your questions. And there's a question in the chat, what about the players? And that is a very good one. So while they're studying, perhaps let's have a look at who is playing in the Grandmaster GMT tournament.
Absolutely. And we have the first player, Andrei Esipenko. He's a grandmaster from Russia, and his current standard rating is 27.5. Unfortunately, Esipenko is not playing today in the Fischer Random because he's still traveling here to us, but he's being substituted by Yu Yang. So it's a nice substitution, I would say. Number 27 in the world.
Yeah, it's indeed. So Yu Yang himself will be playing an MTO tournament, but actually, to be honest, we are also going to check it later. The MTO tournament, it's not really weaker than the GMT tournament.
Absolutely.
Their lineup is just impressive. So wow. Look at the list of the players. Yeah, so Esipenko is still not here. I'm told that he's going to arrive in the evening. He'll be ready for tomorrow's rapid tournament. And also, let's check who else is playing here. Of course, it's Le Quang Liem.
Yeah, Le Quang Liem is from Vietnam, and yeah, so he actually haven't really played classical chess recently. He played just last tournament in the Prague 1 month ago. So we will see how it influences him. And actually, he's, I believe, the rating favorite of the Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster tournament.
I don't know.
He's
does
having
it matter?
20.
Does it really matter? All of them are so
Exactly.
strong. For example, Esipenko has had a not so great past month or so. He has lost some rating points, but then again, you never know. These guys are ready to crush each other.
Exactly, and we have everyone here. We have even world champions here. We will come later to them.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about that later. And of course, it's also the leading United Arab Emirates Grandmaster Salem Saleh. As we already mentioned it before, he's playing here for 9 years. There was even a joke yesterday. Perhaps he should be granted local citizenship.
Yes, exactly. He has the richest experience here at Biel Chess, but he never played in the Grandmaster Triathlon. So today is his first. Today is a debut. This year is a debut for him. So we will see how it will work for him out.
Right. And also there's Gata Kamsky, of course, last year's Grandmaster Triathlon winner. And and this year he mentioned himself in the opening ceremony. He is the oldest player in the field.
Absolutely, and we will see. So last year he won, but we will see this year what will happen. There are a lot of youngsters here.
Absolutely, yeah. So he is looking towards to repeat his success this year, and we wish him luck. And of course, it's also Vincent Keimer, one of the leading, not only German young stars, but the world stars. I believe he was world number 2. Right?
I believe so, yes. So everyone from Germany, I believe, is following and rooting for Vincent. Vincent also played last year and I believe he played also in 2020, so he played a few times already. He had the 6th place last year, and before he was 4th. We will see what will happen this time.
Yeah, by the way, don't you worry about the games there. They're just getting started. I know you're very anxious to see what is happening there. Basically, there's something like 7-8 moves made. So we are going to get back to the games in a moment. So we are not going to miss anything. I promise you that.
Absolutely, because players still have to figure out their opening in the Fischer Random. So the next one, we have the Norderback Abdusatorov. He's the World Rapid Chess champion. This is amazing to have him here. He played already in 2019 in Grandmaster tournament. So today we are having Fischer Random Chess, and they are playing it in the rapid time control. We will see if it helps him.
Right, and yesterday he didn't really hide his ambition, because in the opening ceremony, Angelika asked him, you're the world rapid champion, and are you going to are you willing to repeat the success here in Biel? And he said, I want to win everything. Not just rapid section, everything.
Very ambitious.
Really ambitious. And of course, finally, we have also Arkady Naidich, who is actually also from Riga, where I'm from, and he's been playing for Germany for many years, and he's the winner of the Dortmund tournament 2005. Also, European team champion with the team Germany, so really, really experienced player. He has played here before in 2020 in the Gramstad tournament, finished in the 5th place. And yeah, he's also looking towards to score a good result here in Biel.
Absolutely. So together with Gata, so to say, representing the older generation, so to say, not so old, but if we compare to our main field of young players. So yeah, and here we are coming to Gukesh from India. Yes, I mean, he is actually currently on the pretty nice winning streak. He just finished his tournament 3 days already ago, and actually his rating is getting higher. And right now he has about 7 points till 2700. So it's really impressive. And yeah, I mean, he said also yesterday on the opening ceremony that it would be nice to get to the 2700 here in Biel.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. I mean, he's 16 years old, right? He's already played at the highest level. I mean, chess is becoming younger and younger. It's Winston Kammer, it's Gukesh. There's also some other young superstars. I mean, it's just incredible.
Last year we had also Nihal.
Yeah,
I mean,
last
incredible.
year Nihal Sarin as well. Right. So, yeah, let's go back to the game. And as you can see, it's still an opening stage.
Yes, but I'm just wondering what happens if, for example, white or black castle short, then immediately the rook from d1 coming to f1 and king from c1 to g1. That would be probably hard to play because all the bishops and queen has to be removed.
Yeah, so let me try to understand what is happening here. I mean, some basic rules probably from chess can be applied here. I mean, chess is developing to amazing new heights, and with the help of the modern chess engines, more and more attention is given to the space advantage, right? And I think this is something you can also apply to chess 960. I mean, try to aggressively grab space so that you can use it for your pieces. But to be honest, what's the right way to arrange those pieces, the bishops and the knights? I mean, do you start with knight a3, knight c3? I have no clue. But we have some sort of Sicilian, don't we?
Yeah, in a way, if we look only on the pawns. But yeah, I mean, also it's pretty interesting. You know, many people are saying that, okay, classical and standard chess is like, you know, living the last days because of these draws and everything. And, you know, many people saying that actually Fischer Random chess is the future of the chess.
I think that was said by Bobby Fischer himself, right? Who is pretty much the inventor of this chess. So he has done some amazing novelties for chess. Right. Yeah, so this was the position from the start. So you can see that white is trying to grab some space. I guess d4. You know, you have 3 pawns in the center. This should give you more chances.
Bring the knight to c2. Yeah.
Yeah. So black is playing like a Najdorf setup because usually in the Najdorf, c5, d6, e7, also with the bishop on g7, it maybe even sort of resembles the dragon, but now it's something else.
Absolutely. So we see already that actually the king is so to say in the center and cannot castle, but maybe it is still fine because the king is close to castling long, so to say, artificially. Yeah.
And you know, Angelica, I'm just wondering, what is this king doing on d7?
Yeah.
How did it get there? How did it get there? And actually, it was done voluntarily. King d7. Is this really correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm also wondering exactly.
King d7. I mean, this is very deep, no?
Can we check the board? I don't really see there. From the camera.
Yeah, I could technically try to zoom it. We have really advanced, technique here, so I could zoom in the camera. For the moment, let me try to check if this physically works. I mean, we sort of tested it, so let's see. Let's see
if the king is there.
The king is there. Where is the king? Where's the king?
I don't believe there is a king. I believe there is a bishop.
The king sort of looks on c8.
Yeah, I think that's the bishop. Maybe
right.
Maybe he just didn't put the bishop there.
That is a bit strange. Okay, let me try to refresh the board. All right,
yeah.
all right, all right.
So-
There were some issues. There were some issues. I don't know what was that really, but okay. Now we refreshed all the boards, and well, where did it go again? Let me try to refresh it.
Yeah,
Yep.
and also in the chat, people are writing that only the top players have draw problems. I mean, even on the top level, there are still quite spectacular games with decisive results. So it's not only on the top layer, but yeah. But yeah, for sure, like for the players who are not super grandmasters or like very strong grandmasters, of course, it's not such a big problem. But yeah.
Okay, there's something weird happening here. I'm not totally sure. Not totally sure what is happening here. Okay, that is a really, really weird notation. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah. So it will be right back, I believe.
yeah, maybe let's check another game.
Yeah, let's check another
Let's check
game.
another game. It's already
You
as
know,
weird
it's just
as
the
it gets.
first day, first start, and maybe the DGT boards are a little bit crazy.
Right, right.
So who we have here? So Saleh Salem against Gata Kamsky, and they have pretty much different setup. So wait, what is this? Okay.
This is French. This is French defense with knight c3. Makes perfect
Yes,
sense
yes.
to me. French exchange, except it's not really French exchange. And wow, knight h6, that's really interesting. Improvising game by Gata, knight f5, target the pawn. This I can relate to.
Yeah.
Knight f3. You know, Angelica, do you have a lot of experience with chess 960?
Not so much, to be honest. I mean, it's just every time it's amazing to see how the top player is finding the way to put the position. Because normally when I play, I need like 15 or 20 seconds in the beginning to realize where my pieces should go, which pawn structure I should aim for, and so on and so on.
Yeah, why I'm asking this is because when I'm playing, I'm trying to get a normal position as quickly as I can, right? So some normalcy. And why is this? Because, I mean, we are usually taught some patterns in the position, and so that we can make our decisions made easier. But I think also, this is what I'm seeing here, the position is pretty much normal, but I think in order to be really, really good at chess 960, you have to improvise right from the start, right? So that's a lot more difficult than it looks.
I'm wondering what is about the king on d2 again. So we had king on d7 and king is on d2 in another game.
Yeah. Yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, but probably just because today is first day, first round, I believe that from the next round everything should go pretty smooth. Maybe sometimes the players are like accidentally or touching or not correctly putting to the square, so something like this can happen. But
I can see in the video that pretty sure that king's on c1 or d1 or e1. I don't know. I mean, the king's on the first rank. I can see that in the video, but of course the relay is showing us something else. Again, I can try to refresh the board. No. Looks like something weird
looks
is
like
happening.
the DGT board wants some action.
Right.
Okay, so maybe we can look another game.
Yeah, let's check another game. Maybe we're going to get a normal position with not the king on d2.
Or d7.
And so we have 4 games being played in the every single round. And perhaps let's check Vincent Kammer game against Gukesh. Here you see them. Gukesh is playing with a mask. You know, Angelica, I play myself with a mask. I mean, of course, it's not mandatory. You can wear a mask and you can decide not to wear it. I don't mind it myself. But to be honest, when it comes to the time trouble, you start to breathe extensively and it gets really, really hot, right? It's
Absolutely,
very,
yeah.
very difficult to endure it. So
Yeah, I've never played. So when I played the tournament, I was just wearing the masks whenever I was off the board. I believe it just makes no sense actually, because you're anyway close to some person for 5 or 6 hours anyway. You will breathe something, what he's breathing. So like, yeah. But it's rapid, so yeah, Lukasz has his choice to try to protect himself or his opponent from him. So we will see. Yeah. So what do we have here? What is a knight c6?
Um,
Okay, some also king on d7. This is incredible how all of the players are learned before prepared with this king d2 and king d7.
and now it's on g1, yeah?
Okay, now it's good.
Now
So
it's
you
good.
see, the king was all the way on c1 and rook was on d1, and but wait, isn't it look like a normal position?
Yeah, this looks pretty normal. I can
It's
try
very
to
strange.
I can try to check it from the start.
It looks very normal.
Looks very normal. I'm not sure how the king got to g1, except it's not on g1. Listen, I mean, you're
Yeah.
seeing the same as we are seeing, right? I mean, there's clearly some issues with the relay.
Yes, but no worries. It's going to be fixed very soon, so don't worry.
Yeah. At least they're playing.
Yeah, at least they're playing.
They're
At least
playing,
we
they're
can
having
see
fun.
them. This is also already good. We can see them, and we can see they're concentrated. And yeah, king
All
D
right.
or yeah. Okay, maybe we can check the fourth game.
Yeah, let's check
Let's
the
see
fourth
what is
game.
happening there.
And the fourth game is Abdusatorov against Yu Yangi.
The name of Abdusatorov is so long, so we cannot see Noderbeck. But yeah, of course. So it looks again like a normal position. No,
Uh,
this is something
yeah,
strange.
yeah. This is something strange. I mean, in the worst case, I can try to check alternative source, and maybe we are going to see the right feed.
Yeah, maybe we can do that. So yeah. Meanwhile, I just would like to remind you that tomorrow we are having the rapid tournament. So at the same time, I believe, and or at 1 p.m. And afterwards there will be a break for 1 day, and then the classical tournament will start. So yeah. So today is this tiebreaker again, very important. Not because it just played for fun. Of course, it's also fun to play some chess variant, but of course it's important for the players because it will be a tiebreaker. And by the way, very interesting that Yesipenko is not here, and it means actually that he will be the last.
Yeah, it automatically means in cases there's going to be a tie. I mean, this tournament, once again, the Chess 960 tournament is fun. It's interesting, but it serves only as a tiebreaker for the Grandmaster Triathlon. Again, it's a classical tournament. It's the rapid tournament, the blitz tournament of the different scoring system for each tournament. It combines together, and then in case there's a tie, in case there's the same amount of points, the higher place will be determined whoever finished higher in the Chess 960 tournament. So this is basically a tiebreak.
For example, last year I don't believe there was tiebreak for the first place. Like Kata won pretty decisively in the last round, and that was it. But in case something, then unfortunately for Yesipenko, it will mean that he will be having for sure the lower place. So
Yeah, let me try to check.
Meanwhile,
Let me
we're-
try to check.
yeah. Meanwhile, we're going probably to go and see the alternative source, and I believe it's working, right?
Oh, yeah, I think so, because let me check it from the start. So we have prepared alternative source. I mean, it's not really as good looking, of course, as the original board. I mean, we cannot physically move the pieces, but at least the position is working. This was actually a pawn sacrifice, by the way, Angelica. So
I can
knight
see
f3,
here.
take
And he
it.
didn't take because bishop h3, or
Yeah, he didn't take it. I mean, maybe
because
maybe
bishop h3, and then
yeah, some bishop h3, knight g5.
yeah.
Some issues on e6.
With light squares, some big issues here because of bishop d7, and it becomes f7 square, and indeed knight g5 with knight f7 fork, very
Right,
dangerous.
right. So the capture happened. Rook e1 makes sense. d5, bishop b5. So here you see that,
Exactly.
yeah, white is fighting for the e5 square. Unfortunately, I cannot light it because this is from the backup source. We can at least explain what is happening here. I like white's position.
Yeah.
Whoa,
True.
bdex on c6. That's very, very aggressive.
Yeah, because if not, then knight
square on
e6. Exactly. So, and actually e7 pawn is hanging, but knight is hanging as well. So yeah, knight should go probably back. Okay,
Knight
it
goes
happened already. Okay, yeah, knight
That
f3,
already
yeah,
happened.
okay.
Queen g1 happened. So the pawn on c5 is under attack. So far, this is the game of like Wangliam against Arkady Nadic. So yeah, I forgot to switch to the camera so that of course you can see what they're doing there. Now queen g1, d4, trying to
Exactly.
complicate, c4, queen f1, very normal.
Yes, but I believe black is under huge pressure, don't you think? Like the pawns, like if we compare, for example, even doubled pawns of black and white, like feels like black are under more pressure somehow.
To be honest, I have no idea. I have no idea how to value this position because I see that black has pretty good control of the light squares. The bishop on e6, the bishop on g7, I mean, they're targeting the center. The knight on e4 is the monster, right? I mean, you cannot easily get rid of it. There's no d3 because black, of course, is going to take it. Knight e2, the knight on e4 still remains. So actually, I kind of like black. You know, Angelica, I'm not sure what happened here because it felt that
Yes.
white is sort of controlling things, and this was a great pawn sacrifice. d4, winning
Exactly.
some control of the squares. And now
Probably white should have played d3 before, don't you think, to kick the knight? Ah, wait, but bishop is hanging.
I'm not sure, really.
What is happening?
Yeah, h6, all of this was pretty forced. Now you have to
Yes,
take with
exactly.
the pawn.
Yeah, everything is forced. Bishop is hanging, so
Yeah, the bishop
that's
is
why
hanging.
queen g1, and here is d4.
Maybe,
And here d3,
maybe queen f1 was better.
queen f1.
Yeah. But okay, I mean, everybody's smart after the moves are
Absolute.
made.
Absolutely. Yeah, but maybe there can be at some moment some idea of knight c4 and d3, or just not that great.
You mean here?
Not right now, but just generally. I mean, here probably it's just not working because an a2 is hanging.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah, I mean, knight c4, bishop c4, d3. You can also play bishop a6, and the queen is pinned. So.
yeah.
But there could be some ideas
Exactly.
like also b3, queen a6. I mean, this is going to be very, very crazy game. I mean, I don't understand what is happening here, to be honest.
Exactly. But also there is a nice square for the knight on e5, for example, for white. So the problem is only that knight is protecting the pawn on d2, so that's why it cannot really go there yet. But of course, it's something what white, I believe, is aiming for. Especially now, it would be nice to play knight e5, but of course, the pawn on d2 is an issue. Maybe a long castle at some moment to bring the rook to d1 and protect the
Right, right. You know, I have to check it really. If in this position the king didn't walk, because you know we're really confused. We saw a couple of times
Yes.
king d2 or the kings were walking very,
I
very
believe
far.
king was not walking. Yes, I think so.
Probably not.
And rook was on d1, and rook went to e1 just in some case, I believe, to castle long. And now b3, your move is
B3.
coming, actually, opening the diagonal for the queen all the way to a6.
I am not sure what is this, to be honest, because even if you give this check on a6, I mean, so what? I could play king c7, right? And where's your big attack? I mean, maybe the idea of b3 is also to open the b file for the white rook, or king b2, rook c1, and
But even if king is on c7, there still can be some checks made with the queen, for example, and knight also can be brought. I mean, yeah.
it's a total
Looks-
mess. It's
not clear.
Angelica, I look at them, at those players, and they're just like saying, "This is normal. I mean, this is normal day in the office. This is such a normal position." And they're just totally cool and chilling in this position. It's incredible. I would be
Yeah.
really excited, you know, if I would get something like this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's indeed something which is not happening every day or every year.
Right.
So-
Let's check other games.
Yes, let's go and see. So Salem against the Katakamsky. So earlier, I believe we saw that for some reason Saleh had the king on d2, but we see now clearly it's not there, and we have an endgame with imbalances. So we have the exchange up for Gata, but is it
Gata
really?
is in trouble.
Is it really? Yeah, is it really good for?
Yeah, Gata is definitely in trouble because White has 2 pawns for the exchange. Very, very quickly.
Let's check. Yes.
Let's check this weird French. We sort of lost the track of it when the king started to make. Oh, there you go. This is how you castle in chess 960.
Yes.
Boom.
So I told yes, rook is coming to d1, so everything comes to.
Yeah, and White has a normal position.
That's why it would be interesting if in one of the games king would castle short side, and the king and the rook are basically going to the opposite side of the board. So.
Right. So White has won the opening battle, I believe, because he has slightly more space. He has the center. And yeah, so this is how the game was progressing. Well, it's pretty normal position. So Black is, oh, and rook takes on e6. Now check out this shot. Wow.
Rook takes, pawn takes, and then even though rook can protect on d7, there is still knight e5 attacking the rook. And the problem is if bishop takes, pawn takes, and the rook is now attacking the rook. So.
Yeah, this is exactly what's happening.
Okay, I see now. So this is awesome because it felt like before, if we just go a few moves before, that White couldn't really go through, and that was actually the moment where they went for it.
Yeah, he's stroking the most secure position. I mean, rook takes on e6 is, I mean, a whole rook sacrifice. Maybe I have to mention here that after bishop e5, d takes, there's no queen f7 because you just take on f7 and there's a checkmate on d8. Unfortunately, we couldn't show you that because this position doesn't move the pieces, but Gata found a resource. He played 96. And the queen f5, of course, he tried to escape it, and now he's still in danger.
Now this is a position which we have. And yeah, even though materially we can see that, okay, like 3 pawns for the bishop, so to say, or 3 points, and two pawns, so it's like 5 against the rook, it's like 5, so it's around equal. But unfortunately, there are 3 pawns against 1 on the king side, which are very dangerous, and it's an endgame already. So yeah, I mean, pawn on h5 is also weak, it should be protected, but then the bishop goes to the long diagonal. So
I think it's technically winning somehow for White. I mean, I'm not going to say that White is always going to win this, because if White is going to create these 2 connected pass pawns at the king side with the help of the bishop, this should be somehow winning. But I mean, in rapid, in time, scramble, everything can happen.
Absolutely, exactly. But it looks like it should be winning. And if we see on the clock, actually the clock, we can see that there is 1 minute, only 1 minute for Saleh, and twice more time, even 3 times more time for Gata, 3 minutes. So
right.
Yeah.
Let's also not forget the other players.
Yes, exactly, because it's coming to the time trouble.
And actually, there is a decisive result. There is a decisive result where we're trying to figure out what is happening here. The game just finished, and actually, Vincent Keimer just lost his game
against Kukash. So let's see maybe what happened there from some moment where we had the kings on d2 or d7.
Yeah, so it was some sort of a Dutch defense.
Yes.
I mean, not really Dutch,
but of
sure.
course, yes, but
now it's King's Indian.
King's Indian, yes.
Yeah, so Black, the very good King's Indian, very interesting dynamic position. Oh, b5, that's a great move.
Wow.
That's a great move, trying to rip apart the queen side where the white king is positioned.
Yeah, and actually White, I mean, normally White should play on the queen side. This is how the game works, and Black is playing on the king side. So actually Black is good on the king side. They can proceed with pushing the pawns, but since the king is on the king side, the White's king is on the king side, they're trying and opening up.
Yeah, and Vincent tried to complicate matters, playing c5, take on d6. But this position already feels really, really great for Black, because he has potential to start a queenside attack. The bishop on d7 greatly blocks the pawn on d6. There might be b4. And yeah, this is all of this. Wow, look at this bishop on b5.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's really impressive. And now, pretty much I would say that Vincent lost the game in the opening.
Yeah.
Very, very impressive game by Gukesh.
Exactly. So he somehow found this way, to transpose to some kind of a King's Indian. It's interesting indeed with Queen on G7.
Look at this final shot, Angelica. Rook takes an F2, and the
Oh,
back rank mate is about to follow. Knight F2 or Queen F2 is Queen C1 mate on the board. So, yeah, wonderful game.
yeah, exactly. So the last game which we haven't checked is, so another back against Yang Yi. So what do we have here already? So it feels like even though another back has, I believe, some troubles with material, but his pawn structure is as awesome.
I think white is definitely in the driving seat because this pawn on g4 stops all the kingside pawns. You see black has the pawns on f6, f7, h6, but this one pawn, one warrior on g4, it stops everything so that nothing can be moved forward. And also black has this issue with the pawn on c6, right? I mean, it's difficult to defend it. And I guess after knight takes on c5, there should be... Not sure what, really. Rook c4, I guess, and bishop c6, or rook c6 to follow. I think black is in danger here.
Yeah, rook. It feels like, oh,
Whoa, rook b5.
a5
Look at
and
that.
rook b5.
Look at that.
Protecting the pawn on c5, important, and also attacking on a5, and there is no way to defend, right? And afterwards, maybe rook can go to a6. Okay, first maybe b4 to protect the c5 pawn, and then rook to a6 to attack again this c6 pawn. And if, for example, king is coming to b7, there is b5 push. So it's like really getting...
I think Abdusatorov is going to win this in a moment because you look at the clock of Yu Yangyi, he has only 9 seconds if we can believe the transmission. Maybe there could be some delay, but the white has an excellent position. He could play even b4. But, I mean, when you're so experienced, when you're so good, you just want to double check. I mean, double check if I'm not
Absolutely.
missing anything.
Because if something is indeed winning, then it doesn't matter if you spend like half of your time or if you spend just a few seconds. But if you spend half of your time, maybe you can find some defense and then go for some secure option.
Look
So,
at that.
king d4,
Wow.
amazing.
He's just ignoring the pawn, right? I mean, he just take the pawn on a4. I mean, just take it. Or play b4, protect it.
Yeah.
No, he centralizes the king.
Okay, a6. And now what, rook a5? No, rook b4.
Rook b4. He's really concerned about his rooks and kings activity. Take, king a7. I guess something like rook e3, rook e7, but then again, there's 95. Rook h3 looks, by
Rook
the way, very good.
h3, actually, yeah, interesting. Going for another weakness in black's position. There are unfortunately too many weaknesses. And for example, knight cannot really move, but now rook b6 is coming. No, rook b6 attacking the c6, and then maybe king can go for the king side pawns.
Yeah, this pawn on d6 is so strong, right?
Actually,
I mean,
rook h3.
rook
yes.
h3, bishop f5. The pawn on d6 probably is going to play a role at some point.
Just when there are too many weaknesses in the endgame and pieces are limited, it's very hard to protect everything. And as we can see now, very nice g5 move. Basically breaking through in the place which is the most protected, but it couldn't be taken, neither pawns.
No, that was a very nice shot. And now after knight g4, white is going to win the black pawn on c6, establishing himself two connected passed pawns in the center. This should be technically winning position for white.
Yeah.
Yu Yangyi knows this. He knows this. I mean, there's no surprise.
But there is always something, especially when you're playing lower time control. So if you're playing blitz, rapid, and in this case we have chess 960 rapid. So
Right.
yeah, but it looks the pawn is already on d7. The rook is hanging on b3, but it doesn't matter because the pawn is just on its way to
And
become
he
a-
resigns.
And he resigns. So we have another result. So do we have? We have actually.
That was
We
the
have
final
actually
game.
the all results exactly. So let's see what happened in the other games. As we predicted, I believe, right?
Right.
No, actually here we were not so sure about the white's position. You thought that it looked like black could be solid. So let's see what happened after this b3 push.
Yeah, indeed. After b3, white started an impressive attack. Queen a6, king
Incredible.
d7, and d3. And suddenly white has a strong attack.
Wow. So this c4 pawn was very important for black to maybe still have it there, not to take on b3, because once c4 pawn was away, then d3, queen a6, everything was possible. And
Right, so black tried to rearrange his pieces to block, put the knight on c7.
but now knight c4 blocking the diagonal, and e6 is a huge threat.
Oh, and the king is in the middle of the attack.
Yeah.
And that's it.
And
that's a
that's it.
piece. And that's a
And that's
piece. That's how you win the game. So he took on d8, he
And
takes on c7, he just wins the game.
okay, that was quite nicely done by Le Quang. And what do we have in the other game? Saleh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Salem Saleh won his game against Gata Kamsky. As you see, Agata was in trouble. Once again, we go back to this very beautiful combination by
Yes.
Salem, rook
So
e6.
Yeah, so it feels like, before it felt like, okay, black's position is just holding together, but after this wonderful rook e6, f takes on e6, queen e6, rook d7, even though black is trying to protect from the check with the rook, there is knight e5, and knight can be taken by the bishop, but after pawn takes, there is not even like something like queen f7, as we said already, because of the queen f7, rook f7, and rook d8, impressive checkmate. So, but here there was a defensive skills of the Gata very nicely shown. He found the knight e6 move, so he took a rook, but he had to give up the knight and go into the endgame, which is unfortunately not that great. And yeah.
Another great move, d7,
yeah.
trading the d pawn for the f pawn, and now white simply tries to organize two connected pass pawns. Another weakness at the queen side. Yeah, and now Gata simply, in the end, he blundered, of course, bishop d4, but the position probably already was losing for the American Grandmaster.
So yeah, now we have all the games finished from the first round, and we are looking for the second one. I believe they should start just, some few minutes break.
Right. I don't believe that the games have yet started.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the games are going to start in a moment.
Maybe we can try and see if we have the...
We can.
We can.
We can try to see if the issues of the relay of the original have been solved. Just a second. Let me try to check it. Refresh the board. Now it looks pretty normal.
Yeah, actually now it's...
Except, of course, this opening, yeah. G4, H4, bishop H3, this is how they play. Wow, F4. This game we didn't really follow much. Maybe let's check something we did follow.
We followed only at the end, right?
All right, so this was the... Yeah, I believe... No, it's still not really working. All right, so we are gonna try to get that a bit later.
We have someone looking in the camera, checking the stream.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So I'm not really sure how long is the break between the games, because this is once again a Chess 960 tournament, round robin tournament between 8 players. They're gonna play 7 rounds with a time control 50 minutes plus 5 seconds to determine a tie break for the Grandmaster tournament. And yeah, I think it should be something like 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So the tiebreaker is, of course, very, very important for the players in case of something will happen after the calculating and summarizing all of the points from each event of the triathlon, so classical, blitz, and rapid. So yeah, so players for sure, of course, first of all, it's a variant, so it's a chess variant, you have fun. Also, you look how your players, psychologically, what they are, set up for which game. You can also already see it even from this variant, and you can already have some experience, so like pre-tournament experience, for example, tomorrow will be rapid, so they will have today the same control as tomorrow, time control, but of course the normal positions.
Right. And of course, if you have any questions in the chat, now it's a good moment to use this probability to ask it. We have some issues of the relay. It's normal. This is the start of the festival. This is Chess 960. It's actually quite tricky to start the tournament with Chess 960 because the pieces are placed differently. but I believe we are gonna resolve it, and at least we can follow the games here. You see,
We can see that already the boards are getting set up. So
and there's a different position every round.
yeah,
Every round. So even when you think that, "Oh, okay, now I got this, right? I mean, in the first round, my opponent played like up the Sator of G4, H4, whatever. Next round, buddy, you have different position.
yeah, exactly. So that's also kind of special. And actually, maybe while we are at the break, we can say that, you know, there will be not only actually chess tournaments happening here in Biel, so because I just see someone in the chat there, and we're also going to have an interesting brain match, poker players against chess players. So it's Biel Chess Festival. It's going to have also some other interesting events, and yeah, that's also something special.
Right. Now I'm gonna try to find. Okay, there's Arkady Nadic against Yu Yangyi. They lost their first games. They're already here.
They're already thinking about
Already
the-
thinking. They're thinking. I don't think we still get the starting position right, because this is not the right starting position. As soon as the game is going to start, we are going to get it.
Absolutely. But yeah, you know, normally when players are coming to the standard chess, they're not really sitting and thinking like this. Of course, they're thinking because the position is absolutely different to the ones they had before. So yeah, maybe now they had some warming up. Of course, they both lost the games, but we will see then their fight.
Right, right. And now Arkady is thinking, oh, what should I do, right? Yeah, so the next round is to be in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes. So the players, they're not walking around. They're using this time, try to figure out how should I try to develop the pieces, because I'm pretty sure they have studied. They have studied some of the positions, at least some patterns.
Maybe let's look at some other boards, just at the camera, in the camera, yeah, just to see
Right.
what are others doing. Yeah, we can see
they're thinking,
everyone
they're
is
thinking, they're definitely thinking. And also,
And we have a position actually.
look at Gatak, he's thinking, and Vincent is thinking, and everybody's thinking. I mean, this is the starting position. They're thinking like, I mean, the moves have already been made.
Yeah, because all the opening skills, all the opening preparation is just it's just not important. It's important how you understand chess. So I believe it's rather about understanding where you have to put your pieces, how your pawn structure should be. If you want to rather go for some normal positions, as we saw in some games, people just try to, you know, to make it normal and to transpose in some openings in some cases. So yeah, we will see what will happen in the second round. Maybe
Everybody's thinking. Yeah.
everybody's thinking, even we're thinking, even I'm thinking, what is this position? 2 knights in the middle, 2 bishops
How would
on
you
the
play?
king side.
How would you play, Angelika?
I don't know, but I think I would go for something like g3 f4. So my bishops are looking to the queen side, but maybe not the first moves, but to aim for something like this. So maybe f4. I can maybe
Maybe
start
even
with.
G4.
Maybe maybe even g4. You will not. I mean, okay, you can start also the normal chess game with a g4, but
I mean, Grob.
yeah,
Grob is
exactly.
normally not good, but not in chess 960. Perhaps G4 is actually pretty good, because not only you open the bishop, but you grab space. I mean, you stop black from playing f5. Maybe that
And
is
g4
important.
is played.
Oh, I'm a wizard.
Yeah, so, and also, for example, on the queen side, what can be done? I think that something like c3 should be played, so the bishop from the opponent is getting blocked, so to say, and after queen will be removed.
F4.
F4? You
I called
see?
it.
I mean, we both had the similar idea to open the bishops. And maybe later, like c3, queen c2, and after removing the knight from d1, white can long castle. And I believe king should anyway go somewhere to b1, a1. So yeah, we can see that that actually black is going for the same. Would you take or would you push for g5? I was just thinking.
I'm not really sure. Maybe the only difference why Arkady decided to take on f5 is that it's not losing tempo. Because if he plays something like g5, again, the question is, for example, let's go back to this position, and let's say you play g5. What if black plays e5? Right, and maybe your pawns are overextended. I think he simply made sure that he grabs the space, he opens the bishops, and now, okay, the position is symmetrical, but he's the one to move.
Exactly. But I think maybe after something like G5, E5, maybe White can even go for E4. So
No.
okay, but
I mean, the
but
possibilities are limitless.
of course. But anyway, so we have now actually, yeah, exactly very logical, so that White can move, so Arkady can, so to say, won some time, and yeah, and now Knight is coming to D6, aiming for some E4, for some E4 square at some moment. So
That is a bit odd decision by Arkady. I mean, put the knight on E3. I mean, I do understand it. He's targeting the pawn on F5, but at the same time, he's closing the bishop on G1. Temporarily, really.
but where does it knight go? For example, if he would play knight f2, it could go somewhere like on d3, or I don't know, like h3, g5, and then f3 at some moment. I don't know, like something like
I
this.
see a checkmate threat in 2. Can you find it?
Checkmate threat in 2.
Yep.
Wow. From White?
Yeah.
Ah.
Knight E5. Let's say black plays E6. Oops, knight E7 checkmate.
Yes. Maybe first bishop d5, bishop takes, knight takes, and then knight e7.
Right. It's definitely a possibility, but Arkady is going to play conventional chess. He plays
Of
knight
course.
D3 and knight C6.
Yeah. So maybe something like c3, queen c2, long castle.
Yeah, C3 makes sense. It's a good move. Close the
Yeah.
bishop on H8.
And also restricting the knight on c6.
Right. Yep, C3. Very good. It also takes care of the square on D4, on B4. Maybe you never know. The queen on B1 is looking towards the pawn on F5. Look at this. I mean, I love this move, Angelique. I just love it. I mean, look at this move, A5. I mean, this is why they're really good grandmasters. I mean, I told you before, it's the trend in the modern chess. You grab a lot of space, and there's many openings when you play something like H4, H5. A5,
Yeah.
A4. You grab space, right? So not only black makes space for the queen, it also opens more room for the rook. And just in case, the pawn on A5 is going to bother white.
Absolutely, and something like A4, A3 is something which can potentially happen, to start to bother those pawns on the dark squares, and afterward, for example, something like D3 or like pushing the D pawn will be a little bit more complicated because of weakening C3. So yeah, I mean here probably white should think if they want to push something with the A pawn, but it will just so much weaken the B3 square. So yeah, queen C2 was played indeed. So
Queen C2 makes sense. A4, yeah, very quickly.
Yeah.
I would be feeling a bit uncomfortable here with white.
Yeah.
I look at this. I mean, my queen on C2 is not doing anything. The pawn on A4 is already bothering me.
Exactly. Actually, Yu Yan Yi played the simul just right before yesterday opening ceremony, and I actually was one of the participants in the simul. Unfortunately, I lost the game against him, but he played, of course, with white pieces. So normally, when someone plays simul, someone is hosting the simul, he's having the white pieces, and everyone else is getting black. So. Yeah, and actually he pushed against me also with the A pawn, A4, A5, A6.
He really likes that.
Yeah,
Really
but I
likes
stopped
that.
with the A6 at some moment. But here the problem is that knight H cannot really stop because B3 will be weak forever. And like something like knight A5, knight
Yeah.
B3, it's very
Knight
dangerous.
A5, knight B3, or knight C4. Suddenly, you look at those bishops on H8 and G8, right? They're just looking towards white's queen side. And the pawn on A2 is constantly bothered. So, if I'm sitting here with white, I'm thinking, I gotta do something with those bishops, right? I mean, you have to play something like bishop D5, but black could even play E6 at some point.
And imagine black is playing something like bishop F7, and in the next move, castling short. So king is jumping all the way to G8.
Give it towards the king side. No, I don't think there's going to be a short side. Got a castle.
I mean, it's possible to hide the king on H8, for example.
Yeah, it's possible.
But
All right.
of course, not sure. So some really, really nice A pawn push. So maybe let's go and check another game.
Yeah, let's check another game because there's 4 of them.
And we have the game between
We have the
two
short castle.
winners. You see?
We have the short castle. The king from C8 made it to G8. And I mean, isn't this wonderful? Because look at this. The king's on C8, and now it's on G8. It's magic.
It's magic of the chess, of the Fischer Random chess.
Right. But from the start, instead of the more aggressive G4, Gukesh played the more modest G3.
Yeah, so as it was my modest preferred move order.
Look at this, Angelica. And now, remember the game of, who was it? Yu
Yuan
Yang
Yi,
Yu
yeah.
Yang Yi, who played with black, right? And now it's Gukesh, who plays A4, A5 himself. Try to grab a lot of space, gather information, try to figure out how to respond, and based on that information, he's going to decide where to put those knights.
Maybe he was just looking like this at the next game.
He's like,
So,
oh, look
that's
at
how you
that. I mean, Yu
play.
Yang Yi knows what he's doing. I'm also going to try it. I mean, jokes aside, Angelica, I'll tell you, this works. I mean, this works. Because I was recently playing in an unnamed league match game, and one of my teammates was playing in the Karakan, this trendy knight of 3d3. And I was looking over at his board, and it's like, I've never tried it before. And I was playing against a very strong grandmaster, and I played it. I had zero clue. I had zero clue what is
But
what
he
is
was
happening.
out of preparation.
No, I was out of the preparation. I didn't know what's happening then. But I mean, jokes aside, it's quite serious. I mean, sometimes you can gather information from other boards. You see, oh my goodness, I mean, this is really interesting. I want to test it.
Yeah. So let's see what happened next. So bishop d5, and indeed here the short castle, the short long castle happened, so to say, because it's really.
Yeah, black wants to get rid of the bishop, and white says, no, sir, you're not.
Knight
Knight
c3.
c3. Yeah, of course, there's the short castle.
Yeah.
Bishop f2. Are you,
So-
Angelique, are you a knight's person or are you a bishop's person? I have to ask.
It depends.
It depends.
It depends. So I cannot really say. I mean, of course, I like bishop, but also I like knight. So it's just really depends on the position. Usually, I would rather aim for taking the opponent's knight. The opponent's bishop. So like with something like knight h5, knight h4, like these ideas when the bishop is on f4 or f5. So yeah, but of course, if you see already and if you played already some opening where position is absolutely closed, you know that the knights normally are stronger there. So you should not really aim for keeping your bishops because the knights can decide the game depending on the pawn structure, position, and yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But in this case, we have the closed center, and it's like something like Stonewall is happening.
I mean, in theory, probably the side who has two knights, he wants to have a closed position because it's not a big secret. The knights best operate in closed positions. And white in return has two bishops, so naturally d3, e4, opening the position, gaining more squares for the bishops makes perfect sense really here. So we go back to this moment when black voluntarily, I mean, he already made up his mind here. He's like, okay, you can have my bishop, but I'm going to try to get a close position. White's like, okay, you can have my knight, but I'm going to have an open position. Who is right?
But I'm just interested, why did he take the knight on f3 just in that particular moment when the bishop was on f2?
I think he just wanted to play d5. I think he just wanted to play d5 really here, and the bishop is in the way. He wasn't sure what else to do. Okay, maybe he didn't have to rush it. Maybe he could have played queen e8. I mean, I don't know. But
Because if he's if he was okay with knight taking the bishop on d5, then probably could have waited. But yeah, okay. Anyway, it's
I mean, beats me. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. So d3, this is the position.
yeah.
Of course, we have to change the camera.
Yeah, so yeah, and another back is now thinking here how to keep the position closed, so to keep his so to say knight pair advantage. Yeah, we have here bishop pair against a knight pair. Yeah.
So they're the leaders.
They
They're
are
the
the
leaders.
leaders.
The leaders
Yeah,
are playing
absolutely.
between each other in already the second round.
So yeah, and also white has this space advantage on the queen side that could be also very helpful with the bishops, and maybe that's why actually he traded also the pieces, because it's also good when you don't really have that much space to trade the pieces, so you have better cooperation, coordination of the pieces behind your pawn structure.
I like White's position a lot, to be honest. And maybe, it's easy to say, of course, when watching, but at some point you play it, it's like, oh, I don't like my position. And maybe right now Norderbeck is just sitting here. Okay, I mean, maybe it wasn't the greatest plan, really. So what I'm going to do against the c4?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible.
All right, but let's move on.
So let's move on, of course, because other games are happening and time is running as well. So Gata Kamsky against Vincent Keimer.
Some sort of an English opening, no? English symmetrical.
Something is happening for sure.
Let's check from the start how it happened. F4. Actually, that's pretty interesting because, I mean, you see the players have different ideas how to play at a position. I mean, they have the same starting position. I mean, of course, also in the game of chess, the normal position, you can get many openings, but it's not like they have the same approach. I mean, they're trying something else, and every single player is trying something else according how they treat the game.
Yes, and it's interesting that even though, they all have different, they all have, of course, the same setup for the chess 960, but they all have different minds. They can, come up with some different ideas. But as we can see already, in 3 out of 4 games, we have the setup of G3 F4 or G4 F4, so to opening those bishops, and also as the same for the black. I believe only Norderbeck, right? Norderbeck only had this pawn on G7 or something.
Yeah, I think so. He decided, I'm going to leave the bishop on H8. I mean, it's standing just fine there. It doesn't need to participate yet.
But later he can still open it, so it's not that it will be closed forever. And basically the same. I mean,
it's
this
symmetrical,
is symmetrical.
Isn't it? It's symmetrical. I mean, it's rare when in chess 960 the position is symmetrical. And there Winston says, no, buddy, I don't have to play queen d7. I can play knight f6. And then they get this position.
Absolutely. And, also from the probably previous game, Winston said, okay, enough is enough. I will just see what my opponent is playing and decide from there. And, at some moment he decided, okay, it's not good maybe to go for this knight c2, queen d2, knight c2. So he decided to go another way around. Yeah, and we have here for both players 2 bishops.
Angelica, I have a theory. Why do you think White played bishop f2?
To castle short
Yeah,
side.
the castle short. The castle short. Actually, this is deep stuff. I mean, I was looking at this move, bishop f2. I couldn't understand it. I mean, why? Why? Because the bishop on g1 stands good, right? I mean, I thought maybe bishop d f2, you want to play queen goes, I don't know where, bishop e1, bishop c3. And then I realized he's going to castle
and
short.
3 moves ago, also Black played bishop f7 in order to have this opportunity to castle short. So, yeah. And rook b1, okay. Because by the same, basically, okay, we have all time in the world. The position is okay, it's basically the same space for white and for black. But Gata probably thinking, while he's castling, I can try and go and maybe take some space on the queen side. Also,
I think he just protected the pawn on b2, by the way.
Yeah, but also he's removing the rook from the diagonal of the bishop. Very important.
Right. And now Vincent has a big decision to make, because sometimes in symmetrical English with a pawn on c4 and c5, if white is threatened with this b4, sometimes black plays a5. But of course, Vincent doesn't blitz out a5. He's thinking deeply. He's thinking, what's going to be my plan? So if I play a5, what I'm going to do next? Am I going to play rook b8, b5? Am I going to play b6, d5? It's not like you're just not blitzing out a single move and then whatever happens, happens. It's mainly all about the picture.
I just saw, have you seen just Gata Castle? It was very interesting how he...
like this. like this. A very long castle. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I was just interested if he's going to castle immediately or try to do something on the queen side and then castle, because it's basically available at any move, because black, of course, obviously they will not push on the king side because the king is castled for the black there. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I love this bishop on h1. Actually, it's not made a single move, and it's great. It's a great long-range bishop.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe bishop on f6 was played because it took the piece, right? The knight was taken, so that's why bishop is on f6.
Yeah, white played knight e5, he took on f6, and now this is really interesting because look at this. So Vincent played rook b8. He uses the opportunity that the white cannot play b4 yet himself. He's targeting to play b5, and of course, after the short castle, he's not wasting his time. He plays b5, and now Gata simply does not have the time to play b4 because the pawn on c4 is under attack, and he had to resort himself to b3.
But why couldn't white play b4? Because of b5, or?
I mean here, b4?
b4.
The pawn on c4.
No. Instead of castling.
Yeah, but I think it's quite dangerous now. Your king's on c1.
And then you're castling in one move?
Yeah, maybe.
You're castling.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe after b4, you
maybe
can take
b5?
Yeah, maybe b5. Maybe even take a couple of times on b4 and play d5. It's also a move when the king is in the center. You know, it's not the most pleasant feeling. So Gata decided, okay, whatever. I'm going to castle short, and this is the position we have.
Okay, that's nice. So we're making move maybe to the next game, and I was thinking maybe we can check our not a backup board if it's good.
Non-backup board. I like how it sounds. Just a second. Non-backup board, because this is indeed our backup board. Let me try to switch it. Just a second.
We will see if it's working all well now.
Just a second. Let me refresh.
We're going to go for the.
We're
okay, something is clear.
No.
Okay.
No.
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 Not quite. Just a second. This position looks quite normal, though. And this we didn't check. No.
Okay.
All right.
Yes,
So the fortune is not on our side, so we are gonna go back to our backup position. Probably it's not a big difference. I mean, this is maybe not as pretty, but we cannot move the pieces.
Yeah,
maybe it doesn't matter.
That's just a matter. So we cannot really do the arrows and move pieces. That's the only problem. But we are explaining quite well, I think, also orally.
Thank you. Thank you. You're also explaining very good. All right. Thank you. And here, after b takes on c4, this is quite interesting. Gata decided to complicate matters. I mean, of course, he could still aim for the symmetrical position, but I mean, if you want to win, you have to seek some complications. He takes with the other pawn, and now he clearly is aiming for e4 and establish some sort of weaknesses for black in the center.
Yeah, absolutely. So now bishops are pretty nice, looking all the way to the queen side. Yeah, even though black has the majority of the pawns in the center, that's still, those pawns are still not that active. They cannot really be pushed so easily forward, and even if one pawn pushes, the other will be a weakness.
I think Chimera here is preparing e5. That's why the queen had to remove from c7 so that e5, f takes, d takes. The queen on d7 is not under attack. And of course, Gata is not going to wait for that. He immediately pushes e4. Definitely, Chimera expected that, and we should see the response. Should it be e5, or should it be just take on e4 and
then e5?
Do what? I mean, I don't really know.
Yeah, it's interesting because if black is going for e5, then d6 is very weak. So I believe that white will not take on e5. I don't think so.
I guess we were going to see. I mean, the position looks more or less normal. I mean, this resembles to some theoretical positions I've seen before. And again, it just brings back this question, right? I mean, when you're playing chess 960, should you try to get to the normal position? I mean, normal position, meaning something you've seen before, as quickly as possible, because it just allows you to make those decisions faster, and you know they're the right decisions.
Yes, to remind you something, some theory, some. Okay, like we saw already quite a few positions transposing to something, and yeah, there are typical ideas from different openings. Yeah, so let's see. I mean, I don't know if we should wait for the reaction of Vincent, because I think there is still one game we haven't checked. Is it correct?
Yeah, I think so as well. So that is Le Quang Liem playing against Salem Saleh.
Actually, also 2 winners for the previous round. So leaders are playing against leaders right now in this round, and the people who lost in the previous one against each other. But it doesn't matter for the end result. Like, everything can happen.
Everything can happen. And I think they're really, really enjoying this. Okay, let's check from the start. F4 all the way. So that really makes sense. G3, yeah, at least we have something in common, right? All the players are trying to open the bishops as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. So it's a typical idea. Again, even though the players are like different, they have different styles, but as we can see in chess 960, they're aiming for the same advantage of these 2 bishops right out of the opening, and then to see what's happening. As we know already, Gukesh traded one of the bishops to get some close position.
This was pretty interesting, Angelica. I mean, black decides, give up the center for one move exactly, and after f takes, d takes, counter it and play e5. So again, it resembles some isolated queen-pawn structures. I mean, this is not an isolated queen-pawn structure, obviously, on e4, but the position is quite similar.
Yeah, but it can become, right? Or it can, now there are hanging pawns, so it's, yeah.
And a5, and this we already saw in one of the rounds games.
Yang Yu played against
Arkady
Naidic. Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
I believe so. a5, a4, this we saw before. Great
So
minds think alike.
Yes, they're trying to use the fact from this c3 move, so trying to make the squares weaker, and of course, white doesn't want to stop the pawn on a4 with a3, because b3 will be absolutely weak. All light squares, which are controlled by the bishop, will be super weak, and after rook removes from a5, knight can be introduced there.
Yeah, that's very interesting maneuver. So white tries to do something in the center. I mean, in the classical sense, it's reasonable, right? I mean, this is what I was taught when I was a kid. I mean, when your opponent is attacking at the king side or queen side, what do? You counter-strike in the center.
In the center.
In the center. Do something in the center.
And vice versa. So it works as the way around. Yeah, so somehow, even though this black's bishop are closed, this f4 pawn is pretty weak one.
What do you make of this rook d8 move, Angelica?
Maybe he's trying to artificially castle alongside, but yeah. But that would be too creative, I would say. What is this rook d8? So pushing the d pawn?
I think he just wanted to push d6. Now white plays c4, tried with bishop c6 and queen a5. The rook on a5 is under attack.
So he's protecting the rook, and now d6 can happen.
Yep. And this happened. And that's why you need the rook on d8 to play d6, and you need to play d6 because the bishop on h8 is not playing.
Yeah, so idea of black is to create an isolated pawn for the white. Either it will be on e5 or on f4. So let's see what was played. Okay, white actually took.
Rook d6, now
Castle, long side.
Castle. Knight f6, the knight on h5 has done its job. It's going back on bishop c5. No, this is the position.
That's pretty interesting. So even though white has some weaknesses in the position, the pieces are super active. So where do you go with the rook? What do you do? That's a big question.
Well, my gut feeling is that I don't know what it is. White is not worse.
Absolutely.
That's my gut feeling. The pawn on f4 is weak, but it doesn't really play a role.
But I'm just thinking. So, for example, if rook should go back, right? can rook go to e6? That's a question. Because if rook can go to e6, it protects the knight. But if rook goes back, knight f6, bishop f6, and some bishop c6 idea, I don't know if it's good. But doubling the pawns for black.
Yeah, that is definitely an idea.
Or knight d7, actually.
Rook
Okay, rook e1.
That's also a good move. But also, let's pay attention to Salem Saleh's time management because he's down on 1.5 minutes. I mean, the position is a bit unpleasant. And you know, Angelique, at least from my experience, when you're playing some accelerated time control games like Blitz or Rapid, it's quite important that you are the one who is attacking. I mean, you are the one who is creating some threats against the king because when you are in time trouble, everything seems the same. The real threats, illusory threats, everything's the same. You want to protect against everything. So why this attacking?
Yeah, absolutely. There are just too many threats, and sometimes it's better not to execute what you had to play, but actually to create an extra threat to make even more pressure on the position of your opponent. As actually Saleh, not Saleh, but Lequan is doing pretty nicely. So yeah, knight d7. So actually, yeah, so knight gets removed, maybe because of this knight f6 idea, who knows? But maybe just attacking the bishop on c5.
Yeah.
That's the case.
Yeah, knight e7 defensive move. So black also opens the bishop on h8. Maybe he's thinking about some counter ideas like a3. You know, I don't know. This is incredibly complex position.
Absolutely. So yeah, knight e7 can happen with a check. I mean, bishop e7 potentially can also happen as well. So giving up the bishop, but getting very strong knight. And
Yeah.
actually winning this e7 square for the rook to control the c7th file. It's like 7th rank, sorry. It's very, very good, of course.
You know, it's quite tricky, Angelica, because, yeah, bishop e7 is normal, and I would be thinking about this. But then again, you know, I'm looking at the clock, and I have a significant, if I'm from the white's perspective, I have a significant time advantage. And I'm thinking my opponent is in time trouble. I want to complicate. I want to complicate matters, play something that he did not expect, try to force out of him some sort of a mistake. But at the same time, I'm thinking, am I playing it strong enough? Am I not too slow? And you know, all of these thoughts are sometimes in the head, so it's like a mix. And sometimes you just start to play too smart.
Absolutely, but also like pretty common strategy in the blitz or like lower or like shorter time controls, then you can just prepare your answer, your reply to the what's the most expected after your move. So you just prepare 2 moves in advance so that your opponent doesn't have time to think in between. Because, for example, now knight d7 actually was played, knight takes, and immediately bishop takes. So not thinking, to take with a rook or with a bishop, yes, immediately taking with the bishop. And now he has to prepare the move against rook e8. Or which move is going to be played?
Rook e8, and knight on d7 is under attack.
Yeah, actually,
maybe.
Yes.
You know, that's a great move, and maybe Saleh here is in trouble because if you play something like rook e8, you just don't want to miss a shot like knight c5. Knight c5, queen d8 mate, right? You see all of that, and I don't know. I would be concerned. And I'm thinking, can I sacrifice the exchange? I can take the c4, I could push a3, and the clock is ticking. 10 seconds, less.
5 seconds, 4. He has to play a move, and he's going for knight b6. He is giving his... is he giving his rook or like exchange or rook? Because like it feels like if king takes on d8,
this is game
isn't
over.
like just exactly game over.
Just take on d8, knight c4, queen b4. This is game over. I think Salem already knows this. He didn't find a good move in the last seconds. He blitzed it out.
Yes, exactly. Knight c4 is coming, and yeah, just queen b4. And
queen b4 is played.
This is just.
a3,
This is
b3.
just
I think there's going to be
over.
resignation.
And in the last round, he played against Gata, right? He had this bishop against rook, and even though he was low on time, he was playing pretty confidently and managed to win. Okay, he's finding some counter chances with a3 on this long diagonal ideas to take on b2 because all the pieces are looking there. But I would just say it's not enough. I don't know if something like rook d8 can be played or queen f8, and the checkmate is just coming. So I don't think that there should be any reaction to this a3.
I think even b3 is just good enough.
Yeah.
b3, bishop b2, check, king b1, and that's it.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, maybe it's better to play b3 because if we allow take, there is a3 square for the knight. Yeah.
But again, look at Le Quang Liem. He's not rushing. He definitely sees the move, but he's just double checking. He's just double checking. If he's not missing anything, he is making sure he's not making some rush decisions. He found bishop f6. What a move.
Knight, I think knight should take on b2, and bishop. If bishop takes on c6, there should be for sure the mate with queen f8, bishop d8, and queen takes on d8, checkmate. So I believe knight should take on bishop takes. Okay, maybe it doesn't really matter.
He resigns.
And Saleh resigns. So we have the result. I believe it's our first result.
Yep.
So let's see what is happening in other games. So we haven't been really for quite some time in this one, Naidic against you.
Yeah, I think it's finished. I'm going to simply...
Okay, it's actually
finished. Move on to the whichever game is still running. We don't get the result, by the way, for some reason.
But didn't we see Naidic on the board, or it was...
No. There's, I think there's just one game. There's just one game.
Gata against Vincent. Okay.
There's just one game. Because, I mean, in the overview, there were no results, but when you go inside a game, you see the result.
So which were the results for the round? So how did they play the other games? So we have Le Quang winning.
Yeah, we're going to check it a bit later. So maybe let's continue to follow this game. And Gata appears to have a possibility to organize a pass pawn on the queen side. So think about moves like a4, a5, b6, b7. That's very strong. But then again, black has an extra pawn.
Yeah, but also, you know, the bishop is on the dark squares. You know, this d6 pawn is really like, not like, I would say like even like priceless. But it's so annoying for black because the bishop cannot control b8 in some cases if the b pawn really becomes a passer. So that in a way is a weakness for black, and also something probably black would like to get rid of.
I'm not sure if I can evaluate this position properly. I mean, I have a feeling that this extra pawn at the king side sort of does not matter. But then again, maybe I'm again overestimating the importance of white's potential to organize this pass pawn at the queen side. So let's put it this way. So if white is going to manage to play a4, a5, b6, white is close to winning. I would say like this. But if white doesn't do that, then black is doing great.
Yes. And yeah, if we just compare the bishop, it also depends how the game will continue. For example, right now, so probably, Vincent is trying to create some attack, but now they're already trading the queens, so they're going to the rook plus bishop endgame, and opposite colored bishop. So of course, I believe, I don't know, do you think Gata is playing for a win here, so he doesn't really want...
No, Gata is not defending because he played king g2, prepare against a4, rook a2, a5, and that's why Winston just played rook e1 to make sure there is no a4. Both of the players understand it's really, really important to make the a pawn moving, and Gata's in trouble, I think.
But what is happening? Rook b2? Can it be played rook b2? Bishop e5? First h4.
He's going to trade a couple of
pawns. So trading the pawns to limiting the pawns on the king side, so that h2 cannot really be a weakness. Yeah, maybe it's a smart decision, and try to protect, you know, the entering squares for the passer on g4, so on the light squares. So king
probably it's a draw, no?
Maybe king f3 or something, or
king f3. Yeah, block it. If the rooks get traded, there is a very big chance the game is going to finish in a draw. So if Vincent is trying to win this game, he is going to try to keep the rooks on the board. But I think rook e2, g4. Okay, you need to check that. Rook e2, g4 check. So maybe you could not really play that. King f2, bishop g3 check. Oops, your rook is gone.
King e3.
What?
King e3 after bishop
g3. King e3. Oh,
so
wow, and he plays it, Indeed, rook e2, now g4, king f2, bishop g3, king e3.
And with bishop f4, king f2, or king d2 cannot be played, or king d3 even can be played, but okay, king f2, of course, we know that
This is a draw.
should be a draw.
Unless this is a blunder, it's a draw. I
So
think.
this is actually played, and now yeah, bishop g3, king e3. And if g3, obviously king will get the square on f3 forever, so that's not what black wants to do. Okay, bishop g3, king e3, as we said, and king f6. So
That's a draw.
yeah,
I think
mean,
so.
this
That's
is,
a draw.
this is
So
just
this game
a
is not gonna finish with a decisive result because white can even give up the pawn on a2, put the king on g2, and just ask black a question.
I believe
What do you
that
want to do
bishop
here?
cannot really move from e1. That's a problem for or this diagonal, which is controlling the a5 entering square for the
Draw
for the
agreed.
pawn. Okay,
I believe that's the
So-
first draw.
that's the
think so.
first draw.
I think
Exactly.
so.
We had all decisive results so far.
That's the first draw so far, and I mean, so far the tournament is running really, really fast. So it's already the second round of the rapid tournament. The games are played pretty quickly. It's a lot of action. So maybe indeed, let's check those games.
The results,
The
exactly.
results.
So
Something
So,
happened here in
Knight
Knight's game.
against you, and you won the game. So just to remind again, so this a5 a4 push was very nice, basically showing that there are some weaknesses on the light squares for white, and they cannot push a3 to stop that pawn.
Yeah, and Arkady definitely felt some heat, so that's why he tried to play knight e5. He didn't really like the prospects. He wanted to trade the f pawns so that, I mean, black is not looking towards this attack. Rook a6, wow, what a move. I mean, a bit strange. d4, knight a5.
We actually had in some of the games rook a5. I believe Saleh played that, but it didn't work out good for him.
No, it did not. It did not really work out for him, but it did for his opponent. And knight a5, look at this. I mean, the squares on b3 and c4 are taken.
Yeah, so probably we
Geralt?
can agree that the knight is better on a5 than the rook on a5.
So
yeah,
it seems.
b5.
Well, b5 is a beautiful move against securing the c4 square. Long castle, not out of good life, definitely, because the short castle is probably too slow, too weak. Too weak, too slow? Yeah.
Probably, yes.
Knight c4, a3.
Actually, a3 was played, and this b3 square is weak forever.
Yeah. And black is having some ideas there, but it looks, to be honest, pretty normal. And I wonder what happened in this game. Oh, look at this. Arkady just blundered the pawn. I think so, because he played bishop c5 to put the bishop on b4, and boom, suddenly after queen b5, you cannot protect the pawn on d5, because if you take on d6, black takes with the pawn, the knight on e5 has to go away, and then black is going to take the pawn on d5 anyway.
Incredible. So
And
yeah,
then-
bishop a4, and the pawn is gone.
Or maybe that was not a blunder, maybe that was a sacrifice. But no, wait, there goes the bishop. There goes the
Wait.
bishop.
Isn't it just...
Rook g1. Whoa. So he gave up the piece
but...
and resigned. Okay, that was a bit strange, to be honest. I mean, again, we have to go back to this position. Clearly, something went terribly wrong for
probably.
Arkady.
Probably it feels like this pawn on d5, holding the c5 push, but it was just gone, and probably sometimes something, like if the position changed, it still stays in your mind, and you forget about it. So maybe that could have been a reason for this
Right.
blunder, but. Yeah, so maybe let's look another game, which finished before. Let's just check how it finished. So yeah, we were starting following this game, and we didn't see how did.
Yeah, they're about to start already in the next round,
yeah,
so we
so
have to
we
do it like quick double time, very quickly.
Exactly, because we have just 2 minutes. So. So what
Short
do we-
castle, grab the center, queen a2, the pawn on d5 is under attack. This already looked really good for white. I had a feeling that Abdusatorov misplayed the opening. Look at this. I mean,
Knight on c5 is just
monster.
very nice.
Queen b3.
And even though no pawns, okay, now one pair of pawns was changed. Now we can see this power of the bishops, like huge potential, and open file on open e file. It's of course, yeah, something white very nicely achieved.
And black just resigned because, there's just no way how you can keep the position together because after bishop d4, the knight on f6 is under attack, the pawn on b7 is weak by the queen on b3, so he already plays rook f7. It's like, okay, I mean, you can have the exchange, but let me try to normalize the position. And Gukesh is like, no, I'm going to play bishop c5. I'm going to aim for more. And for Abdusatorov, yeah, this was the moment like, okay, that's it. Let me out of here. I mean, this game didn't go the way I wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we can see how important it is in the chess 960 to put the pieces, to find the really good squares and to foresee what might happen. As we can see now, the knight on the 7 was, not very, very nicely located. Okay, so I believe the players are preparing slowly for the next round. So we have still in the leaders Gukesh with 2 out of 2.
Yeah.
We have Lekwan with 2 out of 2.
I think so.
And that's I believe it, right?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
And that's it.
And that's it.
No more.
No more.
All right, and the third round is about to start shortly. Maybe
The thing is, we have this live position. It's
yeah, the live position is not really live, right?
That's not really live.
There's not really much I can do about it.
Unfortunately, yes, since we have this problem with a broadcast, we should follow, unfortunately, this board right for now, but hopefully somewhere, maybe in the next round it will be fixed and we can try it out.
I can make it like this. I can make it black. Yeah.
Or starting position.
We're in starting position. Okay,
yeah, actually, we can do a starting position from each round, for example, the next one.
That's actually pretty good. Okay. Let me try to just move it back. Just move it back, okay? So that you're not really paying too much attention to that live position because it's not really correct. So yeah, chess 960 is really tricky nightmare for the broadcasters.
And we have a new position actually already. Wow.
Right, and I think that's Salem Salek, right? No, yeah, Salem Salek against Knight. Let me try to find him on the cameras. Oh, they're here.
Okay. Maybe let's quickly see who is playing against whom. So we have Saleh Salem playing against Arkady Naidic. The next board is Vincent Keimer is white against Yu Yang-yi. We have, Noderbeck, Abdusatorov against Gatakamsky. And before Yu Yang-yi earlier was like one. Sorry,
yeah.
I was not really saying. Sorry, yes, Yu Yang-yi against Gukesh. Sorry, so yeah.
So maybe we should actually start the leader board, right? Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So once again, the players are using this time to familiarize themselves with the positions. So to remind you the format, once again, this is a not really qualifier, but a tiebreaker tournament in order to determine who is going to be at a higher place of the Grandmaster Triathlon tournament in case there will be an even amount of points. So somebody who finishes higher here in the Chess 960 tournament, this means automatically he has the better Buchholz or Berger or whatever you call it. He's going to be higher. And one of the favorites of the Grandmaster Triathlon tournament, Andrei Yesipenko, he's not here today because he couldn't make it. I believe he is still en route from Lyon, where he played the rapid tournament in the past weekend, and the games are starting.
Exactly. So maybe we can move the board because now we are looking the wrong one. We are looking at
the wrong one. Yeah, you're right.
And how do you personally, feel about this tournament as a tiebreak? Do you think it's fair? It would rather be better to have some Berger or some other coefficient?
I'm a big fan. I tell you honestly, it's not only because I'm doing the commentary here in Biel, but I'm a big fan. I really like this scoring system. I mean, in the classical tournament, 4 points for the victory, 1.5 for the draw. So this means it's like the players are invited, fight it out, because if you are going to be trying to win the game, you're going to be rewarded. And I think it's really interesting to have the Chess 960 tournament as a tiebreaker.
Absolutely. I also find myself it's a very nice way because, in that way you cannot say, I have worst tie break and so on, but the tie break was a real tournament. It's not like some number, depending on what your opponent played or how you started and so on. Like it's just something special, and really I believe shows.
Angelica, you just brought me up some good memories, some bad memories from playing in open tournaments. Imagine yourself, those of you who have been in the circuit, you've been playing in tournaments, you probably know that. Let's say you're playing in an open tournament and you are one of the leaders in the final round. Let's say you win or draw, and then you have to wait because you have the same amount of points than your direct competitors, and then you're basically watching all over the playing hall how your Buchholz is playing, right? Come on, buddy. Push it. So let's say I'm fighting for the first place, and my Buchholz, my tiebreaker, is playing somewhere on the 40th board, and I come by, and I like, come on, I need his point. Oh no, he blundered, right? So it's actually quite funny. But here, you can actually fight it out. You can make it your tiebreaker as depending on how you play.
Absolutely, and sometimes even your player from whom you're getting this Buchholz can play, for example, with person with whom you're tying. So like both, Buchholz players, opponents are playing against each other for your result. But yeah, it's interesting how the last boards in the open section can define the first places.
Right.
Okay, so do we have something here already? Okay, quite.
Yeah, we have a castle on the fourth move. That's pretty fast.
Yeah, because the rook just can jump, right?
So e4, knight f3, rook e1, and rook f1. Actually, it's quite funny because I look at this position, Angelica. I wonder, can I play rook h1, rook e1? Probably not. It's technically not a castle. It's technically not a castle because I could throw the rook on e1 and claim that I castle, but no, physically I have to make the space here. Now I waste the time on play rook f1.
It would be very nice if it was possible, but yeah, unfortunately, one move should be indeed played. But I'm just already now looking forward for some long castles,
Right. And black does the same. Look at this. Rook e8, c3, and probably rook f8. Unless, of course, he wants to play h5, h4.
Yeah, I think that this is not needed, right away to bring the rook to f1 because king is on g1, it's already in the safety, but you never know, maybe rook will be needed there on the h5. Indeed, as Arthur says, that pawn h can be pushed all the way to h3. Potentially, yeah, that can be an idea. So we have, this pawn structure where d4 and d5 are important squares, and as we can see that actually d4 for white will be pretty, much easier to access than the blacks, because now c3 is just blocking it, and also f4 square may be important for
I'm thinking, can I try to play it in the spirit of some martial attack? In the Ryan Lopez, d5, e takes, e4, and try to figure out what it is. If black will allow white to play d4 just like that, probably it's safe to assume that white has some sort of an advantage. But okay, Gukesh decided I'm going to castle first.
I'm going to see what Yuan Yi wants to go for. So d6 was actually played.
That's the solid approach.
Yeah. d6.
Yeah. Knight b3, b6.
All the pawns on the dark squares. I'm just interested how this bishop on d8 is doing.
Yeah, my condolences to black's dark square bishop on d8 because it's not really gonna join the game anytime soon. But the position is not closed, right?
Yeah.
It probably is gonna join the game at some point.
There is a big tension in the center, so at some moments something can happen, and the diagonals of files will get open. So the bishop will be able to work. But I was just thinking, earlier, as you said, this d5, that would be probably interesting to try to open this diagonal, maybe some bishop c7, looking all the way to the king.
Oh, that is really deep.
Yeah.
So bishop c7, remove the pawn on d6, remove the pawn on e5, and then in the end you have the pawn on h2.
Exactly.
I've seen stranger things happen, really, but it's possible.
Yes, everything is possible. And also, that Knight on a8 should be also taken care of because now b6 square is taken by the pawn. So knight has the only way to go for the c7 and then to remaneuver somewhere. I mean, I don't know if it wants to be remaneuvered to the e6 and then f4 potentially, being ready to get position closed with d5.
Yeah, so both players have some issues, which is quite understandable because this is a chess 960 position. They don't have really great pieces. So the knight on b3, I mean, you look at the knight on b3 for white, it's not doing anything. It cannot go to a5, c5, d4. On d2, it's not great. Also for black, he has this terrible knight on a8, the bishop on d8. So probably they're just thinking about how should I try to improve my pieces and at the same time so that it makes sense.
Absolutely, Arthur. So I even think that even if spectators and we as commentators have some issues understanding and thinking, imagine how hard it is for the players to keep.
So he's going to fix the issues right away. He played knight e2, so he also didn't like the knight on b3. He's going to position at c4.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, maybe we can see what is happening in the other game because right now games are going pretty slowly, but.
Yeah, let me maybe try to check if I can use the small board.
It looks...
Maybe it works.
It looks like...
I'm not sure what it looks like, but...
It looks like it works.
It looks like it works, yeah? Could it be?
Because it's another game. And actually similar pawn structure and similar ideas were played here, as we can see. So it was a game.
Just a second. I'm gonna do it a bit in an awkward way. In a bit awkward way. No, actually, I think it's fixed.
Yeah. So let's
I think
try.
it's fixed. Let's try to do that. Let's try to do that. So once again, this is the backup window backup board we have just in case. I mean, we anticipated there could be some problems. Unfortunately, there were.
But right now, I think it's all synced and everything is good. So now we can move to the original non-backup boards.
Let's try to do that. Let's try to do that. Just in, let me
so the
find
round
the board.
three.
Round 3.
Absolutely. So we are looking at Yuan Yi against.
Oh, and I
Lukash.
think it's working. It's working.
Yeah, it looks pretty nice.
Well, this is much nicer, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, I really like this chess.com's events board. They look really, really nice. So yeah, so going back to White's move here, knight e2. So his idea was to play knight c4. Look at this, I can draw the arrows. I like that.
Finally.
Finally, knight c4,
Finally
a4,
some arrows.
maybe
Yes.
bishop b3. I can do so
Great.
many things, and Lukash says, no, you're not going to do that. And instead, he maybe wants to bring out his bishop, except he did not. He played knight c7.
Yeah, knight c7. So it was a pretty interesting first playing b6, in a way restricting the knight. The knight cannot jump to a5 or something. And then playing b5. So when the knight is already gone on d2.
Right. All right, so after knight c7, I guess, indeed, knight e6, knight e4, as you mentioned before. So, yeah, d5, and we have some sort of a Raya Lopez position.
Indeed. Yeah, and now we will see what is Black going to aim for on this on the queen side. Will they try to push for something, something like, because if they push for b4, c4 square will be very weak, and knight will be very, very happy there.
Yeah.
Also considering the fact that d6 pawn is not protected.
I think in Raya Lopez, they somehow try to play something like b3. You make sure that Black has no counterplay here. Usually the white rook is on a1. And then white maybe plays b3, a4, and do something there. The dark square bishop is usually on g6, on g7. That's why Black just played g6 with the idea to play 5. And yeah, it looks normal.
Yeah, so as we said, sometimes this crazy starting positions can really be transposing to something pretty familiar to the players, and that's what we can see already here. So yeah.
Yeah, maybe I have to slightly mention this moment when White played d5. So once again, the White tries to make sure that Black cannot really play knight e6. He's trying to grab space. So yeah, d5 is a very classical idea in the Raya Lopez. So this is not clearly Raya Lopez, but it's very similar.
Exactly. If the pawn structure is similar, then there can be similar ideas. Even though, for example, rook is not on a1, and bishops are not there where supposed to be, and queen, of course, on b1. Not really participating in the game, but yeah, potentially, for example, it's very nice. White's queen is just stopping some f5 ideas. I mean,
Yeah. Now, of course, the big question is. I mean, I would like to push it here. What happens? What happens if black plays f5? I mean, this is still not on the board. Now, finally, we can physically move the pieces.
Yes.
Now, what happens? How white deals with this move? Because you want to push a typical kings in an attack, right?
Absolutely. I don't think that, of course, now it's pretty dangerous, I would say, to take on f5, because then two pawns like f and e pawn look very, very dangerous, and they can be pushed like e4, f4.
Yeah, and this bishop could be somewhere rerouted to g7.
Yeah. I would say that the pawn should remain on e4, but there should be some other move for white after f5. What do you think?
I don't know. I look at this position, and I like Gukesh's position.
And what about something like h4 and knight g5 idea? Or
a4?
h4.
h4?
Knight
h4, really?
to try to take control over e4.
Ah.
I don't know. And if he's going for h6, it's also weakening. I don't know.
I'm still afraid maybe this pawn is gonna become a problem.
Yeah,
somehow.
you're
Bishop
right.
g4.
After f4, it's
right.
Yeah, after f4, it's all very dangerous.
And instead Gukesh played knight g7. This is actually pretty smart. So he's not really revealing his cards. The knight on h5, perhaps. He could have played knight f4, because this is like the normal move, but clearly he felt that the pawn on f5 requires some backup. I'm not sure what was the problem. Maybe, I can try to just guess. Maybe there's some strange ideas with g4, some strange ideas with bishop h7 and queen g6. I have no idea. Maybe something like this was working, and Gukesh is like, okay. I'm just in case, I'm going to play knight g7 and then push f5.
And the thing is that bishop on c2 and queen on b1 will not stay there forever. So that's why at some moment maybe really f5 can be a move. And so he's not giving up on that idea, but yeah, okay, actually already c4 was played. Well, knight is on b3. Bishop on a4 is pretty interesting.
Yeah, so
but now actually f5 can be indeed an idea. But yeah, first black has to take care of the counterplay from white.
I like what Gukesh did here. So naturally, his business, so to speak, is at the king side. So he is going to try to play this f5, and in his best interest is try to close the queen side. So that's why he didn't play something like a6. That's why he didn't even push f5, because white is seeking a possibility to open the queen side. So he tries to close the queen side, and naturally white tries to crash through at the queen side.
Absolutely, and yeah, because if black manages to close it, there will be just a clear way for f5, f4, g5, h5, and the king side attack.
Some sacrifice idea could be possible.
Yeah, because this is also quite typical in Dry Lopez, sacrifice a piece.
And then d6, maybe at some moment d6 and d7, maybe?
Yeah. f5, so Gukesh is like, I'm not afraid.
So now once the bishop is away from the c2, f5 is indeed played, so there is no this ideas to take and play g4 to open that diagonal. What happens if something like bishop g5, or it's not really a threat, because
bishop
knight f6,
g5, knight f6. You know, I would say that this is a very big decision. This is a very big decision for Yu Yangui, because I think this looks interesting. I mean, after
f5,
yeah, it definitely looks interesting, and I want to check it. I want to check it because maybe this is the game decider. So the two rooks here are under attack, and let's say you play something like knight e6. The question is if white has a follow-up, the next move, because if he does not, maybe it's just not good.
And what about just removing the bishop and then c5, d6, and everything will be just rolled, so to say, on the black?
Yeah, but where?
Yeah,
but
that's
where,
a good point.
I don't know where to put it. I mean, it doesn't really go anywhere.
Yeah.
The pawn on e4, it's at some point under attack, maybe take it. But
But
you know,
if you're taking, you're basically, letting, black to do some things. And even though before the knight was on g7, somehow under this space disadvantage pressure, and now it's just
I think
actually displayed. Oh, okay.
I think Yu Yang just looked at it, he evaluated it, and he said it's not going to work.
Not clear. Not clear.
Not clear.
Yeah, players try to do it solid. Players try to go for some solid position, even though if there is something and they should spend much more time on that, they're just going for. And of course, there are like millions of unclear lines. And if in classical chess they could go for it in rapid and blitz, it's absolutely different. So, yeah. So bishop g5, knight f6, and knight bd2 now.
Yeah, so he just in case secures the square on e4 so that there's no immediate shot. So now it's Gukesh's turn to make a big decision. Does he want to play in a typical King's Indian idea with f4, this typical kingside attack, or he wants to take on e4?
So rook e to f7 was played first. Yeah, because indeed the position is closed, and white has all the time in the black. Has all the time in the world to prepare this pawn roll on the king side. So yeah.
It's also smart because he also keeps the option to play f4. He keeps the option to play f takes on e4, and of course, Yu Yang tries to open the queen side. He desperately needs his counterplay because he's not going to play at the king side. There's nothing happening at the king side for white. It's black who has amassed an army of pieces here at the king side, and he tries to keep the queen side closed.
Absolutely, yeah. If Yuan Yi will not be able to create something on the queen side or defend properly on the king side, that will be very, very tough for him to defend this game. Yeah, because Gukesh has very nice chances for the pawn march on the king side.
Right. I mean, but then again, this brings the question: how serious are black's chances at a king side? Maybe it's not a big deal. Maybe it's going to turn out to be nothing, and then white just somehow uses the A file and capitalizes on that. You never know.
But I like, for example, the bishop on d8 right now. Was it like actually starting position? I believe the bishop was on d8 from starting position.
So we have to go back.
Yeah, just let's check quickly. Because what I wanted to say, yeah, it's actually from starting position there. What I wanted to say, like it reminds the King's Indian, but in King's Indian, bishop is on g7, and when position is closed in that way, bishop is really doing nothing there. But bishop on d8 is actually looking at the queen side, and maybe at some moment it can stop some ideas from white. So that's actually, I believe, the improvement for black. And
so how you can improve your pieces? Don't touch them. They're going to improve themselves somehow later. So you see, it's not moving. It's
if
not
you
moving
play
at all.
chess 960, yes, that's what was yeah.
It's just not moving at all, and this bishop is becoming stronger and stronger. Right? It's quite unbelievable. Right. So rook f1, just in case Yu Yang protects the pawn on f2, in case Gukesh was thinking about grabbing the pawn on e4, trying to get to the pawn on f2, so all of that makes perfect sense.
So now, yeah, indeed, Gukesh has to go for some very important decision in the next moves, and he's going for I thought it was f4.
I would play knight h5 for knight g4, trade this bad bishop.
Ah, very nice. Yes. Yeah. So you see, the bishop on d8 indeed, played.
It's pretty good.
Because while white put the bishop on e3, then to g5, bishop on d8 was doing nothing, and most likely it will be just traded now. Yes.
But you notice, Gukesh has made a single move with the bishops.
Yes, with boss.
He's just not moving them at all. So this is move 22. I mean, talk about time management, really. I mean, how to make effectively using your pieces. The bishop on d8 didn't make a single move. So Yu Yang played bishop e3, he played bishop g5, he took on d8, and black did not move the bishop at all.
Absolutely, wow. And yeah. Yeah, Yu Yang is indeed, using this, bishop e3, bishop g5, and then even his bishop was taking the bishop on d8. So not Gukesh played bishop takes on g5, for example, if it was in some way possible to trade, but third move was played with the bishop of white, and black's bishop was just waited to be traded, and now queen is even better on d8, I would say. Still, there are some ideas to go for the h4 in some moment.
I think definitely Gukesh is in the driving seat here. To be honest, I have no idea what the engine is saying here, because we are not using engines. I mean, we are not checking whatever is the evaluation bar. It feels that, oh, I see on the small board, though.
Actually, yeah,
The bar says black is so much better. Yeah, this is what I wanted to say, is that black has done everything he wanted at a queen side. It's closed, nothing is happening there. And then again, we have this armada. Okay, I even included the king, right? And the bishop. Everything is looking towards the king side.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though, white is trying to get control over the e4 square, it's very not easy, because even like queen takes, there is bishop f5 immediately, and now the bishop was, okay, even rook f4 first. And if at some moment bishop comes out, it will go, with the tempo out, and the bishop, which was standing the whole game on c8, will work just at the moment where it's needed. Yes, well, we have, the white's bishop.
It's doing nothing.
Yes, absolutely. It's looking pretty nice there on c6, but doing nothing indeed.
I think it's going to go back at some point anyway to c2. So this bishop on c6 was a nice attempt, try to distract black, but black didn't pay attention to the white's last bishop, not by a second. So after queen d3, black has a free attack at the queen side, at the king side, my apologies, and he looks really great. Do we check another game?
Yeah, I also was thinking, I mean, of course, it's a game of the leaders. It's very important to look and keep an eye on it. But let's briefly, or not briefly, try to see what is happening.
Which game do you want to check?
Who do we have there? I think let's look at the game of another leader, right? Lekwan Liam is a third leader we have.
All right, let's check it. I believe that is board number 2.
Or Lekwan Liam is not a leader. Who is the leader? How many points? I mean, for sure, you, Yang Yi, and Gukesh are the leaders. And Lekwan Liam lost, right, before?
Yeah, I have to check that.
We will have to check, and no,
He
he
will
won
do it.
against Saleh Salem actually.
Yeah, we'll do it a bit later.
Yeah,
So let's focus on the position.
Yes.
Let's focus on the position here. So e4, c5, knight f3, c3. So we have some sort of a lap-in. Pretty much the same as in Gukesh's game, right? Except that Vincent very quickly took on e5.
I'm sorry, I just realized actually that Yang Yi is not a leader. He lost against Lekwan Liam in the first round. So now indeed we have Lekwan Liam and Gukesh as leaders. Sorry guys for
A slight mix-up. A slight mix-up. It's okay.
Yes.
Rook e1, knight c2. So this is really classical play from Keimer's part. He's trying to fight for the d5 square. I guess bishop b3 is coming out. And that's why black played very similar like Gukesh. He stops this bishop b3 so that he can play c4. All of this makes perfect sense. Yeah, maybe in the... I'm going to leave probably the live position from Gukesh's game so that you can follow it. So there's so much action happening very fast.
So Lekwan is trying to push on the king side, but Vincent is striking back with a4.
And this was quite interesting. Look at this. So black decided to sacrifice a pawn after a4. So instead of the automatic, which probably would be played by us mortals, play a6, protect the pawn on b5, make sure it's not lost. Black just focuses on the piece activity.
Absolutely, just piece activity is important, and this pawn on b5 will not anyway be pushed forward. The c3 pawn is blocked by the knight very nicely there on the c4, and yeah, black is just trying to improve, and they haven't even castled yet and played with the rooks anything. So now rook d8 has just come, and the next move probably castle will be played. I don't think that black will play on the king side anymore, right? I think that black will concentrate to go for the center.
Right, so indeed, black is not even obliged to castle. I mean, maybe instead of the automatic castle, he can play even king g7, protect the pawn on h6, just in case, because you see this bishop on c1. Maybe there's some scenario when the pawn on h6 is under attack, so you want to protect it.
Yeah,
but it feels weird, to be honest, because when I was looking at this position, Angelika, I felt that black wants to play king g7 as quickly as possible. I mean, to cover these supposed weaknesses. And the game is so fast developing that black simply doesn't have the time to play king g7. And now I question, what about this pawn? It's still there for white.
Yeah, the position is quite dynamic, and anything can change basically any second. So yeah.
Whoa!
Okay, knight is coming all the way to a3.
Knight a3, and now the big question is, how do you protect the bishop? The answer is you don't. You play queen b4, trade it.
Okay, and rook is on d3. And
I think
rook
black
on
is in
d3.
sort of trouble. I'm not really sure. So what happens, let's say, queen b5, because you still see this king on g8.
I think that black should have taken some time to castle before starting that push on the queen side. Yeah, because as we can see now this pawn can really matter. And
Pawns matter.
Pawn on a7 is under attack.
Angelica in
right?
2022, pawns matter.
Absolutely.
Pawns matter. You hear that? I do agree. I'm also a pawn grabber
Yeah.
anonymous. yeah, definitely. And definitely, Chimera here looks great. I'm not saying the position is so much better, but he still has the extra pawn. The pawn on a7 is under attack. Black has some issues with the king. So
Absolutely.
maybe this entire sequence of we have to go back of this positional pawn sacrifice, maybe it was a bit too much.
I think
Difficult to
that
tell.
yeah, why not to play, for example, rook d8 first, right? Not to push so fast. Earlier.
You mean here? Where?
No, pushing with c4.
Ah, you mean c4? Yeah,
Just
okay,
trying
that would
to
be
prepare
different
a
game.
little bit.
Yeah.
Or rook e8 and castle, or king g7, as you say. King g7 looks very, very logical, and like potentially really like pawn on h6 can be weak, and this move is really needed. Like, yeah.
Yeah,
But
but then
okay,
again, white
yeah.
wants to play c4, knight e5, and after b takes, you see the queen on b1 is pinning the queen, and that's why maybe Le Quang Liem's idea was that he's going to play c4, then he's going to play king g7, and the situation unfolds so quickly that he simply doesn't have the time, that he made the decision to sacrifice the pawn, and whatever happened here, I don't know, but now he's in slightly unpleasant position.
I mean, if we just compare the position, we can see bishop on a3, bishop on a6, same, but bishop on a6 is aiming at nothing. I mean, c4 square is indeed important, but not that much because there is no knight controlling the square. Bishop on e3 is aiming at a7 pawn, which is clear weakness. We have the knight on f3 and f6. Okay, both are approximately the same, but okay, knight on f6, of course, attacking the e4, but it's not a priority for now because other pawns of the black are weakened, and for example, after bishop a7, also e5 pawn will be weak. With rook, we are going to attack on e5. So
I'm thinking maybe there's some issues with rook b1. You know, maybe because of the unfortunate placement of the king, there's some issues with rook b8 and queen f8. So let me try to make some random move, which sort of makes sense. Let's say, oh wait, there's knight e5 also.
queen
Oh
e8
my
maybe?
goodness.
Queen e8.
Queen e8, I could take on e5, I could take on a7. This rook is under attack. This looks really
is-
dangerous. And that's why Le Quang Lien was spending so much time, because I don't think he can really grab the pawn.
And let's remind, so we have Le Quang Liem as a leader right now with 2 out of 2, and Winsett actually has only half a point. So you can see that everything can change basically in every round. So it doesn't mean that if in the first round someone got 2 points, we can see now that the games is really, really in favor of Vincent.
Right.
The other pawn was taken. Queen a7 was played.
Now the question is, can black play queen b5? Probably the same issue of rook b1. I find it interesting that Le Quang Lien played king h7, and not king g7. There must be some reason, maybe in some variations the pawn on h6 was grabbed with check. I'm not sure, really. I don't understand.
Le Quang is allowing to b pawn to become a passer, like with b6.
Yeah, b6 looks like very serious move. Maybe even queen b8, rook b8, b6.
Yeah,
Black
because
is-
then his pawn on e5 will hang as well.
Chimera is looking really great here.
I believe your idea is with taking on b8 is super good because after playing after taking, rook takes, b6. We have the passer, which has the promoting square on the dark square. So the bishop can, at some moment, control it. So this is very important.
Now, of course, the question is what happens if black plays something like knight e7, rook b3. So that's why Winston is trying to figure out. He's trying to figure it out, and he already played something.
Maybe there is just a rook b1, for example, to protect that pawn. Also possible. I mean,
I think they made some moves, but we are not getting them.
Is knight e5 even possible? Knight e5, queen e5, bishop d4.
Just a second. They made some moves. We're not getting them. Okay.
Yeah, knight e5. I was just saying this move. Knight e5, queen e5, and bishop d4.
This is not right. Because
not
clearly...
Right? There is no...
Clearly, some moves have been made.
Okay.
Just a second. What is... Again, we have some glitches here. Okay. Perfect timing. No, definitely not knight e5. All right, so...
Probably...
Okay, now it's updated.
Okay, now it's good.
Now it's good, yeah. Maybe there is some issues. You know, sometimes you push a piece, it falls, you put it up, and the relay somehow messes up.
Yeah, exactly. But so what happened before? Maybe let's look a little bit previously. Oops.
There was...
knight e5 happened.
It did happen.
You see?
It did happen.
You
it did
see,
happen. Okay, there is no issues. It's just me. It's just me.
No. I think just broadcast was a little bit behind, so it's no problem.
It's actually quite interesting because despite the fact that it's an opposite color bishop endgame, and normally this would be a draw if we could somehow magically remove the rooks from the board, I think black is in a lot of danger here because the king is in the mating net. If you play g5, I'm going to play h5. I'm going to keep your king imprisoned, maybe even at some point just snatch the pawn. And that's why like Wang Liam is trying to get rid of this bishop, and of course
e5. Exactly. Yeah. And the most dangerous attacks with the opposite colored bishops are actually happening because in that way the bishop, for example, which is light squared right now for black, cannot really protect from the checkmate. It would be very nice to have some bishop, for example, on f8 to play bishop d7 and to trade the bishop, but no, it's not happening, and the dark squares are pretty much I don't know, like drafting, I would say, like why did he take? So he just wants to have two.
He just gave up a pawn. I mean, I think here, like Wang Liam realized that he is in a lot of trouble because rook c8 is incoming. Maybe also some rook c7 was an idea. For example, maybe e6 is an idea. E6, rook c7, rook g7, something like this. Could be a major problem. But to be honest, I look at the final position and this just feels somehow very close to technical winning.
Indeed, and bishop went back to f6 to protect the pawn on e5. And again, like if it will be like a opposite colored bishop endgame, probably black would hold somehow, right? So it's just black would try to block on the light squares, but the rooks are there, and the rooks are very nice coordinating with the bishop. So.
Oh, and by the way, Gukesh is 3 out of 3.
He just won.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think so, because they're not receiving any more moves. We are not going to follow the game because it's already finished, but the final position is pretty terrible for white, the way I see. So it seems that Gukesh has won his third game in a row. He is in incredible shape. He's the youngest participant of the tournament.
Exactly.
He's crushing everybody.
Yeah, he's continuing his winning streak from the previous tournaments. Okay, that's really nice. Three rounds. It's like the next round will be already like the equator for the tournament, and.
So once again, they are playing. There's 8 players in the tournament. They're playing a round-robin tournament of Chess 960 or Fischer Random chess between each other. This means 7 rapid games, 7 rounds in total, and this is round 3. This is round 3, so 4 more games still to go. The third round has reached time trouble. Vincent Keimer is trying to win his game against like Wang Liam, who is one of the leaders of the tournament, but we already have a clear leader, which is Gukesh with 3 out of 3.
Absolutely, and this game, I believe for sure Vincent should not lose. So that would make the Gukesh the only leader after this round. So yeah, this becomes pretty dangerous for the players. They have to try to show something against Gukesh to stop him, to try to catch him. Yeah, but yeah, also very important, that players right now are playing, just to remind you, players are playing right now not for the points which they're going to get in the Grandmaster Triathlon, but for the tie-break opportunity. Like, the higher place will be in this tournament, the better tie-break it will be at the end after all 3 events, the classical, rapid, and blitz
And that's
tournaments.
it. That's it. Like, Wang Liam resigns because Vincent Keimer was able to use the limited resources he had. Look at the pawns on g4, f5, e5. They make the king imprisoned, and that's a mate.
This is incredible. You see, like, again, Wang Liam was just a leader, 2 out of 2, and Vincent Keimer had only half a point to draw against Gata Kamsky, and we can see that he's winning, he's beating Wang Liam, and yeah, so everything, absolutely everything can be possible here.
All right, and let's go back. Well, there's still a live game of Abdusatorov against Gata Kamsky, because this game we didn't really follow much because we simply have to choose whichever game to continue to watch it, and White is definitely pressing here.
Yeah, indeed. This is pawn on h5 feels like very dangerous. If you compare the pawn e6 and h5, and also like rook is pretty much better working with the bishops rather than with the knight. And the other also important aspect, I would say, that the bishop, is very, very mobile piece. It can be working on both sides of the board at the same time, while knight is not so mobile. Knight needs a few moves to come to the other side of the board. So that's something. That's something what, of course, should be mentioned. And indeed, we can see that king of the black is very passive. Of course, the king on h6 is cut, but what is going to happen in case of the trade of the rook, let's say? I don't know. I do not really know. So, trade on a4 happened. And yeah, material is becoming limited. That can also help black to try to save this position, but I don't really know what is exactly the the evaluation or the ideas for white, because the problem is that the king is caught there on h8, and like mating ideas are coming there.
Oh, rook h7 already could be a mate problem.
And he's taking the knight, so giving up the rook, and now the next move,
I have just one information for you, this square.
Yeah, I also just wanted to say that this is going to be a draw, because the king is just absolutely in time to get to b8 and a8, and that's basically it. So that means that black cannot lose here. And yeah, after taking the pawn on a3.
Yeah, okay, he even wins the pawn on a2, but even without the pawn on a2, this would be just a draw. And of course, the players, they agree to a draw. And at the same time, let's check very quickly. Keimer against Wang Liam is finished. Abdusatorov is a draw against Gata Kamsky. Yu Yangui lost against Gukesh, and Salem Saleh. We didn't get the chance to follow his game against Arkady Naidich, but he won the game. I think we are going to make a very, very short break of something like 5 minutes because the players are going to have something like 3-4 minutes rest before the next round. We're going to come back in 5 minutes. Please don't go anywhere, and we'll be seeing you
just in a few minutes.
Just in a few minutes. And we're back. We're back from Biel International Chess Festival, 55th already edition here today. Together with you is Angelika Volkova. I'm Graham Stratonakshans, and we are about to follow round 4 of Chess 960 tournament, which has just started.
Absolutely, and we are looking forward for some action games. It's round 4. It's exactly the middle of the tournament of the Chess 960. So the first move's being made now, and we have a leader after 3 rounds, 3 out of 3. Gukesh, impressive. The youngest participant in the GMT is crushing it.
I just cannot find Kwang Liam for some reason. Okay, found him. On him.
Exactly.
Yep, indeed. So he's a leader, perhaps. You can tell what. Who else? Who else is leading in total?
Perhaps I can tell it, but I believe that Lin Quan Liam was a leader before, and he just lost, so that's why he has now 2 points. And the players who actually lost before, trying to get some points, for example, Vincent Keimer, who won against Lin Quan Liam, is trying to catch up and having 50% right now, 1.5 out of 3. So have to wait a little bit for the ranking to be updated. I'm not so sure who is the second right now.
Yeah, so this looks pretty normal, right? Once again, so there's the very simple trick: refresh, and refresh solves your problems.
Absolutely.
So we refresh the position. I believe this is the right one. Let me also refresh the small board.
Refreshing, just F5, and refresh.
So this was the starting position. Where was this? Just a second. No. Okay. I think.
So if you remember, in the round 2, actually, there were 2 bishops on the H1 and G1, and now we're having bishop on A1, B1. So, the idea is pretty should be the same, right? To push something like C4 before B3. So I believe that's what people are doing here.
So normally, when you're playing a Chess 960 position, what you don't want to do is you don't want to put the knights here. For example, on B3 and C3, I mean, they're really beautiful knights, but then again, you're wondering what is going to happen, to those bishops. So, of course, C4, B3, we already saw it mirrored on the king side, play before, and this is the position we have.
So immediately trying to do something in the center, playing D4. Lin Quan is going for it. I mean, he's playing the rapid world champion right now. So yeah.
I don't really know how relevant is this skill from the rapid, because Chess 960 is a different beast. But indeed, Abdusatorov is the world rapid champion. I mean, not amongst youth, amongst all.
Exactly. So he's absolute world champion, it can of course be different since it's Chess 960. It's the different position, the different setup, and ideas of course influence it. But the time control is rapid, so maybe it can help him somewhat.
Yep, absolutely. This means probably he's very good at making decisions, very good decisions in a very limited time frame. Mm-hmm. And here, it's quite interesting that instead of the defending the pawn on c5, it moves like b6, which would allow to open the bishops. Maybe he was concerned with something like, d5, and this bishop is sort of stuck looking at the pawn on d5. So that's why he decided he's going to take it. He's going to take it here on d4, e6 with ideas like d5 and b6.
Exactly. So, for example, in case of the d5, maybe some e6 was possible to break the center, but immediate, I would say, e4 would be just crushing it. So, So yeah, and actually right now I can tell you that the second and the third place is tied right now. So not only Lin Quan Liam has 2 points, but also Saleh Salem, who lost 1 game, but now he has 2 points because he lost in the second round and won just now in the third one. And afterwards, we have actually 2 people with 1.5, and it's actually Abdusatorov and Keimer, who just won against the leader in the previous round. And we have also two players with 1 point, it's, Gata and Yang Yi. So they are having 2 draws, I believe. That was the result. And on the last place, we have Arkady Najic, who is not really having a lucky day today.
Right. Yeah, not very good tournament for him so far. I mean, he was one of the last players to arrive. I believe he did play in Bundesliga, right?
Absolutely. He played till the last round. And actually, his team just won. So Baden-Baden team won the Bundesliga. He celebrated some victory and just came here. So to show some chess. But maybe this classical tournament, which was just finished for him yesterday, still influence his play. We don't know, but we will see. There are still 4 games.
Let's put it this way.
games.
Let's put it this way. You put in one room 8 great players. Some of them have to lose. It's simple mathematics, right? Some of them have to lose. I mean, somebody's going to take the first place, somebody's going to take last place. It doesn't matter. You're a very good player. I mean, you're still somebody's going to be in that last place. So far for Arkady, it's not really working very well. But I mean, it's just starting. The tournament is just starting.
But let's not just compare to the candidate. It's also like 8 players, and also the same thing that. Of course, like there will be a last place, but of course this person probably will be upset. But there are 8 best, so to say, best qualified for this incredible, the strongest event of the year besides World Chess Championship, obviously match. But yeah, so it's basically the same. Basically the same is here.
Right. And so this game actually looks pretty peaceful, which cannot be said about the entire tournament so far, because how many draws there were? 1, I believe.
I believe
1,
2 draws.
2?
Exactly.
Somebody else made it.
So
Somebody else
Gata made 2 draws.
Gata made a draw.
The one was against Vincent, and the other one was
So Gata is really peaceful.
against Noderbeck. Actually, they made a draw in the previous
Right,
round.
but mainly this is slugfest. I mean,
Absolutely.
everybody's trying to beat everybody, and even it doesn't matter. It serves only as a tiebreak. Players are enjoying it. They're playing really exciting games, and this one, well, it's not perhaps the most exciting one because the queens got traded very quickly. So I think we are going to simply use the possibility and check something else. So perhaps let's check maybe how Arkady is doing
Because now we are having actually the clash of the first place and the last, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And yeah, what also it's interesting because 3 rounds were played, so overall 12 games, and only 2 of them were played in the draw. So it means absolutely that that less than 20% of the draws. That's of course very good and impressive to watch this result if decisive games. So what do we have here on the board? So I believe also players went for the same strategy. We'll just check how the opening went just in a moment. But we can see already that actually what was not allowed to happen in the previous game we just started to watch actually happened here. So the pawn went all the way to the d5 and absolutely closing the bishop on the b7. You know, bishop on b7 is pretty upset now, I would say.
Yeah, you could say that. Definitely, it's staring at these pawns so far as g2, so it's not going to do any good for black. And of course, black is seeking another way for the bishop to find the life. But maybe it's actually not so bad. I mean, white has a beautiful pawn structure. The king's a bit weak, so it resembles a Benoni structure, right? So probably you want to put the knight on c4.
Yeah.
Except black plays
Except
c4
black
himself.
plays c4. That's the main idea of the black, to try to stop that knight coming to c4 by themselves playing the c4, what Kukesh is doing. And also he is basically bringing for him the c5 square for his knight, which can be potentially taken, of course, if the pawn cannot be taken on the c4.
I'm not sure, really. We could try to sacrifice it. Let's say I play knight c5, which looks pretty normal to me. I mean, take care of some surrounding squares, maybe even f5 idea, try to undermine white center, and the king, by the way, is positioned on the same file as the black rook. And after something like queen c4, there could be bishop a6, and look at this bishop now.
Yeah, maybe just a pawn sacrifice to get, this another diagonal for the bishop, since the long diagonal is busy. Obviously, yeah, that's indeed interesting. And
Yeah, but of course, white doesn't have to take it. I mean, after knight c5, this is not checkers. I mean, that's one of the
Yeah.
biggest privileges we have in chess, right? You can choose: do you want to take it? Don't you want to take it? So if I was white, I would be a bit concerned about this bishop a6, this annoying pin. So instead, maybe I will play something like, not really sure. Queen g5 looks interesting. Queen c3 looks interesting. h4, h5 looks interesting. There's so many interesting moves.
indeed, quite a few interesting moves. I was just looking at some bishop c3, an idea of something like knight a4 is happening, maybe bishop a5, just to improve a little bit position of the bishop, and in some cases, indeed, queen g5 can be a move. And not giving opportunity for black to play c3 to get rid of this pawn to open the diagonal for the bishop from a6 to f1.
Oh, so you're afraid that black is going to play c? That's actually a valid point. Yeah, c3, bishop a6. Black is like, if you're not going to take my pawn, I'm going to force you. I'm going to force you to take it. So that indeed could be an idea.
Yeah, we don't know for sure, but of course it's possible. So so knight f2 and
Now,
queen f7.
one thing you don't want to do here is short castle, right?
Absolutely not.
So you definitely don't want to short
Absolutely
castle.
not. Absolutely not.
Yeah, because black made sure, maybe this was actually the reason why he played queen c7, to make sure that white cannot castle short, because obviously after, I'm not sure how do you make a castle here.
Yes,
Like
queen.
this.
Yeah, it was actually pretty interesting story. I believe in one of the this Chess 960 online tournaments. So online, I believe that was Hui Fan. She played against Fabiano Caruana, and she wanted to castle. And she had the king somewhere on f1, or it was long castle. I don't really remember. But she put her king on g1, and it was no castle because it's a legal move with the king. So in the Chess 960 online, you have to take the king and put it to the rook, and then it will be a castle. So that's the rule. Because
Okay.
if you're playing king g1, it's possible that it's also a move. So king should go to the rook, and then it's actually the castle.
Right, right. Well, there you go. Some oddities indeed can happen in chess 960. Well, going back to the position, black's e6 makes perfect sense, because once again, if something like d takes, f takes happen, then the black rook is positioned exactly where it wants, to be on the same file as the white king, and as a certain known grammar would say, good things tend to happen at this moment.
And of course, like for example, it would be very easy to castle short to put the king, so to say, in the safety, but it's no safety because of the h2.
He took it. He took it on
He
e6.
took it. Oh,
He
interesting.
took it on e6. Maybe he didn't really have a choice.
Yeah, but you don't. You never probably castle alongside, so your king should remain there. But maybe he wants just to keep the rooks there on h1 and play something like king g1 later. But the diagonals are just how to say, drafting. To the king from v6, from a7 to the g1, from a6 to f1. This looks very dangerous.
Right. I see the bar, by the way, in the small live position screen. The bar is merciless. It says it's absolute equality. To be honest, I have no clue, really. I mean, the position looks incredibly complex. But what I understand is that the white king is not feeling so comfortable as the black king, because the black king is sort of safely tucked away at the king's side. Okay, maybe it can be bothered with moves like h5, h6. I would say that in the long term, white is feeling a bit, under the weather.
Uncomfortable, yeah,
Uncomfortable.
exactly. Yes.
Because now black has some ideas to sacrifice this pawn on c4. Of course, knight h is not going to take it due to the bishop a6 threat. But I think in the long term, white has these issues. Yeah, indeed. Where to put the king?
Yeah, but there can be something like a5 played, and bishop can go from another side, from a7, if, for example, the h2 square can be protected. So, for example, right now, king played to g1. It means that no short castle will be possible. So it means, okay, bishop made its deal, so to say, there, and it can go to a7 diagonal already. And yeah, and even though this pawns from g2, f3, e4, very nicely stopping the bishop, but dark squares are just weakened.
Yeah, the dark squares are incredibly weak for white. I mean, this is just begging for some attention here. And for white, the dark square bishop is somewhere far away at the queen side, looking to join the game at some point, not really sure where.
Yeah, exactly. And about the evaluation, bar and everything, sometimes they're in position like the only moves which can keep, so it's like if the position and say, okay, it's like a draw, but make a draw, play this position, set up this position without evaluation, without any engine or anything, and just play this position, and you will see that it's for sure not a draw.
Right. So Gukesh definitely is on fire. I mean, I'm not saying that he's going to win this game, but I like his decision making so far. He's playing wonderful chess, despite the fact that he's the youngest player on the field. He's showing some real maturity here. And E5, E5.
Wow.
Okay, I just take it back just a
This
second.
is something.
I just said so many good things, but
this is something either bad or very deep. So it's like.
it just feels so wrong. Just a second. I mean, I don't understand it. So you put the bishop and the queen here to bother the white king, and now you play e5. You close this diagonal for good, even more. You allow knight f5. I mean, usually when something like this happens, there's a very good reason. So chess is very concrete. There must be
Absolutely.
something.
There should be something concrete, and we should look at all opportunities, like something to take on d1 and then trying to go for knight e6 and maybe the other diagonals opening.
This is a surprising twist, to be honest.
Okay, not.
Queen takes on c4. Was this missed by Gukesh because he looks so slightly surprised?
He looks.
It was like, what? What? Queen c4? How is that possible?
Even
And the rook on d1 is protected.
you can see even emotions behind the mask of the people.
He looks
Ah.
surprised. He definitely looks surprised. But to be honest,
Because
this-
it's a check, because the pawn was on e6 very nice there, but now it's a check. Now it's taking the pawn with a tempo. Yeah, it is not clear why he went for it.
and the knight can always go away because you can always play knight f5. The knight on f2 is defended. That is a bit strange. But again,
Was
we
it
have
a
to.
mistake or
we
was
have
it
to
on
go back.
purpose?
We
I
have
mean,
to
I
go-
don't think it was on purpose.
No, it looks strange. It looks strange. But it was so funny because I tell that so far the Marayu Gukesh has been playing so great tournament,
jinxed
mature
it.
decisions, and boom, it happens
You
immediately.
jinxed it, absolutely
I jinxed it. I
it.
feel responsible. But to be honest, I mean, this E5,
no.
it's strange. So maybe Gukesh just hallucinated. Maybe he thought that after something like knight f5, there's going to be something like take on d1, there's going to be something like, I'm not sure what, whatever. But after queen takes on c4, intermezzo check.
Intermezzo check.
So that's what happened.
And now square e3 is very nice for the knight. Knight is going to e3, supporting the knight on f5. Looks pretty nice. And if black plays for something like g6, trying to kick the knight out of f6, out of f5, it will weaken so many dark squares on the king side.
This did not happen on purpose. I can definitely tell you that because I see this position, and if I would see this position here, that now I have a lot of dynamics, and suddenly I venture into this position down a pawn with no direct continuation, definitely Gukesh missed something here. Maybe it was a sequence. Okay, there is a very interesting idea.
Yeah. Queen is attacking on b1, and there is idea of jumping with a knight somewhere, maybe grabbing some material, but the thing is that after also the queen takes on b1, the queen can take on c5. I don't know if there is any continuation there for white, because after queen takes on b1, the both pieces are under attack.
Right, and
Yeah.
the knight edge looks very concentrated. King h2, and I guess after queen b1, there's gonna be something. Wait, bishop a6 played immediately. So that's the question. Why not queen b1? Why not queen b1? What's wrong with queen b1?
Maybe there are some ideas of trying to trap the queen. Queen takes on c5, and if queen takes on a1, maybe some queen c2 or something like, because queen cannot go out. Queen c2.
Wow.
and then knight c3 or
Wow,
something is a
and
threat.
But then again, you need to calculate all of this. I still
Indeed.
knight c3. Still knight c3. Yeah, nothing changes.
Knight c3, and this, I think the problem is that the coordination of the pieces for black is just very bad. After, okay, wow, okay, everything is happening.
This is
This is
the
crazy.
weirdest defense I've ever seen.
And there is also some queen. Actually, after taking on f1, after trading on f1, there is queen b3 check and attacking the bishop on
You
b8.
calculate a lot further than I am.
What is this position at the end of the story?
I don't know. I just found it to be funny. To really, this
Yeah.
bishop e4. So knight e4 allows the queen to escape. I'm not saying it's great, but black is still up something. And queen e4 allows to play queen c3, queen f5, e4, discover, check. I mean, I don't know what this is. It's too much fun, but it didn't happen.
Absolutely. So,
Whoa.
so rook f5 actually indeed happened. One of the ideas we were looking at this funny line, taking everything, and now e4. So I was actually thinking about something like this. So knight can be really taken, and e4 pushed.
Yeah, but Angelica, I can't help but ask the question. And the question is, with what are you going to checkmate me? Because the two rooks are gone. And I mean, of course, black has, a number of pieces. The knight on c5, it looks really great. But black is down a pawn. Black is down an exchange. I mean, voluntarily. But let's say if I play something like f4. So where's your mate? Yeah.
That's a good question.
I'm not sure.
That's a good question.
I'm not sure at all about all of this sequence. So,
But I think it's for sure pretty uncomfortable for Arkady to face such ideas. If he protects nicely, then of course huge chances for him that he's winning this game. But if something goes wrong at some moment, and while the pieces are attacking the king, especially like two bishops like this, they potentially can be very strong. It is sometimes pretty difficult to defend. So it's now the question if white defends it or mess up.
the bar is not impressed. I see the bar in the small window. It says black is busted. Black is busted.
Wow.
I mean, I had a feeling that maybe this entire attack is, half cooked, but yeah, exactly. F4 is played.
Yes. What is also expected, obviously, yeah.
But I have to go back. I have to go back to this moment. I mean, it felt that black has a lot of dynamics. And this move e5, I think it's just maybe Gukesh's idea was that maybe he saw queen c4. And he realized he had pinned this idea on queen b6. Maybe he stopped the calculation or something. He thought he's going to take two pieces.
Yes.
And then when you get this position in your mind again, a couple of moves later, you start to think, okay, it's not really working. Yeah, it's not really working. So he sacrifices the pawn. Then he realizes he's down a pawn for nothing. Then he decides to complicate matters even worse and sacrifice the exchange. That's how it usually goes.
Yeah, indeed. So, so yeah, how to play here? What is the move for black? Maybe something. I mean, if knight goes to d3, then probably white would just trade it, right? So this.
I think bishop e5 is the big issue as well,
indeed.
because this bishop on b8 is causing some problems. So knight e3 for white is not yet a possibility due to the pawn on f4. Maybe black has some, what do you call it, a positional compensation, but I don't really think so.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, even there is a pawn for white, so there is a rook pawn and a pawn against the knight. So it's. But okay, this weak pawn on weak square on g4, knight is aiming for it. Knight is aiming for it, and yeah. So. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should check some other game for now.
Yeah, we are going to go back to this game in a moment,
Yeah.
right? This could be a major upset because Gukesh is a leader and Arkady Nadic is in the last place. But I told you, everything could happen. Everybody can beat everybody. Which game would you like to follow from the?
Maybe we could check Lekwan Liam.
All right, I like against Abdusatorov, right?
Yes, exactly. Because
This was the sort of boring start, no?
Yeah, actually, yeah, that we just checked at the beginning.
Let's check what
Let's see,
else.
Saleh Salem. He's the next, actually, the third place here.
Oh,
Some
there's
action.
action. There's action.
And he's playing against Vincent, who lost his first game, drew the second, and won the third round. So he's just, getting warmed up. As he said also to me yesterday during the opening ceremony. So he also played Bundesliga, but he played only a few games. So he didn't play like 5 games, all of the Bundesliga, 3 games. I was like, it was like a warm-up for him for this tournament. And now he's also warming up at the beginning of the Chess 960.
Well, what do you think about the position, Angelica? I'm looking at the position. In my grandmaster's opinion, I think the position is materially equal, but all that matters is the piece activity. And I'm not even sure who is better because, I look at it from the white's perspective. The knight on d6 is really wonderful, but then again, so is the black knight on f4.
Absolutely. 2 knights are very nice, but we should of course look at the space in this position. So obviously, the center of white is opened, what allows actually this huge control, enormous control over the d6. And look what happens, knight d3.
It crosses the defense from the knight on d6. So probably the big idea is that after knight e3, there's bishop takes on d6. Black not only deals with the knight on d6, but he opens the dark square bishop on b8 to do something here on h2.
And for example, after knight e3, bishop d6, there is no opportunity for white to take on a7 because of bishop c5. So that's really nice.
I think it's already on the board. For some reason, we haven't yet received that. Just a second. Let me simply refresh. Yep. Okay.
So now of course taking on a7 would be a huge mistake. So queen has to go back, and indeed that is what's happening. We have 2 bishops. We have 2 bishops for Vincent. We have 2 bishops, but somehow the pawns in the center are a little bit awkward, I would say. These pawns.
I think white needs to be slightly careful here because although he has no significant weaknesses, if black gets to play at some point, let's say bishop b8 or I don't know where you position the bishop, push d5. This could open the bishops really, really a lot. And then black has the pawn majority at the king side backed by 2 bishops and a chance to organize a king side attack against the white king. This could be a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. For that, the 2 bishops are pretty dangerous. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, the body language of Salem Salek doesn't look very happy. It's like, oh my goodness, I have to play this position, but it's what you have.
Yeah, the thing is that white has a lot of space here, but what white will do with it, that's very important. And yeah, indeed, if black manages to do something with the pawns in the center, I believe it will be huge. But for now, something like c5 can be a threat. So like trying to cut that bishop there in the castle on e7.
You mean e5?
No, c5 from
c5.
white.
From white, yeah.
That
c5,
can be
push it
maybe
away, maybe fix the position with
Exactly.
something like b4.
Taking more space. Maybe something like rook c8 should be played, but I'm not sure.
I think
at all.
Winston just played rook e8 with the idea to play bishop f8, hide the bishop, and then push forward e5, d5. That's really a great move. I like it. I'm pretty sure that also Salem Saleh has to appreciate the strength of this move. Sometimes, Angelique, it's like that. When your opponent plays a move, you appreciate it. You understand it. That's a really good move. You don't like it, but
Yeah, exactly.
you understand it's a good move.
But yeah, look at the time. Look at the time situation. Saleh Salem is again low on time as in the previous games as well. Twice less time as Vincent. Of course, like we have here 2 and 1 minute, but still it can matter. Like every second matter. And yeah.
I think we are gonna jump back to the Arkady Nanic game because they have approached the time trouble. Just a second, I lost it. Where was this?
The first one.
First one, okay. Because Arkady is in time trouble, his clock is ticking, tick-tock, tick-tock. He is up in exchange. The bar says he's winning, but for some reason it's not him to move. So, okay, I guess it's... not really correct how much time he has. I can try to zoom in though.
Let's try to
I
zoom
can
in.
try to
maybe.
zoom in. Which board is this, by the way? Board number 1?
Board number 1, exactly.
We have this possibility to zoom in. I'm gonna try to zoom in. Show me the clock. Show me the clock. No,
Nice.
Arkady has 1 minute. He has 1 minute on the clock, so clearly the relay is not very correct. I apologize for announcing fake drama. There's no drama.
Now actually the time is updated. I believe once we checked, then immediately the broadcast decided, we will show the real time.
I mean,
Just
we
wanted
commentators really like a good drama, don't we? There's no drama. Arkady still has 1 minute on the clock. He is controlling the situation. The position is normalizing. Maybe the last issue is this pawn on d3.
But I mean, just compare the position with a few moves before and then now. I don't know. It looks dangerous somehow for white. All the spins with the bishops.
You think? I think it's very good for white, no?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it was some sort of a compensation, at least visually speaking here. Maybe the big point of queen c4, there's rook e4, some tactical ideas. Queen c3 is rook takes on b4. I mean, I very quickly calculate. I'm not even sure this is correct.
But wait, but there was queen c2. Okay. Yeah, and before, so queen c3 and queen c2.
That's a very valid point. Yeah, so I cannot take it and stop this pawn, and maybe it could be still tricky, you know? It could be still
Bishop
tricky.
c8?
Yeah, and something like g4. Because your king also is weak, my king is weak. Let's just watch this. Let's just watch this. Let's just watch this. I don't know. And Gukesh is thinking about his choices, and he retreated with the bishop and f8.
Yeah, he decides that there is nothing better to protect than to protect the back rank right away. Yeah, indeed.
Yep.
So yeah, actually now Gukesh is lower in time, so it's not the case that.
So the time control of the Chess 960 tournament is 50 minutes plus 5 seconds. And this is the same as in Rapid tournament. Round 4 of the Chess 960 tournament. In total, we are going to have 7 rounds. So the tournament of Chess 960 has reached its equator. Gukesh is the sole leader with 3 points out of 3, and he's about to be, what do you say? To be, not sure, destroyed is not the right word, but be caught up.
Upset.
Upset. I'm not even sure if that's an upset, because I mean, Knightage is such a strong grandmaster, but he is right now in the last place. So technically, this is an upset.
Yeah, indeed. But as we see right now, I mean, it's basically proving our point that in such strong tournament, such strong close tournament where 8 players are all very, very strong grandmasters, super grandmasters, it's indeed very hard to predict who is going to win. We have the world rapid champion. We have as well winner of the last year, Gata Kamsky. We have the younger player who is right now who right now is leading. We will see how the game will finish. Like basically, yeah, everyone together, and you never know which players you put and which. And for example, if you change only one player in the seed, maybe there will be also change of the end results. You never know.
Did Knightage just blunder a pawn? Because Gukesh just grabbed the pawn on a2, and by eliminating the bishop, he took the pawn with the check. Wait, this is so clear now.
Some d2.
Yeah, or d2 or queen d5 and d2. Somehow it seems that with his king so exposed, this could be
interesting.
Still not very clear.
I believe the idea of d2 is if queen goes somewhere to d8 or d7, there is queen c2 or
Maybe queen b1.
Or but queen c2 is also attacking.
Queen c2 also is a move, yeah.
So
there's also some checks here.
Okay, you're right. So
I'm not sure.
Better.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I mean, it's really getting dangerous, and both players solo.
So rook e8, d1 queen, rook takes an f8, king h7. Now the question is, where's the mate? Queen f5. Where's the mate? Where's the mate? Where's the mate?
Queen f5.
Where's the mate? There's a mate, right? No? Where's the mate?
Queen.
Arkady is
Queen
like, what?
c6.
Where's the mate? Where's
Queen
the mate?
c6.
Queen c6, king f7. Where's the mate? I mean, h5 is a move. h5,
Queen
queen h5.
e8. Queen c6. King f7. Queen e8. It's a checkmate. No.
I have no idea. I have no idea,
But
to be
where
honest.
does the king go? King f7. Queen.
King h5, queen e8, g6, rook h6, queen h8 mate. Wow.
Incredible.
Wow, what a mate,
turn
what a mate,
of
what a mate.
events.
So what we didn't see on the board is king h6, queen h8, is mate on the board. Quite an incredible combination. So what happened here is that knight h allowed black to queen. And here I could even see his facial expression. What? Where's the mate? Where's the mate? Because if you play something like queen f5, g6, this is not a mate. And this is not a
Absolutely.
mate.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, and also like if in case of rook f7, there is no follow up. Like after king g8, there is no. Yeah.
It's just a draw, I think. Probably. Because you can play king g7. King g7 is queen f6 and a mate. Oh, sorry. Right?
But wait, was there some
That's
at
a
some
mate.
moment take? Ah, wait. Okay. So after rook f7, it should be.
No, rook f7 is just a draw,
Okay.
but he found
Yeah,
a
yeah.
mate. He found a mate.
Yeah,
Other way.
incredible, incredible.
Let's check who else is still playing here. Maybe
Maybe
let's
we have some games
Yeah.
still left, and yeah, Gata Kamsky against Yu Yang. Actually, we haven't checked this game, I believe, at all, and they just actually finished
they just
with a dr-
finished.
with a draw. Or is this or
No, I'm
white
pretty sure that
white
white
win?
won. I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
that white won.
Gata won. Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, he has a wonderful bishop, outside pass pawn. He won the game.
So you can see, like, Gata started with it's losing his game, then he drew 2 games, and here we are. Gata is beating the person who was at some moment. No, actually he was not leading, but he was still winning some games. So Lekman Liam against Abdusatorov, the game we started to look at, it looked pretty boring, we could say, right? The opening went solid. So
Well, I've noticed one thing, Angelica. Usually, the most boring starts have the longest games.
yeah, absolutely. And
Not a big surprise. And here, definitely, Abdusatorov appears to be playing for the win, slowly, quietly.
pushing the pawn.
Just push for the a pawn. And unlike if black had the wrong bishop, sometimes white could try to escape with a draw. With the knight and the pass pawn, there's no exceptions.
Exactly. So what is the plan for white? How to protect? To bring the king all the way to the a2 and leave the pawn
think
on
so.
h4 protected with the bishop, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. Some could try to get the king on a2, maybe try to snatch this pawn and pray that this h pawn is not going to go far. Because I think black also wants to take the pawn, play knight f3, knight g5, cut off the bishop.
Yeah, and every time just cutting off the bishop from protecting that square. That's indeed something
But
which is going.
feels drawish, no? It feels drawish, to be honest. I'm not sure if black can win this. I mean, of course, black is the only one who can win this.
Who can we exactly? But the point is that the bishop, it's very mobile piece, and that maybe can help like Wang Liam to hold this. So yeah, who knows? So there are only 2 moves away from the pawn for white, and black still has to capture the pawn before all the knight maneuvers. So maybe king will be in time somehow to somewhere to f1.
This could be, theoretical position, highly theoretical position, because black's idea is to play knight g5, h4, h3. White is going to put the bishop here, and then knight e4, knight g3, try to close it. The question is if the white king is going to make in time. I think like Wang Liam has no idea, because, I mean, you simply cannot calculate this in seconds. You just go here and you pray it's going to work for you. That's usually how it works.
I think that Abdusatorov doesn't know it either, because it's the only way he can try to play for the victory. So there is no other chance for him. So he's just making it work. I mean, trying to make it work. So h4, king goes closer.
The bar says though black is winning, and maybe he's right.
What happens after bishop g5? Nothing.
I
It
think
just
we are a bit
not in time.
we're
Okay.
a bit delay. Yeah, bishop h2, knight e4.
94 and knight g3.
How do you stop that? So, knight e4,
King.
bishop h2, king goes here, I push
Yes.
away the bishop and play knight g3. And that's it, no?
Yeah, that's why king should come, I believe. Knight e4, king e1, or king e2 even. We are not afraid of the check. Knight e4, king e2, knight g3, king f2, and if h2. Ah, no, wait, but it's promoting.
Yeah,
They're
it
just
seems to be that
promoting.
black is winning. Black is winning, and now you can see the facial expression of like Wang Lim's like, oh no. I mean, yeah, of course, I have to resign. Because king f3, this was the king f3, king g2, the bishop is pushed out. And after bishop here, knight g3, now this is quite actually thematic. I mean, white is down one tempo. I mean,
Just one
tempo.
tempo.
He's not in time to make in the corner and escape with the draw. But to be honest, that's why I told you it's not really clear because, for example, imagine this position, perhaps with the king on b3, it's a draw. With the king on a4, it's a loss. So you simply couldn't calculate that in seconds and
Yeah, the end games are just has to be really precise, you know, every tempo matters.
Yep.
So we have all the games finished, right? So we have
I
knight
think so. Let me
winning
try
the
to check it very quickly. All of the boards.
Okay, knight h1 against Gukesh.
Yep.
We have Kamsky who won against you. Lekwan Liam who just lost against Abdusatorov, and Saleh Salem against Vincent.
Is there a game we didn't really follow too much?
I think we checked all the games. No?
So
Maybe I think the Gata Kamsky was only final position.
yeah, I
one.
think it makes sense to check.
But what was the result? Vincent won. Yeah.
Vincent won, and
This one we didn't check till the end, right? We finished.
we left it about
yes.
here.
Yes, we left it.
Yeah, we left it about here, and
So we said that it was like more space for the whites, but two bishops can really make huge difference. So.
yeah.
And he
So-
started pushing pawns, right?
Yeah, he started to push forward the pawns, and wow, d5, c takes, queen takes on f4. Black didn't recapture the pawn on d5. Instead, he snatched on f4. And
But the bishops.
look
what
at
the
those bishops, right?
Those are beasts.
And he simply didn't have a choice. So Salem Saleh had no choice. His position was so bad. He sacrificed the exchange for a couple of pawns. Very nice intermezzo move, a4, a5, securing the bishop's well-being. Bishop a6 looks a bit awkward. And the rest, they say,
The rest is just technique.
is just technique. The rest was technique for the young German, so he scored a very important victory. And extra exchange does matter. Gatakamsky's game also we didn't follow much, did we?
Yeah, not really much. So maybe that's why we can check a little bit what happened in the opening. For sure, not the opening. And again, started like symmetrical.
Gata already played something like this, I think, against Vincent Keimer. d5,
Yeah.
imprisoning the bishop. Oh, no, it's not even imprisoned.
But
That's
wait,
a sacrifice.
That just
It's a sacrifice. Very interesting one, actually.
because now knight on e8 cannot really move.
There's some
Okay,
ideas.
there are some ideas, and also ideas that like knight on e8 cannot move because bishop f6 and rook d5. So it basically makes.
Yeah, but it also defends the knight on f6. Right?
Yes, but that's what I think that say that knight cannot move from e8. So that's.
Well, that was a really inspired sacrifice. I'm looking at this idea, Angelica, and I remember this is definitely one of the ideas of the Queen's Indian. Again, in the Queen's Indian, sometimes you sacrifice the pawn just like that on d4, d5, and then you win some tempos and try to show ideas like knight g5. And I think Gata definitely knew some of the ideas from the Queen's Indian. Maybe he had studied some chess 960 positions, because you don't really sacrifice a pawn just like that until a forced checkmate. I mean, it's impossible. You just
But we can see the time. Just return back. How much did he think?
Three
He thought
minutes.
3 minutes.
No, it was a
yeah.
big decision.
Big
It
decision,
definitely-
absolutely.
It definitely was a big decision. So he calculated that it's like you take a leap of faith, you believe it's going to work.
And you're just facing it.
Yeah, so That was a very interesting positional sacrifice. This obviously you cannot calculate everything. And yeah, it looked like black had normalized his position. And somehow white's bishops started to become stronger and stronger. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Look at that, Angelica. G4
Wow.
and Queen H2. Very nice. Very nice combination.
Idea.
Except it didn't work for black. It's a nice one. It's a nice one, yeah. So white has powerful bishops. And yeah,
Yeah, we were
Classic.
discussing somewhere at the beginning during the first round about the bishops and the knight, and so far we can see in this round, for example, the bishops are really dominating in this game. Also for Vincent, for example, it was pretty nice with the two bishops. So
right,
yeah.
right. So really, really impressive game by Gata Kamsky. And so what were the rankings again? Who was the leading? Because Gukesh lost his game, I believe.
Yeah. So yeah, let's see if there are the rankings, but otherwise we can just see the results. So we have still Gukesh actually leading because the people with 2 points didn't win. So he's the one with the 3 points right now. So he's still leading, but with the 3 points.
Right.
The second and the third place is tied between Keimer and Abdusatorov with a 2.5. So yeah, and then Kamsky with 50%, also together with Lekwang Liam, Salem, and there are 2 players with only 1 point.
Yeah, but finally Nadic scored his very first victory. So I think after 0 points out of three losses in a row, he managed to score, so to speak, an upset and beat the tournament leader. So the tournament is wide open. And also I'm getting information, Angelica, that we are going to have a break. I mean, not us, it's the players. They're going to start the next game in about 20 minutes. So this means that we are going to also have perhaps something like, how long break are we going to make it? I'm not really sure. A short break. So we will be back with you in perhaps something like 10 minutes, right? And then again, we can revisit what is happening in the tournament. In the meantime, don't go anywhere. Make a cup of coffee or tea, whatever you prefer.
Have a short snack or something and wait for the 5th round of the Chess 960, the first event of the Biel Chess Festival GMT Tournament 2022.
See you. Yeah, see you in about 10 minutes. Take care. Don't go anywhere. Be back soon. And we are back. We are back live from the 55th International Biel Chess Festival in Biel down in Switzerland, following the Chess 960 tournament of the Grandmaster Triathlon.
Welcome everyone. Here with you is Grandmaster Arthur's Nations and Angelika Valkova. So yeah, we had 4 rounds so far, and we have still Gukesh as a leader, even though he lost the last round to Arkady Naidic. We have afterwards Vincent Keimer and another backup to Satarov with 2.5 points who are trying to catch him. So yeah, that's quite a nice turnout of event for Gukesh despite the last round. So he's still leading.
Still
we will
leading.
see how
Still
it
leading.
goes.
He can still win the tournament. He had a great start, 3 out of 3. Now this sort of surprising loss to the last place, Arkady Nadic. But of course, I mean, I think in this tournament, to be honest, Angelique, everybody can beat everybody. So I wouldn't really brand it as a surprise. But in terms of the rankings, it was. So the games are about to start in 4 minutes. So maybe we can use this possibility to also once again revisit the format of the GMT tournament. So here, instead of the prizes, let me go back once again. Perhaps, Angelika, you can explain in detail what the Grandmaster Triathlon is all about.
Absolutely. So we have all together, so divided the triathlon because there are 3 events. Classical, the main one with 7 games because 8 players we have. Rapid and Blitz, so all round robin, so everyone plays against everyone. And today is Chess 960. You would say, what is happening here? Why do we play Chess 960? Why do we play Chess 960? But because it's a tiebreaker event. It's a tiebreaker event, and it means that after the whole event will be finished, all 3.
Yeah. I don't know. Okay, there's some audio issues. Okay, whatever. So you're saying is that there's the 28 game sets in total, and the Chess 960 tournament serves as a tiebreaker. In case you missed it at the start, I don't know, some mic problems.
Sorry, I think now should work, right?
Now it worked, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, sorry. So there are 3 events again: the classical, the main one, the Blitz, and the rapid. And today we're having Chess 960. This event is not going to be calculated as points, but this event is going to be really defining the tie breaks at the end of the whole story, at the end of the event. So in case there are a few players with the same amount of points. For example, let's say first and second place are tying, and the Chess 960 event is going to decide it.
Yeah, and it's definitely also a fun tournament to play, a warm-up before the triathlon, which is going to consist of 3 tournaments: the classical, the rapid, the blitz, with a different scoring system, different points from every single tournament. So this is really a nice warm-up for the players to have. So maybe we can already switch to the boards, and I was suggesting to follow the game of Abdus Satorov against Salem Saleh.
Absolutely. So he's right now tying the second place with Vincent. So one of the leaders for the tournament right now. And of course, as we said quite a few times, he's quite a good in rapid, what confirmed in December last year.
Not so bad, right? I mean, not so bad to be a world rapid champion, indeed. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm actually a bit surprised, Angelika, not to see the players on the board. So maybe we are getting a bit delayed.
But it's still 1 minute to start. So maybe...
Okay.
Yeah, players are there.
They magically appear. Yeah, they magically appear over the board, and now they're just waiting for the games. They have smiles. I think they just know each other really well. Yeah. So the game is about to start.
Exactly. So we can already see that players are making the
I
moves.
think
They will appear at the board just in a moment. we have actually castle as the first move being played, and it's castle because rook was on g1 with a starting position and on g8.
What are the odds? What are the odds, Angelique? What do you think? If somebody from the players this round is going to castle along. I mean, the king is already feeling pretty good here, right? So are you going to try to get a king towards the queen side?
I don't know. I would be really excited to watch something like this happen. But indeed, yeah, king is pretty solid on the king side, and after g3 it will be in some sort of fianchetto, so very, very safe setup for the king.
Probably I would have to refer before the first move, because the first move, yeah, you're right, yeah. it was a castle.
Yes.
Yeah, so c4 played very quickly. You know, I'm just curious. I'm gonna check if all the players made a castle in the first move, right?
Yes, let's go
Very
and
quickly.
check.
Very quickly. Okay, it's not. Oh wait, it's not really the right one. Not really the right one. That's
the one we just.
that's the one we're following. There's
no
no castle.
Okay, they're
There's
open.
a castle. And there is no castle, but it was made on move 3.
Only Gukesh castled.
No, I mean, Yu Young-gi also castled in the first move. So this is one of the amazing opportunities of chess 960 to castle during the first move, because of course in normal chess it's impossible, but chess 960 makes all the amazing things happen.
Exactly. Once I saw its annotation, what is this castle about, then I realized that the rook for sure should have been on g1. Yeah, I think that's I think it's impossible, right? Or what do you think? Do you know if it's possible that starting position is like this, for example, with a rook on f1 and king on g1? I think there should be opportunity to make the castle. I think that.
You mean the long side?
No, the short side. For example, let's say starting position is like this. So with king on g1 and with rook on f1. Is it absolutely possible? Because I think it shouldn't be possible, because according to the rules there should be opportunity to make a castle, and with king on g1 and rook on f1 the castle is already there. The
I
king
have
should-
no idea.
the
I
king-
tell you honestly, I have no idea. I mean, my chess 960 experience is really limited. I have no idea. But finally, I'm happy to see that Salem Saleh has made a move after, like, oh my goodness, 2-minute think.
Yeah, he's taking some time. But what my point was that probably king should be between two rooks. So another rule of the chess 960, I'm not entirely sure, but it would be logical. Eh?
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. So we have some normal positions, c4, c5. Again, I think this is one of the most popular setups we've seen so far in chess 960, is that the players, they tend to play c4, c5 quite often. Usually in the previous rounds, we had the bishop somewhere on a1, on b1, maybe g1 on h1, sometimes with f4, g3, and this is something else.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, now we will see. I mean, Saleh taking really quite some time, and Naderbek is playing pretty confidently.
Yep,
Yeah.
definitely. Yeah, also, I would like to remind you that we are following what you're saying in the chat. So if you have some interesting questions, some insights, or something is not clear, you can definitely use the opportunity to ask us. So, yeah,
Absolutely.
we'll be happy to answer them.
Exactly. So if you have some questions and something is not clear, then for sure you can do it in the chat. And yeah, already Saleh went for this b5.
Yeah, b5 is very aggressive. You know, I really like Salem Saleh's playing style, because he is always going for, you know, a very sharp game so far. I mean, perhaps in this tournament, not everything is working as he would like to always, but you cannot really complain about him playing boring chess.
Absolutely. He's taking his time, but at the same time, he's playing a good chess. And as you know, among other participants, he has the richest experience here in Biel. You know, he has already this walls, so to say, which in a way are very familiar to him and supporting him in that way. So maybe it's also makes some difference for him.
And we have a confirmation in the chat. Symphonic Knight writes that in the chess 960, the rooks must be on each side of the king. So if the king stands on g1, the rook needs to be on h1. So you're right. You're right. This is one of those rules, one of those mini rules of chess 960. I mean, probably we can be forgiven because there are not so many chess 960 tournaments to follow.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the standard rules, the bishops. The bishops also should be on the light and the dark squares both. And yeah, but of course, it's not like everyday tournament. It's like there is a chess 960 World Championship, for example. Yeah,
Who's the current world champion in chess 960?
I know that Wesley So was the champion.
That's my knowledge. That's my knowledge. Yeah, I know he was a champion. He beat Magnus Carlsen, and now I have to think. Was there another world championship? I'm not really sure, but he definitely is one of the greatest experts in chess
Exactly.
960.
I'm not sure if there was championship afterwards.
I don't think so. Maybe no, I don't think so. I don't. I would have remembered. Yeah, there hasn't been another one yet. Yep, there's a confirmation in the chat. Thank you, dear viewers. Thank you for confirming it. It's nice to have you here so that you can fix our mistakes.
Yeah, our
in
experts.
case we make some.
Our experts from the
right.
chat. Okay, so now actually Abdusattorov is taking some time, so he is impressed probably. What is this? C5, B5. Is knight located there nicely on B3? Is it like good square?
You tell me. I mean, I don't know. Let's say if I take on B5, white needs to figure out some ideas. What happens, for example, after C4? So where do you move the knight? Not on A1, right? So I guess you play something like, what do you play?
Yeah, but I mean, the problem is if we go for knight c5, maybe it was better to take the pawn on c5 from the beginning, not to take on b5. So maybe.
And
like
then I take on c4, and your knight is stranded. Yeah, no.
But it's white to move. So knight a4, knight c3 is still possible, or knight e4. Yeah, but it's absolutely
That's
not
a
clear.
lot of moves. Yeah, that's a lot of moves. And
so what happened? Actually, knight took, right?
Let me check it. He
took
it.
b6 and back.
And went back. I guess knight a5 is the idea. Is it? Yeah, knight a5, so that the bishop on e1 indirectly defends the knight on a5, then something like d3, and have some fun.
Yeah, attacking the c4 square, and on a5 knight cannot be kicked with any pawn, so that's pretty nice. So knight a5 played.
I think so. I think so, but the video is a bit lagging because I still see the knight on. Yeah, the video is lagging a bit.
Yeah, but it's no problem if we have the correct position, hopefully.
As long as we had the right position, we don't have the white king on d2 or d7, which we had in the first round, then everything is fine.
Yeah, exactly. So, while Saleh is thinking, should we maybe check the other game, or you want to see what his response after the knight a5?
Yeah, maybe let's wait for the next move and do some kind of recap of what is happening in the other games, because of course, I mean, we want to follow all of the games, but then again, at some point we have to choose. I mean, which game to follow, because there's 4 games in total, and following all of those games, it's a bit tough.
Yeah, exactly. But if, for example, you have some suggestions or you see some fireworks in the game, you can also write in the chat, and we are going to go to that game and for sure check out what is happening there once we finish with this one. So, we have, maybe we can say which pairings we have for this round besides this one.
Yeah, you can mention it.
So we have first of all Khmer against Naidic. So both are going to play against each other. So Naidic now, after winning, maybe he's in the spirit for another one. So Abdusattorov against Salem Saleh, as we just saw. Yu Yangyi is facing Lekwan Liam, and Gukesh is facing Gata Kamsky.
Right. So definitely a lot of action is ahead. And Salem Saleh, he's in deep think. As you see, again, he's spending like a couple of minutes try to figure out what to do in the position. Doesn't mean that he's in danger. He's just, sometimes the players like to do that. They make this very deep think, try to figure out the nuances, because if you misplay the opening, maybe you're done.
Exactly, the opening is very important because it's important to have a good start in the game. So if you have, pieces located in a strange way, or your bishops are closed, can decide the game.
Yeah. So, while Black is thinking, I don't think we are going to wait for him to make this decision. Definitely, we are going to come back to this game. Is there a preference for you, Angelika? Which game would you like to follow next?
We can check Gukesh against Kamsky. What do you think? Kamsky just won the game.
Aha. So you're like implying that maybe Gukesh
Yeah, maybe
needs to be
losing
careful?
some confidence, because he just
the,
lost the
the
game.
confidence. Okay, and the position once again looks pretty normal. A Catalan, no?
Yeah, actually, yes.
So Black is going to, let's say, if Black plays, of course he doesn't have to, he plays e6
Yes.
with a bishop on e7 and bishop on g2. This will be like a typical Catalan.
Exactly.
So exchange Catalan, c takes. All right.
Maybe we can also see the video of the players.
Yeah, absolutely. So this was game number 4.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go.
So Gukesh is still in his mask, defending from Gata.
And there's a castle on the third move. When we were wondering when White is going to castle, he did it on the third move. Actually, that's reasonable, because first you grab the center,
Yes, and you see.
and then you see whatever your setup is going to be chosen from your opponent, and then you castle short. d5, so we have sort of an exchange Slav, which is basically the same structure as for the Catalan. Yeah. Oh, wow. That was a bit deep.
So
Bishop d2, that is really deep. I mean, I don't really understand it. Angelika, do you understand it? Do you need bishop b4, b6, and then you play bishop d2? Do you understand it?
But why? Why was it necessary to play b6? So there was a threat of bishop coming to c5, or what is the idea there? Interesting. That's just
Maybe it's just a theory. Maybe bishop b4 is stopping the knight to go to b6. And you play bishop b4, you are pinning the pawn here on e7, and then Black plays b6, a5. And since you want to play a5, I'm going to now step back to d2 to remove the possibility for Black to play a5 with a tempo, and now the Black cannot make it to b6. But if you ask me how relevant is this, I have no idea.
yeah, because after a5, a4 is basically can be played immediately. So maybe sometimes White doesn't want to allow it, and indeed, the pieces can go back. So bishop goes to b4 and it can return to d2, but the pawn went to b6 and it cannot return already, and no square for the knight on b6. But knight is going to a nice square on d6.
Yeah, indeed. So Black has no problems whatsoever after the opening. I think Gata should be quite happy with the things have turned out. He can make a lot of easy moves. I'm not sure really if you want to move the bishops. Maybe it belongs to g2, maybe it belongs to f3. The same applies for the Black bishop. Maybe it's a waste of time.
Yeah, it really depends. I mean, unfortunately, I believe for both sides, the bishops are just not doing much there. So bishops would be really good if they could attack something or prepare some break, for example, e4, e5, but this is not the case here.
Maybe both players are keeping the bishops on h8 and h1 with the idea that if somebody is going to make a breakthrough in the center, then the bishop immediately joins the game. So that's why, for example, here, e6 is the move which you normally need. Rook c8, rook d1 is the move you normally need. Bishop e1 is the move you normally need. And at some point when you're running out of really useful moves, well, then you can play bishop g2 or bishop g7.
Exactly, because there will be not much of a difference if bishop is on g2 or on f3 right now, or on h1, just staying and keeping this tempo for something more important.
Right. Knight e2 also makes sense. The knight on b3 has outlived its usefulness, so it's rerouted to somewhere else, I guess. f3, e5 or something, so there's a lot of maneuvering.
Yeah, exactly. Knight on b3 was fully restricted. And now Gata is preparing something on the queen side, bringing the knight to a6, probably aiming for something for...
Something at the queen side.
Yeah. Maybe some push of the pawns, maybe removing the bishop and pushing the pawns. Yeah.
There you go. There you go. There's my bishop g2. Okay, now the question is Gata going to play bishop g7? Okay, since my opponent already committed himself to bishop g2, I could use this moment to play bishop g7.
Yeah, indeed. Also using the time for
And
similar... And he does.
And he does. It's like a mutual understanding, yeah.
That reminds me the start of the game of Abdusatorov against Salim, where both castled the first move. So, yeah. Both are going for the same.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
there's not a lot of action in this game, so maybe we can
check Vincent.
check Vincent. We could do that. We could absolutely do that. And that is board number 1.
That is board number 1. So yeah, we have Vincent who, who is trying and pushing forward, even though he lost at the beginnings and he didn't start really confidently. And of course, Arkady, who's also started, pretty much unlucky. But now, after winning Ukesh, maybe he gained more confidence in himself, and he can strike against Vincent. But position looks a little bit too tight.
Tight, yeah. Yes. Lacking space. I definitely, Angelica, I can relate to that. When you start badly, let's say you suffer several losses in a row, something like 3 losses, God knows what, 4 or 5 losses, you start to lose belief that you can do well in the tournament. I know that perfectly. I still remember in one tournament I was losing 5 games in a row, and then basically I was like begging for the first draw so that I can just finish the streak. I got my draw and I got out of it. So what I'm saying here is that for Arkady it was a very tough start. Maybe it's somehow linked with his travel plans here to Biel. He won the previous game, was quite a nice game, and now it just feels really good.
Yeah, exactly. But let's see what is actually happening in the position. So we have some activity on the king side. So even Vincent push with his f4 pawn and like allowing some takes and opening the king's position. Yeah, let's see rather what happened in the opening.
Oh wow, f4. That's a very big decision. But then again, Angelica, when you look at this position, you look at this position, you simply ask yourself, where is your pawn play? Because I believe that normally how you're supposed to play any opening is you push forward the pawns, put pieces behind. That's how it's supposed to work. And now you look at White's position, you cannot play c4, you cannot play e4, so there's no breakthrough. So naturally, when Arkady plays this highly provocative move g5 to bring the bishop and h8 in the game. Of course, Vincent understands that this creates a weakness on e4, but he's desperately seeking his counterplay.
But remember, at the beginning, we were talking about this opportunity for any side, generally in this particular round to castle longside. And here, actually, we have this game, right? The king castled short alongside in a few moves for black.
Oh, yeah, indeed. And this this can be actually easily forgotten because you're like, in your mind is that the black king is at the king side. It's not going to go anywhere until boom, it goes to the queen side. So like, oh, yeah, this can happen. This can happen.
Exactly, and in the typical chess position, in standard chess, if rook is on g8 and another rook is on d8, you normally think, probably rook made some move, so there is no possibility for castle. But we are at chess 960, and here some magic is really, really possible.
Right, and Keimer is trying to close the king side. I guess he did feel uncomfortable with the king on g1 directly being scanned from the black rook. So knight h tries to open it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That changed quickly.
Yes, indeed. So bishop f3, yeah. Yeah.
Just one question. Just one open question.
To this bishop.
What's this dude doing on h8, really? I mean, not a lot. Yeah, so I understand Black's idea. Actually, I like it. But e6 makes sense. Bishop d6 is a great idea. e4. Well, Black has some issues here with the dark square bishop, clearly.
Yeah, that's for sure is the case.
Knight h is definitely worse.
And also,
definitely.
you know, how you showed the h8 square, also want to see e7 square, you know? Like,
Oh, there could be rook e7. Or doubling the rooks.
or doubling the rook and then.
Rook
Or rook
e3.
e7 and then rook e3. Yeah,
Or rook
seven.
e7, rook e3, indeed. This is incredibly unpleasant for knight h because not only the bishop on h8 is not playing, but the queen on b8. The queen on b8 is also a pretty sad piece, so maybe black will have to play king b7, something like queen f8, you know, duck and
Yeah.
pray.
But you know, I think what can be interesting, if rook goes to e7, the other rook goes to e3, and the queen goes to e1, so it will be just tripling on the e file.
So that's what you call it Alekhin's gun, yeah?
No, rook e8, e7 first?
It's the same. Alekhin's gun.
Yes, but a little bit,
Improved.
a little
They
bit, yeah.
improved Alekhin's gun. Okay,
More active,
that's a
but-
bit advanced.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great position. I don't know what happened here before. I like this decision making by Vincent. That's supposedly a great bishop, right? And he took on d6 because he felt like this black knight is controlling many important squares in the center. Look at this. So Vincent trades this important knight. He goes aggressive in the center because this is where his rooks are standing. It makes sense. And now he trades Black's one of the most active pieces, the bishop on h5, for his supposedly not great last square bishop. And at some point, I think for Black, it's like, oh, how did I get here, right? How did I get here?
Yeah, absolutely. And now we can see the power of knights actually in this position because of basically of weakness of the bishop. So that's how it's that's how important it is to know in which particular position it is good to have knights over the bishops, and that's what Vincent was thinking about once he took on d6. Even though the bishop was so good,
Yeah.
as Artur said, it was very nice there on b4, much better I would say than the knight, but he evaluated everything, all the chances, and he went for it.
Indeed. Indeed. Great trade. Great trade. So Vincent knows what he's doing here. And also, I think it's sort of a principle. I'm not sure if I can say the derby, because knight h used to be for many years one of the leading German players. And now Vincent is German #1, right? So it's like a very principled battle. I mean, the old generation against the young generation, and of course everybody has their ambition. Vincent wants to prove I'm the boss here right now, and Arkady would like to remind, no, I still know how to play. So
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very nice clash here we have in the round 5. Okay, so king is indeed hiding now, and yeah, Vincent is taking some time, so maybe it's time for us to check another game.
Yeah.
Probably Yu Yang against Le Quang Le.
yeah, let's do that. Yu Yang against Le Quang Liem. I believe that's board number 3.
Indeed. So we're going to see them in a moment. Yeah. So what do we have here? I mean, it looks like there is some activity on the C file for the black. White is quite passive. What do
I
you
don't
think?
like White's position, not for a second.
I don't
not
like
for a
bishop.
second. I mean, I see that, okay, this pawn on e6, of course, it's a very nice advanced pawn, 2 steps from becoming a queen. But black is really good coordinating with the pieces, and he has the chance to organize an outside pass pawn. This bishop is good, but it's not really doing a thing. And now it's even worse.
Now it's even worse. Yeah, there is no future for the next at least 2 moves.
How did it happen? Maybe let's go back.
Let's go back.
Yeah, let's go back for a moment. Oh. Trade the bishops. Cannot be a mistake, right?
No.
All of this looks normal. Oh, okay. Queen c1.
Yeah, because there was knight f7. Yes, right. Queen had to leave.
Okay, it looked normal. Clearly here something happened. I mean, maybe this entire sequence.
I don't like d5. I don't like d5 push.
Yeah, maybe that was too early, right? d5, because the black queen here is not doing anything, and suddenly black takes it, plays rook c8, and he has the c file.
Absolutely.
But again, I'm looking at this position from the white's perspective, and again, I can't help but feel I've seen this somewhere before. And with the pawn on f5, this is one of the typical positions from the Dutch Leningrad. How do I know this? I play Dutch Leningrad myself a lot. And sometimes you get some positions like this when the white plays knight e6, black trades the last square bishop, and you get more or less the same position. And then in some positions, white's last square bishop is very good. So maybe what happened here is that Yu Yangyi had some ideas. He had seen it before. He tried to go to that position. And when he arrived here after a couple of moves, he realized it's not very good. Yeah, it's not very good. So that's how it happened.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, still it's a bishop, but the problem for white is that there are 2 pawns against 1 for black on the queen side, and even though there are 5 against 4 on the king side, this extra pawn is a doubled pawn and cannot be really pushed forward.
I think he actually, sometimes I wonder, Angelika, if we could have some kind of a rule I could remove. I could remove a pawn, and let's say I make a move, I just toss the pawn away. Unfortunately, you couldn't do that, because if you'd remove the pawn, you could play rook e6, check, rook e7, you're alive. So this pawn on e6 is actually causing for white headaches.
Yeah, absolutely, because after rook e6, king cannot go to f7 because of rook takes on d6. So yeah, I mean, there is actually one variant, I believe, on chess.com that you can take your own pieces.
Really?
Yes.
How it's called?
I don't remember how it's called, but I remember playing it, and I pre-moved. There was some pin on my queen. Let's say knight is on f3, queen is on d1, and there is bishop on g4, pin on my queen. And I pre-move queen takes on f3 because I think that bishop has to take, but bishop moves away, and I take my own knight on f3.
Oh.
So
wow.
that's unfortunate.
Oh,
yes.
I don't know this variant, to be honest.
Maybe someone can check now on chess.com if he's, or if someone knows there from the
I
chat.
have played my fair share of variants, really. So this one I haven't really tried. I'm not sure what it is. In the meantime, black has an extra pawn here. He just snatched the pawn on e2. I think that was deliberate action by Yu Yangyi, because, I mean, when you have a bad position, what you're supposed to do, it's textbook defense. You want to activate your pieces without looking at the count of the pawns. So he gives up the pawn on e2. He knows the pawn on f2 is under attack, and now he hopes that due to the active rook on a3 and the bishop on d5, somehow he will be able to salvage the game.
Yes, but the question, how to protect the a7 pawn? There is knight c8, or if knight goes to c8, it's very passive. Bishop can come to b7, for example, or b5 pawn can be in trouble. So
yeah,
yeah,
that's a very valid point. I like this defense.
Yeah,
I think it's a good choice. Yeah,
we've seen already in quite few games already in this tournament. That's why it's very, very strong. The resources can be found at any moment, basically, incredible play from players. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think still white is in trouble, because even if white is going to take the pawn here, this bishop on d5 is staring at his own pawn, so white is very far away from organizing any threats. This knight on d6, it's a monster. It's protecting the pawn on b5, it's controlling all the critical squares, it's guarding the king.
So I think the idea of black is that bishop should have either remained on, one of the both diagonals, and because the bishop stays on the a2 and g8, the knight c8 already just protects the pawn, and this is just up a pawn for black. But right now, white is giving up the pawn on e6, and in exchange for the pawn on a7, if of course it will be possible to take it.
Right.
So in that way, black can transpose to this position with extra pawn, but on the king side.
Yeah, so white has a long defense ahead. Do we go back to the Kamers game against Nadic? Perhaps this could be one of the most interesting games of the round.
Yes, for sure. And we should check what has happened there. And you see the triple pieces.
We have the Lycan's gun here. Ah, the first one.
Yeah, exactly.
The first one. I mean,
So,
definitely
Definitely deserves
Vincent
to
was
be.
impressed
Yeah.
with your idea. I mean, I was more modest. I wanted to do something like this. And then Angelica came in and said, no, I mean, you can do it with rook e7, queen e1, rook e3. Whoa, knight c5.
Knight c5, wow. Yeah, if takes, there are quite a few dangerous squares for the king on the queen side. Knight c5 and queen a5.
Well, I assume if Winston plays knight c5, he sees a checkmate.
Yeah, it is for sure possible. What to do for black? Just removing the king? Of course, you don't want to take, you don't want to invite the other knight there and the queen to a5, but yeah, where to put the king? Because it should also protect the knight on c7.
Look at this. After b takes on c5, what happened here? We are still not getting here. After b takes, not knight c5 follow, but knight a5 check.
Wow, incredible.
What an
Indeed.
idea. So, I thought that Winston is going to take knight c5, queen b4, queen b7. I'm thinking the standard way. No, Winston just gave up the knight on c5 so that he gains access to the a5 square.
Yeah, and that's actually what happened in the game.
That's
Wow.
it. That's it. I think this should be game over.
And wait a second, so he decided, he decided to go immediately for knight to c6. Queen a5 is coming.
I think c takes on d4, follow, queen a5. That's it, yeah. Yeah, that's it.
We can see how nicely rook on e7 restricting all of the pieces on the king side.
Knight b5. There's no way black is going to survive this. This king is about to get mated. There should be a mate. The question is where?
That's a question.
The white rook is still under attack.
There should be something.
How do I? Even something like knight d8. Rook takes on g7, by the way, should be winning, and then everything is under attack. Should be a number of ways, I have a feeling.
Yeah, I was also thinking taking just that knight and just going back.
Yeah, by the way, that's a mate threat.
Ah, that's actually a mate.
we missed that. It's just
Yes,
queen
we
b7
missed,
and knight. It resigns. What a crush. What a crush by the young German.
Yeah, indeed. Vincent is starting to get closer to the top after winning this game. Incredible. And as we said, a very, very nice clash of two generations. And yeah, right now, Nadic is representing Azerbaijan, but he was earlier one of the best, the best German player, which as well Vincent is right now. So,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, very, very impressive game by Vincent Keimer, and here we see that Yu Yangyi is still struggling and leading heroic defense against Wang Liam. Maybe let's check slightly. Abdusatorov against... Oh, wow, what is this?
What is happening?
Abdusatorov against Salem Saleh.
I believe we left the game a long time before. I believe somewhere in the opening, right? We didn't check it. Or maybe we can look a little bit from the beginning. Or
Angelica, I think white is slightly better.
slightly?
Yeah, slightly.
Slightly.
Because I see the bar.
Okay, that's a good
I
point.
have no idea.
Okay, I cannot fight
I
against
have
that.
no idea. I have no idea, really. I mean, okay, now the position is simplifying very fast, and they're down to the. Look at Black's clock, 10 seconds on the clock for Salem Saleh.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also about the time, you know. There will be limited time for Thalem to decide which move to play, and that can be crucial.
98, great move. Yeah, I think White is gonna. White is very close to win this because even something like 96 is an extra pawn for White.
Or yeah, or bringing the rook to d7, and then okay, probably you're right. Just taking the pawn. He's securing the pawn on c6 right now.
And that's
So
not a blunder, right? I think so. Take it, c7, here, bishop b7, bishop d7, yum yum, rook d2, and that's it.
game over.
And game over.
Absolutely, yeah. So rook c2 was played, bishop d3 immediately.
Yep, bishop d3.
So rook c5 or something. And rook c5 was played actually. Rook c5, g4.
And he's like, okay, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. And he resigned. Yeah, he resigned because the position already was so bad. Great game by the world rapid champion.
Indeed. Yeah, another back had some chances and he took it. So maybe later, once the game's over, we can check what happened earlier.
Yep.
So we have one more game ongoing for now. The last game, which is still live, and both players are very low on time.
Yeah, of course, at some point you simply have to start already to blitz because it's only plus 5 seconds per move. I mean, you cannot really make a very deep think.
And what do we have here? Like, black is quite active, but I'm just a little bit scared of some entering with the queen somewhere on c8.
I think black needs to be very careful here.
Yeah, I also think so, because king of white can hide on h2, and there will be no checks.
Yeah.
And that's what's actually
I
happening.
see too. What an improvised defense by Gata Kamsky. So queen c8 check was a very big threat, and Gata just puts the knight in front of it. And the rules of chess clearly said you cannot jump over a knight. At least the queen cannot.
Yeah, knight can.
The knight can.
Knight can. That's
And now he has his own ideas. There's, by the way, mate in one thread, queen g2. I mean, this is actually incredible how the knight from b4 made it a defensive move, knight c2, and now he jumps knight e1, and he has mate threats.
absolutely incredible. And now knight g6. So what is the idea? So knight goes to h4 and protects from the
I guess so.
checkmate.
I guess so. This is the idea.
And what about some queen h5?
Queen h5 or queen c2. Yeah, this is incredibly complex position. I have a feeling it's not going to be a draw because usually it just takes one mistake.
Yeah, indeed, you're right. So absolutely, white doesn't want to trade the queens because it will be a lost knight endgame, but he also doesn't want to draw. So Gukesh doesn't want to go for a draw, and allowing this pawn going to d4, and
Knight
I don't
d3.
know if it was a good idea.
I'm not sure. Is this some kind of a repetition? Queen d1, knight d3, queen c2, knight c5. No, Gata wants to play. We
Gata wants to play.
Yeah, we see a couple of moves here. Just a bit delay.
Yeah, a bit delayed than on the video, but the pawn is marching all the way till d3 now, and I don't know, it looks dangerous.
King g2 cannot be a good move. I mean, it pins the knight, and now the knight cannot really join the game.
And d2 is possible because knight cannot take the pawn because of the pin, and king cannot really move somewhere to f2 to protect the knight and unpin. But okay, queen d1 and king g1 was played, and now I believe, I don't know, it's like
Kamsky's taking over. He's taking over the game. Queen e2, great move, because now if white trades the queens, black has the pawn on e2, and the queen side pawns, they're easy target.
oh my god, Gukesh, who just lost, The
Yeah.
game against Najic, actually second oldest participant, and now he's playing against Agata, who is the oldest one here in the field.
B5. Why?
B5?
Why did he play B5? Just a second. Is this winning by force? A takes King F2. Maybe it's winning. I thought, I can't help but feel. But here, maybe.
94?
Yeah, just play knight c5. No, knight c5. Just collect the pawn.
yeah.
I thought that was pretty simple, but Gata saw that he's gonna win the piece, and now, is this winning? Yep, the bar says it's winning. I'm not very fast to calculate this because these are two connected pass pawns.
Yeah, indeed, like pants, so to say. One is pushing on the B file, the other one on the G file, and the further the pawns are, the better it is for the side who is pushing them.
Yeah.
In this case, what is going to happen? Knight is in time to protect the G8.
Is this so simple? Is this so simple at all, Angelica? I can't help but feel that Gata has made not the right decision in time trouble.
But knight d4, knight c6, and knight e7 is stopping the pawn.
Yeah, but how you're winning? I mean, knight e4, let's say, knight e4, king d3, knight c6, king c4, knight e7, king b5. How you are going to win those pawns? Okay, maybe knight g6, knight f4. Maybe this wins. So definitely Gata feels, okay, I misplayed this.
I think that white should go with the king from f2 all the way to the pawn. Okay, now no, not anymore, of course. Now it's different.
And he touches the king and he realized that's a fork. You cannot go to c4. I think I saw Gukesh. He wanted to play king c4. It's like, you see knight f5 fork. You cannot go after the pawn.
Yeah, incredible blunder, yeah? Also on such level can happen.
This did happen, right? That's it.
Oh,
And that's it. Yeah. Gata Kamsky is going to win the game. He is going to win the game. Of course, Gukesh resigns.
Incredible. Spoiling the streak of the wins for Gukesh together with Najic. Yeah, pretty upsetting for the youngster.
This was... I'm not really sure about all of this sequence. I understand why Gata did this. Because if you see a way to simplify the position, you could go for it. And instead of the knight c5, knight a4, Gata calculated that he's going to win the piece, and this should be winning. And yet in the end, when he got to this position, things were not so clear, right?
Yeah. But I was thinking, was there some idea to play knight d4 before knight could reach, white's knight could reach to c2, stopping the idea of knight coming to c2 a little bit earlier?
Where?
Few moves earlier. Like here instead of...
Oh, you mean here, knight e4?
Yeah, before knight goes to the...
Yeah, to the c2, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And so instead of a4, so let's say
probably a4, like
and
this,
now.
and now, and now. I
and
don't
I
know.
go here, you play 3, I play... I don't know.
Probably.
You still need to calculate this. Yeah, this is a race.
Yeah, indeed.
This is a race.
it's a
So
race.
not necessarily white is winning this, black is winning this. Either way, big victory by Gata Kamsky.
Absolutely.
And in the other games, what they did miss, Yu Yangui did not manage to hold this position, which was pretty miserable after the opening, after he made us. We go back to this sequence. I liked his position, actually.
Yeah, but after d5, it was already not the same. Probably just remove the knight out of c5 earlier, threatening some c5, re-maneuvering the knight somewhere, because, the pawn on c4 is hanging. Actually, that's why
Right.
he played it. That's
Yeah.
why he went for it.
Yeah.
There
The
was
pawn on c4 is under attack, so, maybe the entire idea to push c4 was not good to
Yeah.
start with. So this is like a very long sequence. He sacrificed the pawn with idea to deliver a fork on d7. Then after queen c7, he realized, there's no fork. The pawn on c4 is under attack. I need to fix the problem that I created, which brought even greater problems.
Yeah, absolutely. Opening that light squared bishop was absolutely unnecessary for white.
And what was the other game? So definitely very notable is Keimer's crushing win against Nidic, the game we followed. Also, Abdusatorov played a wonderful model game against Salem Saleh, and this game we also followed.
Yeah,
What are the current
exactly.
standings, Angelica? Can you perhaps check it?
That's a good point. Let's hope they're already standings, and there are. So after the fifth round, we have already two leaders because since Gukesh lost, of course, he's been overtaken by Vincent Keimer with 3.5, together with another back Abdusatorov, also with 3.5 points. So Vincent, after losing his first game, is going and
Yeah.
marching forward very confidently.
This is what I wanted to add. That Winston lost the first game, so it was a very slow start for the young German, and after that, he just took off.
Absolutely. So the first, second place, Keimer and Abdusatorov. We have, of course, Gukesh followed with 3 points, all together with a big team, Gatakamsky and Lekman Liam. So big trio. And we have Saleh Salem with 2 points. He started actually pretty well, but yeah, something went wrong at the end. And we have two people who are tying the last place. It's Yuan Yi and Arkady Naidic.
All right, and so it would seem that for Arkady, he had like a break after the tough start. Well, and then he got to face Vincent Keimer. He got absolutely crushed, so not a great game for him. So now he is going to be looking towards to play a better game against Gatakamsky, who really showed a very nice technique. And I do agree with the chat, with Pakru, who says in the chat that indeed it was very good technique, high-level game, and we're witnessing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are seeing already now the players preparing for the next round. And those are actually the leaders, Vincent Keimer and another back Abdusatorov, facing each other in the match. Vincent had white pieces. Do you think it will help him?
Well, I do believe, Angelica, that having the extra move, it helps. I'm not really sure how much in chess 960. I think it was, let's say, a classical game or a rapid game. Definitely, I would give some edge to Vincent. Here, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I also wanted to think so. I think, since you're playing the first move, you're first one to take some decision, to make some decision and, decide what are you going to play. And, your opponent will see, aha, he wants this and this. Is this a good idea? Should I repeat it? Quite sometimes Black repeated what White did. But sometimes he'll say, this is not good because I can do something else. So in chess 960, it's absolutely different than it's happening in the standard, the normal chess.
Yeah, absolutely. I know you again can see the both players pondering about the starting position, which direction they should take. I think if I was playing here with both colors, I would try to figure out the next couple of moves. I mean, by the way, we are still not getting the first starting position.
Yeah, I wanted to say that unfortunately we don't have... Here it is. Here we have... And again, the bishops are on h1, g1. We already had it in the round 2. And something similar, but not quite. But not something changed.
Yeah, we got something similar. I don't really remember, but definitely we had them here. I think we had them also here.
Yeah, exactly. So it's second time they're on the king side. And you know what's very funny? Previous round, players could castle short side in the first move, but now players can castle long side in the first move because king is on d1 and rook is on c1.
And I find it quite interesting is that, for example, Vincent and several other players, I noticed when they have those bishops on g1, h1 and b1, a1, that I choose the more modest b3 and not the more, g3, my apologies, and not the more aggressive g4. And I wonder if this is some kind of pattern recognition. They recognize something. Maybe they have played their fair share of chess 960 games that they know that perhaps g4 is overextending.
Yeah, indeed, because most of the players actually went for this g3 and f4 idea, and only few ones went for the g4 because it was afterward faced with f5, and then White had to take some decision there, to take on f5, to push forward with g5 and lose the tempo, as we saw in one of the games. So yeah.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So, g3, g6, f4, f5 is on the board. So the bishops have been released from the prison.
Yeah.
And now the big question is, I think we had one game where we had the rooks on a1, and then one game white tried to play a4, a5, another game black tried to play a5, a4, but here the rooks, they're not on a1.
I mean, if we can briefly check the starting position from the second round, I believe that only rook and the knight switched the places. So second round.
Yeah, I would have
Some-
to... Okay, let me check.
Yeah.
Is this the same? More
No,
or
it's
less, yeah?
similar. Just the knight is on a1, from
Okay.
d1 is on a1, and
So this is a second round game, Arkady Naric against Yu Yang, one of the played games, so that's why we're slightly confused.
I believe that only the queen side is changed if we compare to the current round.
Right.
So some ideas they can use from that game.
I'm not sure. maybe, but definitely I think the idea of playing a4, a5 is not working. The standings, how to check the standings from time to time, after every round, Angelica tells you the results from the chess results. The Grandmaster Triathlon starting tomorrow will be also incorporated into our official website. So for the Chess 960, this is not the case, but we are keeping you posted who is leading the tournament. And if you have some questions, of course, ask them in the chat.
Yeah, absolutely. So only for this event, this is not on website, but afterwards it will be absolutely there for the main triathlon event, because now it's like, it's preparation, it's warming up, it's tie-break event. So yeah, but of course it's very serious. It's very
Yes.
serious.
Very serious, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So c4 was played, giving up a pawn right away.
And Abdusattorov is like, I haven't seen this move before, right? What I'm
Indeed,
supposed to do
indeed.
against it? I mean, okay. I'm not really sure how
attacking the
serious they are.
pawn.
Yeah, so knight b6 makes sense to remove the knight from the corner. I like it. It's quite interesting. I mean, for chess 960, you have to pretty much make decisions every single move. For example, here, you just don't push the pawn on c5 and then you're going to figure it out. It's a very big decision because the knight on d5 now is going to be a strong piece. You need to make big decisions like d3. It weakens the king. Do I push c5? Do I play sort of like queen d3? Okay, queen d3 is impossible. Tough choices.
Yeah, by the way, you just have now the link to the pairings on chess results. If you want, you can send in the chat. So
Yeah,
the
I
people
cannot
can
do
check.
that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you could
Sorry.
do that.
Okay. So yeah, knight b6, trying to attack the pawn on c4, and yeah, and c5 is not really the move you want to play, right?
I don't know. Does he? Does he not? I don't know. C5 makes perfect sense because it's a move with the tempo. Then again, there could be some funny ideas with knight a4. There's some issues. And to make them even more interesting, we can make them interesting. This is not our game. What is this? I'm not really sure. And then black somehow tries to rip apart the position with something like, I have no idea, something like d6. And, I'm looking at this position. You played d4, yeah? You win the piece.
Yeah, this is actually pretty nice. Yeah, and the knight is just
Yeah,
trapped.
then you win a piece. All right. So maybe that's too much.
Maybe that's too much, but knight can go also somewhere else, so not only to.
Yeah, but after knight d5, I mean, white can make some moves like knight e3, queen c2, queen a4, maybe knight b3. I don't know. There's so many moves. And Vincent played b3.
Vincent went for b3 first. So now he's maybe making this the c5 possible in a way, but also opening the long diagonal for the bishop on h8.
Yeah, this bishop now is stronger than it was before. There's a question in the chat, by the way. How long before the game are the players given the position? Well, to my knowledge, they get it shortly before the round. And they are not wasting the time. So I think it's something like 2-3 minutes, maybe.
Absolutely.
So every single round, you see them sitting on the board. They're not walking. They're not taking the fresh air. They're just staring at the position, trying to gather as much information as they can. So 3-4 minutes, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why they had some break earlier after the third round. So that's why they have some things, some to breathe some air, because they're literally sitting all the way on the boards and at the boards and thinking how to play, what to do with this strange setup.
How do you, Angelica, usually do in the classical games? Do you make long walks during your opponent's thinking, or are you the person who is sitting for all 4 or 5 hours thinking for the game? How do you do?
Yeah, I'm the sitting one. I am the thinker.
You're the thinker.
I'm the
Well,
thinker.
I'm the walker. I'm the walker because I'm like Swidler. I mean, I like myself compared to Swidler because Peter Swidler is one of the most notorious walkers. I mean, he's always walking, always walking. And when I saw it at some point, I sort of adapted. I could no longer sit. Of course, in the rapid tournament, it's impossible but to walk so much. But yeah, in classical,
Arthur Snakeshans adapted Swidler's walk.
yeah, indeed.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I just, also my coach is saying to me that I should walk more. And, sometimes I make for me some rule that, okay, every, 10 or every 15 move, I have to walk, because it really matters, because your physical form influences how you will play. And that's why many players are doing so much sports before tournaments, because they have to be in the perfect shape.
Yeah, and it matters. It definitely matters, because when you play, 1 hour, 2 hours, it does not matter. But very often, high-level games, they're decided, now we're talking about classical games, and maybe tournament of rapid, in the end, the physical endurance really matters, because let's say you're feeling good after 3 hours, after 4 hours, the energy is like level is dropping, 5 hours, 6 hours, even worse. So it is important.
Yeah, indeed. And we have some question about the cell phones. Are the players the only ones who are not allowed to bring cell phones? I mean, near the players, it's really usually allowed only at the beginning of the play to make some pictures, just for first few minutes, and then it's actually not allowed.
Having cell phones in the playing hall, having them turned on is one of the greatest sins in chess. I mean, it's not really a secret, because, cell phones in chess, it's a notorious problem, of course, because some people, tend to use perhaps not very good, it's not the right word. It's illegal assistance from the phone. And actually, the phone today can outplay the world champion. That is the problem. It's already so strong, those engines are so strong that you can basically outplay a world champion. So, of course, it's not allowed. So to make all the precautions and also not to disturb the players, of course, cell phones have to be switched off. And normally, they're not allowed to be in the playing hall.
Yeah, indeed. It's very, very important. Have you ever lost by your phone calling? Or?
No, never.
I did.
You did? Yeah? Okay. No, I'm actually quite paranoid, because, in some tournaments, mainly it's Rapid and Blitz, when you're allowed to carry the phone with you, it can be switched off. What I do, I switch off the sound, I delete all of the alarms, I delete all of the notifications. I make sure there's no events scheduled for the day. Then I switch off the sound, and I switch off the phone, and I tuck it away. So that's how I usually do it, something like 5 steps.
Me too, actually. I switch off alarms, switch off notifications, but also I switch off, the mobile data, so there is no internet, and I also put the airplane mode, and then I switch it off. So like that, for sure, nothing is happening. Yeah, for me it just was a case that not my phone, but my mom's phone actually was accidentally in my jacket. I don't know how it happened. And I heard that some phone is ringing and it was not my sound. So I knew that my phone is switched off and it was actually in my jacket.
Right.
So yeah.
There's another question in the chat. Can we get some top finishers in the after the event to analyze some games? Perhaps. I'm not really sure about that. It's a plan for the GMT, for the classical, for the rapid and blitz. About Chess 960. I guess we are going to see how it goes, but I think it would be nice.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope at least with the winner we can talk
Yeah,
because even
absolutely.
though he will be tired, I think he'll be pretty happy winning this tournament. So, yeah.
All right. Let's go back to the games. What is happening here? Well, we talked so much about the phones, about energy levels, about uh, all of the unrelated stuff to the actual position of the board. Which position do you prefer, white or black?
I mean, it's very interesting how Abdusattorov from the beginning of the game is putting all the pieces, out and, not letting some pawns being played. I don't know. It's quite nice. I believe queen on d6. It cannot be really attacked by any piece, and there are some ideas of checkmate potentially on d2. Knight on e4 I like also very much. So I would prefer, I believe, black here.
Maybe. I like it. I like it actually because queen on d3 and queen on d6, it's quite unusual, right? Quite unusual to position the queen in the middle of the board in front of the pawn and say like, hey, it's a good place for the queen.
Yeah, indeed. And now, this bishop also on h8 is playing quite a nice role, controlling the file. But the thing is, there is no target there. And of course, white hasn't castled yet. So it's also one point that if king would be on c1, of course, we would talk differently about this position. But rook is on c1 and everything is clear there. So even king can castle short side after, let's say, bishop goes to f2 at some moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I like also this choice by Abdusattorov, this queen of 6, right? Because here, instead of the automatic trade, I mean, other black trades, white or white trades, black queen, he plays queen of 6, and it's like asking the question, I mean, where do you put your king? Because if the queens get off the board, white can afford to play maybe king c2, king b1, hide the king, and then do whatever he wants. And now after queen of 6,
but I have a question. Can it be can something like knight e5 be played? So like repeating, so to say, a success of the black's knight going to e4?
it makes perfect sense. Yeah, absolutely. So it probably needs to evaluate it together with something like d6, right? So whatever happens, I don't think white can take it here because then after queen e4, you just lose your knight. And if you cannot really take it, why do you play knight e5, right? So definitely, I think Vincent is thinking about this.
Yeah, and also like looking at the knights. So first we have these knights which can be on e5, so like which can be on e5, and black's knight which is already on e4, so those important square, and the knight on e3 and knight on b6. If we compare, I would say the knight on b6 is a little bit strange, no? Or it supports some d5 push at some moment, of course not now.
Or maybe it defends against knight e5. Because also the knight on e3 is strange, yeah? It's also not doing much. And it's even more strange because it's blocking on bishop. I like Abdusattorov's position, to be honest. And also, I think we can see the reflection on the clock. On the clock, because Abdusattorov has almost 10 minutes, and Keimer is down to 6.5.
I believe Keimer played just a move. Queen c2, wow. Queen goes back, and so the idea is to kick the knight, or to play, kick the knight.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you're Angelika playing here with white, I guess you would be bothered by this knight on e4, right? It's annoying you. I mean, you want to get rid of it.
Yeah, for sure. So queen c2, preparing for d3. What would weaken some also dark squares, like c3 square, but I believe if knight gets there, it will not find the way out.
Right.
So, yeah.
I don't think Vincent is very happy with the position, to be honest, but I mean, this is the position you have.
Yeah, he has to play it.
Yeah, so I wonder if black is going to cast a short I mean, is it? Oh, sorry, castle long. But then you have to put the king on c8, right?
Yeah. So just
That's-
changing the places.
That's not really great because the rook is pretty good here. Can I play king c7? Because, I really like the rook here on c8, so maybe king c7, king b8, because if I castle long and put the king on b8, rook c8, it's 3 tempi.
Yeah, exactly. And
That
king,
is true.
that's true. Yeah, for sure. If there is no like 95 which can work, then of course it is really happening. And why do you think castling short side is not a good idea for black?
You mean here?
Yeah.
But then I need to remove the bishop. I could do it, of course. Maybe here.
Maybe to e6 actually. I like on e6 somehow. Because maybe on f7 it can be attacked by knight e5.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
yeah, maybe king bishop e6.
Bishop
maybe.
e6, d3, this check. Maybe the knight is trapped. It goes away. No, I think Abdusatorov is just deeper. He's looking deeper, and he is, of course, he understands White's idea of queen c2, and he tries to figure out. I mean, not only king c7, king b8, not only bishop e6 and short castle. He tries to figure out what he's going to do after d3, knight e6. Does he like knight e6? If he doesn't like it, what he should do about it? Maybe he should push d5, put the knight on d6. Maybe he should push g5. There's so many ideas here.
Yeah, absolutely. And like till now, actually, no pieces or pawns have been changed in the position. So exactly everything can happen. Everything is possible, and many ideas, many breaks. And since both players haven't really committed to any castling, again, play can be most likely it will be somewhere in the what did it say, in the
He did play
center?
d5, yeah.
Yeah, he went for d5.
All right. I think we also gonna use this opportunity to check some other games. Who are the other leaders?
Yeah, we had. We have two leaders playing against each other. So Vincent Keimer against.
And there was another in the shared second place. I just don't remember by memory.
Yeah, second place we have the Gukesh, of course, and Gatakamsky. So
Gukesh and Kamsky.
and actually like Wang Liam. So we had this trio with 3 points.
So maybe like Wang Liem against Gukesh could be quite important for the overall rankings. So let's go to that game.
Yeah, absolutely. So, what happened here? But some typical moves. So as before, also this G3 or G4. Maybe G4 was played actually in this game.
No, F4.
F4. Okay.
F4 was played and still the same G3. So this seems to be some kind of a common understanding between the players. Oh, B5. Okay.
Interesting.
That's
so
interesting.
Trying to gain some space, but weakening the C5.
Okay, short castle. Okay, I like it. And now I wanted to say white is better, but the more I look at it, I understand. I have no idea what's going on here. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, what? Oh.
Let's just fast forward. Okay, so so this is the position, and
Interesting with the sequence of moves, black managed to trade the queens, and I believe the white's king was more active, right? So I believe that black did better job to trade in the queens. What do you think?
you mean here?
Yeah, it somehow feels, the queen on the black is only on the queen side, and it cannot really go to the king side. But white's king can really do many things. So,
Mm-hmm.
so after queen e3, Gukesh immediately traded.
Yeah, he cannot really do a thing,
He cannot
right?
really do, going back
I mean,
to
he
b6.
has to. The queen is like trapped. Checkmate, queen. I mean, you have to be traded.
But it speaks also a lot for the queen, so like that it's not in maybe good square.
I don't know. I see the bar again. I mean, I had a glimpse at the bar on the small screen. I see that it sort of favors black, but I am not sure because white has a small center which can be easily protected, and I'm not sure how really black's b5. How does it feel together with some weaknesses? Because white can play knight e3, knight c5. Yeah, now it says that white is slightly better. So yeah, it's not a very obvious position.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But this hanging pawns, it's like one of the signs that there might be some weakness, because if one pawn pushes, then the other one is becoming weak. So white should be really careful about the pushing something like e5, even if it's very tempting.
Yeah, it's actually the eternal question, Angelika. You never know when the hanging pawn. So this in theory is a hanging pawn, structure. So when it's a strength and when it's a weakness, because the idea of having these hanging pawns, or sometimes I call it the small center, is you control a lot of things around it. But on the other hand, black can apply incredible pressure, and he has positioned the rook on e8 and f8, and he has some minor pieces to apply some pressure. I don't know. Every single scenario is different.
Yeah, absolutely. Even like something like e5, okay, immediately f5 is weak and knight is jumping there pretty happily. So, and f4 pawn, of course, is getting weaker and weaker. So yeah, white should be really careful about the pushing the pawns. And I don't know what white's plan might be. Something with that knight on b4?
I think king g3, no? King g3 looks reasonable because it forces to do something. No. Okay, h4, that's deep. That's really deep. That's a move I don't understand, but okay.
Yeah, but it's
okay.
a move.
Yeah, it's definitely a move. I just try to understand what's the point of this move.
Maybe now king g3, so the idea is in case bishop goes away, there is some h5. But I don't know, why would you open the g file against the king?
Maybe maybe there's some issues with king g3, knight h6, and some knight f5 forks. So whatever white does next, let's say he plays something like knight e3 to try to with knight c5, and maybe there could be some knight f5, you cannot, although you can.
And the rook is pinned, yeah?
Yeah, but this position even, it's not very clear, is it? Maybe he felt like something along the way that black's rook and a pawn against the minor pieces are sort of stronger, and he decided to go there. I'm just guessing. h4.
Yeah, h4. Or maybe he's preparing, for the end game and taking some space, maybe, so that there will be no. Yeah, exactly. There will be control of their g5 square and potential h5.
Could be. Could be. Just in case, securing the g5 square, maybe he was considering some black's ideas of g5. For example, oh yeah, by the way, king g3, take it, and g5. What about this one?
Wow.
What about this one? Because now, if I play something like this is clearly an isolated pawn.
Yeah, that's actually a very nice g5 move.
And if I play f5,
then knight e5.
and that's a great blockade. All the
Yeah.
dark squares belong to black.
And now we know what the hanging pawns are in this position. So they cannot move. If they cannot move, then those are the weaknesses.
Right. And that's why he played h4, to stop g5. Stop bishop f3, g5. Now I understand.
Yeah.
we look at the position for a couple of minutes and then we understand. It wasn't very obvious.
Yes, because we are not immortal. So.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so it was taken, no? Bishop takes on f3?
Take.
And
Knight
knight
e8.
e8, yeah.
That's a target.
So g5 cannot be played. That's why knight is remaneuvering all the way to e6 to attack this f4. So I would say that black is just somehow, I don't know, feels that black has more pressure on those hanging pawns.
I could play king g3, knight e6, knight e3. But then again, what next,
Yeah.
right? What next? Because e5, knight f5, f5 is ridiculous. No ideas here.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I think it's a question actually for both players. What's next?
I say it's about balanced, right? Could be. It's about balanced, and yeah, after 98, I like it actually. What Gukesh is doing here, he also gave up this pretty good bishop in order to remove white from one of the best pieces, which is controlling some of the critical squares in the center, and he just sees an easy plan.
Yeah, exactly. And now king is getting removed, so that there is no pin on the king, and yeah, rook can also protect the pawn on f4.
Hmm. And all of this exactly happened because it makes perfect sense. It
Absolutely.
also means we understand something sometimes. So,
Yes.
so do we go back, perhaps?
Yeah, we probably should check
Connor's
what is
game, yeah.
happening. Yeah, because both leaders, it's extremely important because it's very close, getting very close to the end. So only one round after this one to go. So what is happening? Trade of the queens.
Yeah, there were some trades. Looks quite peaceful, to be honest. So we left it after d5, right?
Yeah, exactly. After this move, we left. So
Take
trade.
it, take it. Oh,
Wow,
bishop d4.
Very nice
Nice.
move.
I would jump from my seat if I would get something like this. Yeah, bishop d4, yeah. So you cannot take it. Obviously, there's a mate.
Yeah, absolutely.
So actually, you know, black is pretty fortunate. It could have been also the bishop on g8. Imagine black had a bishop on g8 and you execute something like bishop d4. That would force a resignation.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, this bishop, which was looking very nicely on this diagonal, now it's traded.
Now it's traded.
Now
And
it's
now
gone.
white goes to e5 and d3. And this looks that some moves are missing. Just a second. Because I see in the small board, yeah, this is the actual position.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just equal.
Mm-hmm. So what is happening? So black has pretty nice. Okay.
I think something like king f3, h3, g4, use the knight on e5.
Mm-hmm.
But black is going to play at some point knight e7. The pawn on d3 is weak. So maybe king e2.
Maybe king e2 supporting the d3 pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not king f3. You're right.
Because the idea of this h3 g4 still exists and the knight is supporting that. Even if black knight goes for something like d7, then you know we can just remove the knight, or I mean maybe someone to c4.
There could be also some e4 ideas, right? This also needs to be calculated.
Exactly.
And maybe this rook is, you know, not really standing so well. Maybe there's some options to bother it.
Yeah, the rook is getting some issues there.
I don't know how really.
How can we?
Okay, with her.
Yeah, so let's see what happens. So, yeah, now knight is remaneuvering where? To e6? G7, e6?
I think black is just going to suffer and endure this knight on e5. And he says that knight to e5, it's not a big deal. I would say it's quite a deal.
Exactly, probably just didn't work as you so.
Maybe he didn't like something, but I don't like this because the knight on e5 is like white's pride. I mean, I would be really proud of my position if I had the knight on e5. It has some attacking ideas here. It's bothering the king side, the queen side. It protects the pawn on d3. So maybe Abdusatorov was thinking a bit further. He saw this position, and then he thought, I'm going to trade it through f7. Not
Yeah.
d7. Okay, that's really deep.
Exactly, and with the knight on d6, he's going to control the e4 square, so the e4 push would not be really possible after knight d6. So
e4, d4, these are ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And I like how Winston plays. I mean, this is amazing because he like plays h3. He's saying that he's going to play g4. And Abdusatorov plays e6, clearly preparing the knight trade. And then Kimmer just changes the plan. He goes back knight f3. He keeps the option to play g4. And now he's threatening with e4.
Exactly, and you know, after pawn is on e6, it also can be target after something like knight g5, or playing d4, for example, and then
Yeah.
knight can go to d4. So,
That looked like a draw for.
that's a draw. Okay, so we have the boss players keeping the.
That's a bit surprised, but I think Vincent was down on the clock also. 1.5 minutes, right? So they're happy with the draw. A bit surprising, to be honest.
Yeah, we were expecting more fight, but
So Gata Kamsky also was one of the leaders, right? At least very
yes,
close. And this game we haven't
exactly.
really followed so much.
So let's see what is happening in the games in the clash of the old generation, so to say. Yeah, we have some
Action.
action indeed. So
We have some action. So what is this? White has a pawn, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4.
white is up a pawn, indeed, but b4 can be taken, but it will allow then rook c8. Yeah.
That's a great move. I mean, look at this. So instead of automatically defending the pawn on b4, which perhaps us mortals would have done, something like rook b1, black could, I don't know, maybe rook h6, organize some counterplay. Nadic is thinking about more. He's thinking about, wait a second, I need to activate my pieces. So he plays bishop a6, and quite surprisingly, not immediate check. I thought this, and now the rook on g6 is sort of misplaced, and white has the idea has to snatch the pawn on a6 and organize a passed pawn.
Yeah, and d7 is also would be under attack from the bishop and the rook. So yeah.
Yeah.
Bishop b7. So the idea is the knight is restricted.
Maybe his idea is to play rook c4. Wow, this is really deep. Rook c4, a5, rook c5. Look at that. And Kamsky, let's say he plays rook h6. I could play rook c4. Probably this also needs to be calculated. Let's say knight e5, rook c8, king e7, rook goes here. I snatch it, I eat it. a5, a6 is going to be a race.
Yeah, but yeah, that's true. So bishop b7, interestingly, is like cutting in a way than the knight.
Yeah, rook h6 is on the board. So of course Kamsky
Rook
is going to seek
h6
his
is on the
chances.
board,
Rook
and
c4,
rook c4, everything what you just showed. Wow.
knight e5.
Knight heard it.
It makes sense. I mean, h4. Okay. So Nadic is concerned about that passed pawn that black might organize, so that's why he protects his pawn. He keeps the option to play rook c8 and knight b6. Did you expect this, Arkady? It's not like a move you would
Knight
expect.
b6.
Quite unpleasant move. Because
rook d4 should be played, no? Rook.
although, I fail to remember that white started this position with an extra pawn. Right? So it's not really so bad for white.
Exactly. After rook b4, Gata takes. I thought maybe some knight d5 will go back, but
I have to go back. I have to go back to the starting position. So Nadic started this position with an extra pawn, right?
yeah, he won a pawn with the bishop, yeah.
And then after a couple of moves, he gave up the pawn. Who's
And
even
isn't
playing it for the win?
And this is already different position with same material and knight and rook. Wow.
Rook b6, h5. Look at this. He imprisons the rook. I mean, what an idea. King
Wow,
b6, h5.
incredible.
What an idea. This was definitely missed by Kamsky. And the rook at h6 is just imprisoned. It's dead. It's not doing a thing.
I mean, there can be something like d6. I think it should be played immediately. d6, e5 to imprison. So like
d6, d4. How do you respond? Wow. And I just
This
want to
is
go to
incredible.
wizard the rook. Wow, what a concept. So king e3.
probably black should play for the a pawn. But okay, of course, white is not allowing it.
King c3. I think this
maybe
could be some zugzwang, no?
Yeah,
F4?
f4,
F-
bishop g4.
Bishop g4 is king d5. You eliminate the pawn. You need to keep the bishop on f3. Maybe now white is in a zugzwang. You unfortunately sometimes in chess you just cannot press on the board and say it's your move, sir.
Yeah.
You have to move yourself. King d3, king b4. White's a pawn is lost, so things are heating up.
Indeed, with this a pawn, there is quite a huge chance for Gata to come back from this position with a pretty sad pawn on, not pawn, but the rook on h6.
Bishop b4, a3, and how do you stop? King b3, king b2, missed by knight edge. He missed. King b3 move. He thought bishop b1 is going to hold the position together, and that's it. Kamsky wins because king b3 now the a pawn is unstoppable.
Incredible! Wow.
It's like you could see clearly his facial expression, like what just happened here? I just made this beautiful exchange, sacrifice, and I just blundered like this.
But he just should play now king b3 because otherwise it would allow to play bishop a2, and then still bishop can hold this rook.
Now he
Wait.
first sacrificed. Okay, just a second. Hold your horses. What about bishop b4, bishop d5, or bishop f5?
Wow, incredible what is happening. Okay, black promotes first.
What an incredible game here. I mean, it's just up and down. And look at Arkady. He's like, it's okay.
But I don't understand why did Gata gave opportunity for knight to have this tempo. Taking on h5 might have been a mistake.
So we have to go back. We have to
Yes,
go back
let's-
to this position. So he decided to eliminate the pawn just in case, but it cost him a pawn. So he could have played king b3, king h6, king b2. I'm not sure what he missed here. For example, king h7, take it. Also, no, wait, white is a bit slow, right?
Yeah, white is very slow. There isn't black is in time with the checks, and after taking a few pawns,
That's the difference of a tempo.
that's a difference.
Wow,
of
what a
tempo.
huge miss by Kamsky. I mean, this was such an up and down game, but again, I mean, I just love this idea. Look at this bishop f3 sneak attack by knight edge, threatened to play h5, and after a5, he sacrificed the exchange, rook b6, h5, and oops.
Oopsie,
Yeah.
the rook is gone.
Oops, the rook is trapped. And to be honest, I'm not sure if they calculated this until the end. It's incredibly tempo-based game, and somewhere here, Nadic misplayed it. I'm not sure where. And Kamsky was winning after king b3, king b2, that's it.
Yeah, that would have been the end of it for Knightage, but
Bishop f5, what a move,
Bishop
right?
f5, what a move.
What a
Yeah.
move, what a move.
Okay, so that was the game. I believe we have all the result for the round 6. So
Think so, yeah.
so we have the round 7 coming up very soon, the last round, and we can see right now the standings of this round. Obviously, after the draw between Vincent Keimer and the Norderbeck Abdusatorov, we have 2 players who are still leading with 4 points. We have Gukesh, Gata Kamsky, and Lekwan Liam, trio like earlier, with 3.5 points, trying to catch Vincent and Norderbeck. And we have Nadic with Saleh Salem with 3 points. On the 6th place, we have Nadic with 1.5 points, and we have Yu Yang with only 1 point. So everyone is pretty close to each other. There are potentially 5 people who could win it because,
Right? Absolutely. So the next round is, I believe, going to start in a couple of minutes. So, Angelika, what do you think? We are going to make perhaps one very short final break, right? Something like 5 minutes. And we are going to be back with the final round of Chess 960 tournament here in the Biel Chess Festival between the 8 invited players. Don't go anywhere. The action will be decided. The winner of the Chess 960 tournament will be decided in the final 7th round, which is going to start in a couple of minutes. Stay tuned and see you in a few minutes.
And we are back. We are back live from Biel. Angelica, I'm Arturs. We are your hosts today for the Fischer Random Chess or Chess 960 of the Grandmaster Triathlon.
Absolutely. And the last round for today of this event is just starting now. So let's go immediately and check the games. To remind you, we have two leaders for now, Vincent Keimer and Noderbek Abdusatorov. So right now we're going to following the game one of the leaders, Vincent Keimer.
Yep. And I think Vincent should be a favorite in this game because so far it's going pretty well for the young German because he suffered a loss in the first round. Then he managed to fight back. Now he has 4 points out of 6. He is in shared first place, although he is playing with black, but against Yu Yangyi, who doesn't have a great tournament.
Yeah, I have one question. What is with our board? Is it the normal position happened, or
I'm
it's,
pretty sure it's the wrong one.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, good.
But actually, you know, it's funny that you mention it. I think that it should be pretty legal to have even the starting position of the chess 960, and I think I've seen it before.
I think there was once I've seen like I saw the starting position, but the king and the queen were changed. So something like this, of course, can happen. You know, slight difference still can happen in chess 960, but it's very rare. And I think for such events, the best for players to have, the most interesting for us to watch is to have the more different position as possible.
Yeah, yeah. So various other things can happen. Again, we have some normalcy here, except of perhaps white's g4, very aggressive, and maybe that was one of the reasons. Oh wait, black did not yet castle because I was under the impression that black castled. No, it was just white grabbing space.
Okay, so basically anything can happen, even short castle. King can come all the way to f1 in some cases, but
Probably not right now.
After
G4, yeah. Probably not.
G4.
Maybe, you know, that's also one of the reasons why this aggressive G3 or G4, remember we had this discussion before, why G3? Because if you play something like G3, F4, free your bishops, also you leave the possibility for white to castle the other way, the short side.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's quite important to play precisely and not to open too much so that you can potentially castle that side. So pretty normal development. Bishops on b7 and b2.
Yeah, bishop b7, bishop b2. Yeah, I guess the white knight, I take it back. Yeah, okay. I said the white knight is probably going to go to g3. I think Yu Yangyi's idea is to play f4, knight e5. I try to occupy these dark squares.
Yeah, and since he's playing white, he has one extra move, and he's taking that for taking the space away from the Vincent. So we will see what will happen. Actually, Keimer is a leader, right, together with Abdusatorov, but Yu Yangyi is not really having that good time in this tournament. He has only 1 point.
Against Arkady Naiditch, if I remember correctly, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and also, I'm not sure if this has something to do with the psychology because Yu Yangyi is technically not a part of the GMT, right? So once again, to remind you, the GMT or the Grandmasters Triathlon is closed tournament of 3 distances, of 3 different tournaments, which makes together a triathlon. But one of the participants today, Andrei Yesipenko, he couldn't make it. And Yu Yangyi, he was very kind to substitute Andrei Yesipenko for the Fischer Random chess, and you see it's not working.
Yeah, indeed, if this game will not really work out pretty great for him, he will indeed substitute Yesipenko because Yesipenko will be, so to say, the 8th place, the last one, and he will have the worst tiebreak at the end of the event.
Right. That's already a fact. So, yeah, bishop g7 is played here with black. Yeah, I guess looks pretty normal. I think, Angelica, what we are going to do is we are going to jump from these 2 games, right? Because we want to figure out who is going to be the winner. Once again, it's either Vincent Keimer or Noderbek Abdusatorov. He's also the leader, but of course, it's still possible, of course, that somebody else could overtake the leaders.
Absolutely, because we have 3 more players with 3.5 points. Also, Agata Kamsky, Lequan Liam, and Gukesh. Gukesh was leading at the beginning of the tournament, so still anything can happen. He played not successfully right now at the end, but last game really matters. Last game is the one.
No, last game always matters, right? I mean, because you can play the greatest tournament of your life, and then comes the final game, you mess it up, and that's it, you're done, right? Of course, very, very important, psychologically very difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. So, so maybe we can check
Yeah, let's
the
check.
Abdusatorov
Let's
against
check.
Saleh Salem.
Let's check. Let's do that. All right, you see that Arkady has grabbed his head. I'm not sure if he likes his position or that's his typical sitting position.
Yeah, something indeed this is happening, and actually it's Arkady to move, and we can see that Abdusatorov is looking somewhere up, maybe checking for some board, on the ceiling, chessboard.
There was this joke of Hikaru so many times staring at the ceiling that people started to question maybe there's an engine in the ceiling, and I think even in some stream he took the camera to the ceiling to just show people no, it's just him thinking about it. But on a serious note, right, why players they're not staring at the board? Because for example you saw that Abdusatorov is looking up, Hikaru is looking up, some people looking left and right. The only reason is that they have the position in their mind, and they're taking the position in their mind off the board, so that when you're staring at the board, it's like the pieces, they're interfering what you're thinking there. So sometimes you just copy paste the position in the mind and you think about it somewhere else. So you're staring, let's say, to the ceiling. I mean, not like Beth Harmon, of course, but you're just staring somewhere on a wall and trying to picture out how you're gonna play it out.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes it can even help. Of course, right now it's rapid, so there is no time for walking somewhere or even going to the bathroom. But usually it can help, because like even going to the bathroom or like going to take some drink or some refreshment, and then you actually have the position in your mind, and something new comes there because it's different perception of the position. And also, for example, looking from behind from your opponent's back, let's say like walking through the game, okay. If you're looking at the same position with a different color, you have a different attitude.
Yeah, yeah. So it's really, really interesting. But of course, I mean, most of the time the players are looking at the board because this is where the action is happening. So it's not like, I mean, imagine you're just staring, you just make the move, again you're staring and you make the move. This rarely happens.
Yeah, someone is saying in the chat that looking up is actually like some sign of a hope, looking for a solution. I mean, I don't think so. I mean, it's like just thinking in different way, as Artur said.
Yeah, depends. I mean, really depends. But also look at the clock. I mean, Nadic is down on 7 minutes already, and that's after what? I mean, 9 moves? So what happened here? So it's something just 960-ish. I mean, I'm not sure what that's really. G3, D3, A4.
I mean, it looks normal, but okay, this A4 push, of course, like he was thinking how to stop it. Probably he was thinking about playing A5, but that would weaken B5 so much.
I can't help but feel that this is one of the patterns that when you have the rook on A1 and rook on H1, you push it aggressively, H4, H5, A4, A5, and I can't help but wonder why we are not doing this in actual chess, right? I mean, then again, we are probably doing this as many times as we want. I mean, push the side pawn as far as we can and create some targets.
You know, maybe now the players might be actually thinking about doing that in the next games. I mean, for sure in the rapid, because it's time control where you can still allow some, not craziness, but some nice ideas.
Mm-hmm. 9b6. There's a guest incoming.
Yeah.
So I guess king a7 needs to be played to secure the rook. Otherwise, I think if black does something like random, this is normally what you don't want to do, because now this rook is just not great.
Cannot castle be played? Castle,
Oh.
and then
How do you castle here?
king comes to the rook.
And knight allows knight b6. Okay, that's a bit surprised, but I guess the big point is. Oh wait, no, I'm
Previous
sorry.
move, yes.
But
Yeah,
he
here.
does allow. He does allow knight b6.
Does he want to
Am I missing
remove
something?
the rook?
Am I missing something here? Why? Okay, that's a bit strange, to be honest. And if I play rook a7, is this the actual position? And then he wants to play knight e7, and maybe the knight on b6 doesn't stay. I mean, I don't know.
But it for sure looks pretty strange. I don't know why. Allowing knight to b6. I mean, that for sure what everyone of us probably immediately would have done. Knight b6.
No, I would have played probably knight b6, but then again, maybe Abdusatorov again is thinking a bit further. He's thinking the knight on b6 is going to be pushed away, and if I take on d7, it costs me a tempo, so why should I want to do that? So instead, I'm going to try to make some generic, normal-looking moves. So it's not really so simple. So very often for a grandmaster, the decision-making is like a very, very complex thought process, which in the end is making a very simple move.
Absolutely. And only now he is playing king a7. That I don't understand. Why not the move before? Something
can I tell you?
strange.
I don't know.
We're just we just cannot yeah.
So king a7 is on the board. Maybe Knight didn't like at some point that white might want to position the bishop on the g1 a7 diagonal, push d4, and that this king on a7 is bother, but okay, maybe not. Long castle.
Long castle played by Notterback, yeah?
I can look at this all day.
Yes, this is pretty
That's
fun.
really, really a strange castle. You know, of course, the big question is, does white need a castle at all? Because I look at this position, and I'm wondering, maybe the rook on a1 is pretty good.
Yeah, and maybe it can go in through a3 to b3 potentially to, I don't know, maybe sometimes even to b6 or, I
Okay.
don't know.
Abdusatorov decided that no, the rook on a1 doesn't do much. So the pawn on a5 already holds together the entire queen side, and that's why he's going to give a new role for the rook.
Yeah, indeed. But somehow it feels that white has quite a few knights places for to put the knights. For example, knight to b6, knight to g5, I just wanted to say, and he played it. E6 square, absolutely, yeah. That's quite nice for white.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting game so far, but wait a second. Am I seeing it correctly? There's a resignation from Gukesh. What just happened there?
What?
Oh my goodness, he blundered the queen. Look at this position. Look at this position. So whatever happened here doesn't really matter. The opening phase, take
Oh
it,
my God.
resigned, because knight x on c3 just blunders the queen. So Gukesh just played knight c2 with some idea to attack the knight. He immediately realized the knight on d5 just goes away with a check on c3. He loses the queen after knight c3 and just resigned.
Incredible, absolutely incredible how, how everything changed for Gukesh. If
How
we
did he-
compare it.
How did he play the previous round?
Yeah, I believe he played a draw.
So he started 3 out of 3 and he finished 3.5 out of 7.
He played a draw against Lee Kwang Liam,
Yeah.
and
So
before he lost 2 games to Naidich and Kamsky. So
Wow, that's so unfortunate. I mean, he definitely was not looking towards to something so terrible as knight c2.
yeah.
That's chess.
This is chess.
That's chess.
This is chess, absolutely, and so we have already one person who cannot really make it. So Gukesh is out of the fight. So we have 2 more other players with 3.5 points. It's Gata Kamsky and Lekwan Liam, and of course our leaders Vincent Keimer and Notterback Abdusatorov. So returning to the game of Vincent Keimer. Actually, it's pretty interesting that both Vincent and Notterback are playing again, so to say, underdogs. Like in this way, they are just the last place is Naidich is 7th and Yu Yang is in the last place. So it's interesting if someone of them can strike back.
Yeah, it's actually quite amazing. I mean, I'm playing against an underdog, some 2700 guy, right? But I mean, on a serious note, of course, I mean this is such a strong tournament. Everybody can beat everybody. You saw it in round 4 when Gukesh 3 out of 3 lost to 90, 0 out of 3, supposedly underdog. But I mean, yeah, that's why it's so great, so unpredictable. And now I look at this position that Vincent has here against Yu Yangyi, and I wonder, is White really doing so good? Because I like this rook on h7, that it's applying some pressure, but it's so easy to defend, right?
Yeah, I mean, for now it's pretty nicely protected. And there is even at some moment rook g7. Just for example, if things are going really badly, then rook can go to g7. Or for example, let's say if queen comes to h1, there is an opportunity for something like bishop g7 and rook h8. So the idea is the bishop cannot be taken because queen on h1 will be in trouble. So white cannot really do much on h5. What do you think?
No, he cannot, and I think that Vincent here is taking over the game. I like how he has played it out. I mean, we didn't really see much. We very briefly we saw the opening phase. Yu Yangyi was trying to expand at the king side, bishop f3, rook h1. Vincent Keimer was instead seeking his counterplay at a queen side, which is understandable. King a7, look at this. Yeah, instead of castling, he played king a7, rook c8, which was a great idea. And now White suddenly realized the rook on h7 is just misplaced. And now you have to go back.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, I mean, it's attacking, but there is not much.
Wait, what about bishop g6?
Bishop g6.
Yeah, so this intermezzo move bishop a3 doesn't it allow bishop g6? What's this? Did they miss it? Bishop g6, you cannot take it, and after rook g6, I'm gonna snatch it. It's just an extra pawn, right? And maybe there's some ideas that you cannot take it. That's a mate. Take. That's a mate, right?
Yeah.
And maybe after take. What is still up a pawn? I felt that this bishop g6 was good.
But wait a second. Can you go back to this line? Rook takes on b3.
Yeah, take.
Rook takes. And now queen c5, attacking the rook, and the idea is that we want to take the knight on g6.
But I just take it here, no? It's just a pawn.
Yeah, you're right.
That was a bit interesting moment here. And it appears that it was missed. I mean, if I'm seeing it correctly.
Yeah.
It was like, I mean, sometimes this happens. Your opponent plays bishop a3, you try to calculate. Maybe you think, okay, I mean, it's not going to work. My opponent definitely made sure bishop takes on g6 doesn't work, and he went for it. So, but you know, Angelika, this reminds me of one sequence I had once in my professional career. I was playing against a title player, and I blundered. Whatever, some rapid game. And I blundered, and I'm thinking, oh my goodness, what should I do? I mean, not immediately like the piece is hanging, but in a variation. I decided I'm going to put a poker face. So pretend like nothing happened. I think I even drank a cup of tea or something. So just being very relaxed. My opponent looked at me, looks at the board, looks at me, looks at the board, and chose something else. I won the game. And after the game, he asks me, I asked him, why don't you play that continuation? He said, I thought you calculated that.
So he believed you. He trusted you.
He believed me, but you cannot do that. You cannot do that, really. But of course, everybody blunders at some point.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not saying this happened here, but I mean, I can't help but remember that.
Yeah, but sometimes it indeed can happen like this. And for example, on such high level, you really should, first double check, like, what is this happening? Like, sometimes we saw this impression of Jan Nepomniachtchi when he's seeing that someone blundered against him, and he was like, wait a second, what is this like? And then he started to calculate more and said, okay, it's a indeed blunder, and then just taking it.
Agata Kamsky also has lost with white very quickly. So there's so many fast results in final rounds. Very quickly.
Everyone wants to eat dinner.
So he sacrificed a piece. That was not a blunder. He gave a check. Where's the piece? Did he miss queen b7? So queen e2, take it. Maybe he thought it's only king c7, rook b3. And then you have some rook b7 ideas and boom, queen b7.
Maybe first he had to play rook b3 instead of queen a6, yeah?
Ah, that's smart. Rook b3. That's actually pretty good. And now, this could be
Queen A6.
dangerous and you make an eternal king walk or something.
Yeah, that is really dangerous, yeah.
I don't know what it is. But apparently Gata mixed up something and he just, lost the game very quickly. Made a check and that's it, queen b7. You're going to play rook b3 and the attack is gone and black just capitalized on the extra piece.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate for Gata, and now basically he gave this point to Le Quang Liam, who is currently having the 4.5. So in case boss Vincent Keimer and Norderbeck Abdusatorov losing, let's pretend, then he actually can be a winner, or in case of the draw, he can still tie for the first place.
Right. Absolutely. So here, is Vincent still pressing this? Probably he is, right?
Absolutely, I believe with his rooks on the c file, it looks.
So white sacrificed the pawn in order to activate the knight. Check here. This is the position. They have it.
And what? Okay, king a6 was played.
King a6. What about the pawn on f7?
Not important.
No, it's not important. I would like to take it.
Is there something bishop d5? Bishop d5. Where does
Probably.
the rook go?
Must be some idea.
Rook b5, the only move, and now
Checkmate.
checkmate the rook.
Checkmate. It's not a checkmate because it's going to be an actual checkmate. It's an actual checkmate on the board, so you cannot. It's some kind of a mutual checkmate. You cannot really take it because indeed it
It's a checkmate.
results into something. Because of course, I mean, let's make some random move. That's a mate.
Yeah, indeed. But what is then the idea after rook takes on f7? So,
But Yu Youngi has time. He has 6 minutes on the clock.
yeah, Vincent spent quite some time out of the opening. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So king b2. And
A king a6 was played.
yeah, sorry,
king
yeah,
A6,
yeah, king
yeah.
a6, of course. Yeah, king a6,
Yeah,
and now
so
rook
now-
f7. No, rook f7, and if he doesn't play rook f7, what else he does? I mean, do you even have a choice? Do you have a choice? I mean, why think? Why think? Maybe he's thinking about f5 ideas? Could it be? No? It's
But
ridiculous, right?
But I have a question. If in case of rook f7, bishop d5, and rook b5, we don't really have to do anything with that rook, right? It's stalemated there.
If you say so.
And actually, it happened. Rook d7.
I can
and
sacrifice the exchange, by the way.
That's true. That's true. Actually, it happened. Rook took on d7 and bishop d5 were played.
I think it makes perfect sense. And now
Mhm.
Winston chose, indeed, bishop d5. Rook b5, let's check it. Yeah, rook b5 should be played. I'm not sure why Yu Youngi is thinking here. Does he have any other choice? He does. He could sacrifice the exchange, right? Rook b5 is on the board.
Yeah, and now Vincent should go for something. Maybe something like rook 8 to c3 or rook... Actually, maybe rook 1 to c3, so that rook is not under attack by the king.
Yeah, but you need to make sure what is this, right? Because this pawn could be just deciding the fate of the game. I mean, e7, something like knight b5, and goodbye, yeah?
Yeah, that's why probably rook has to return from c3 back to c7, not taking on e3. I don't know. Maybe after, rook c3. No, not now. Sorry, rook c3. Yes, and if white is going for it, then now rook c7.
Yeah, but even this, I mean, I would be very scared because these pawns are not going anywhere. This pawn is not going anywhere. So white is essentially having two pawns for the exchange and pass pawns, f5, g6. I would be scared, really, honestly.
Yeah, that looks not the best. So rook d5 and rook down to c4.
And you look at this. Who's going to be the first one to sacrifice the exchange? I mean, is it going to be a white to sacrifice the exchange, or is it going to be black to sacrifice the exchange? Because both of the players can execute the same idea.
By
Look
the
at
way,
that.
look at this rook and f7. It cannot really stop the pawn. I mean, probably will not be able to stop the pawn in time after the quick sacrifice. I mean, probably it's stopping it, but it will be very dangerous.
You mean now?
I don't know, just generally if we're taking the next move, if white is allowing to sacrifice the exchange. What is going to happen?
And black wins.
And black wins.
So you cannot do that, and you need to calculate that. I mean, you cannot really guess. You cannot really guess. I mean, this is not a decision you can make quickly. It's understandable. Jung is thinking. He's thinking. He's calculating. So very quickly, let's have a look at Abdusatorov's game. What is happening here?
What? Knight f2.
Knight f2, that's a fork.
But rook e1 intermediate attack to the rook on e8, so...
So if black is not winning the exchange, then he's not winning the exchange, yeah? I wanted to say he's just worse, but then again, I look at the position, it's not very clear because the bishop on h8 is so strong. Whoa, a lot of intermezzo moves.
Wow.
Rook e8, h3, everything is hanging. You need to calculate this. And knight h is down on the clock.
There is also knight e6 coming. Another intermezzo. But there is, oh no, I wanted to say there is queen e, but queen g7 actually. There is another intermezzo on b2.
Let me show the video so that I thought we were going to very quickly glance at the position, but it's such a mess. Okay, h takes, knight h1. So on this small board, we have Keimer's game. A small live board. Keimer's playing with black against Yu Yang, and here we have Abdusatorov against knight h.
Yeah, so to follow the boss players who can win this. I mean, actually, both games we just also left.
But Abdusatorov is not winning this, right? He is just down a pawn, and the pawn on a5 is under attack.
No, I mean in the tournament. So if they're winning the game, they can win the tournament. But
yeah, in this game, Arkady is doing really well. I'm not sure whatever happened before, but the position is good. Extra pawn doesn't hurt. There could be some bishop e5 ideas. Definitely he's not in positional trouble. But of course, it's the clock. It's the clock which matters. He has 34 seconds, and yeah, this is the moment when you wish you had made your decisions a bit faster before.
Yeah, absolutely. And in another game also we had earlier Vincent who was lower in the clock. I don't know. Now it's actually Yu Yang is like thinking quite some time, taking time to think about that sacrifice.
Yeah, and also he has to evaluate in this small live board. You're seeing that he has to see that probably Vincent is also thinking about exchange sacrifice on d4. So it's quite odd.
Yeah.
Rook d7 instead he played, and the bar dropped dramatically. So that means probably rook takes on d4 is working. If the bar dropped, it means exchange sacrifice on d4 is almost killing the game.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so what's happening here? c3 and queen a5 was played in this.
Yeah. Queen a5, or knight is up 2 pawns, so he looks to be great. And I think we really have to follow the leader game, because I think if Vincent is going to win this game, this means that he's winning the Chess 960 tournament.
Yeah, exactly.
So we cannot miss this.
For sure, we cannot. And
And he
Yeah, he
sacrificed.
sacrificed. He did for your idea. Yeah, exactly.
I thought that was a pretty obvious idea. I'm not sure what Yu Young-Yi really missed here. Because now, how do you stop this pawn? The rook cannot go here because the h1 square is protected. The only idea is something like here, but how do you stop it? I just give you a check. I don't allow rook b1, and then I play here. That's it. That's all she wrote, right?
That's the end of the story.
This rook d7 is so strange, but I mean, maybe he didn't have anything good already. Maybe the position was so bad that...
No, but taking on d5 was indeed interesting, but just, not to push the pawn all the way, but also try to catch the e-pawn from black, so...
Right. So maybe I should put on the small screen knight chess game so that everybody's following what? Why is White winning? Why is White winning? Because he was down 2 pawns and yet he's somehow winning?
Maybe rook a6 and queen f7?
What just happened there? He just gets mated. Very quickly, let's have a look at the board. Unbelievable. I mean, I simply cannot choose.
This is just incredible. What is going on?
Rook d2 check. That's rook, pretty sure. You can take it. That's another piece. So that's it. Knight resigns. Satorov wins. I mean, wow. What is this? Because I felt that the game was done almost for him, and there's no chance for him to win, and he wins.
Incredible, and indeed, like Ambassador winning the game, it means that either here or Vincent are going to win this, because Vincent has to win this game now. But of course, also it looks like it should be a win coming for Vincent as well, and then we will see tie breaks.
Is there a perpetual check after rook d6? I mean, definitely not, because you can always play rook b8, right? So.
Yeah, I mean...
I just, I can't help but feel... I mean, I'm not sure if Winston knows, but for example, when you're playing and you know it's a race between you and some other player, and you see that player wins, like, come on.
Now I have to win.
Now I have to win, right? Yu Young-Yi resigns.
And
we have a tie for the first place.
Yeah, and it's interesting who's going to be a first. Do you know the tie breaks?
No.
What are the tie
No.
breaks?
The tie breaks of the tie break tournament. Unfortunately, I do not know that.
That's really incredible. This tie break tournament actually will be decided in a tie break.
Right. I really can't help, but I have to go back to this position.
Yeah.
I have to go back to this position. Whatever happened here. So. Last we saw this position, right? So black is up a healthy pawn. Knight e3, take it. Black is up 2 pawns. This is what I understand. Knight x on c5. Black is even attacking. He has a pawn. Check.
Queen a1, and that's it.
And there's no mate.
And there is simply no mate.
Resign. It was so weird, right? I mean, I'm not sure what happened here, but apparently White's attacking chances were pretty good. I mean, maybe bishop g3 was not very good. Maybe this check was not very good.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're playing rook d1, you have to support the rook afterwards or remove it back. So
maybe he could have played something like queen c7.
Yeah, he should have already started to play defending here, not trying to attack anymore. Yeah, pretty upsetting for Knightage, and such luck for Abdusatorov. So we are waiting now for the
results.
For the results, who is
for the results, and maybe we are gonna have also one of the players, one of the winners here in the studio with us, and we're gonna keep you posted. So perhaps this is again a good moment to make a break, right? So I cannot really promise we are going to have the winner, right? So
I have actually some news.
Yeah,
There is a ranking after 7 rounds, and it feels like the tie break is actually the same. I mean, all the coefficients are the same. So 15.25 for Vincent, 15.25 for Abdusattorov. I don't know if it's possible. Maybe they will have to play a blitz game now to decide who is the winner. We don't know. So probably we just...
Maybe the ranking. Keimer won. So
Keimer won.
Yeah, Keimer still won. Maybe because
Everything
I
is
wanted
the
to say
same.
maybe because of the alphabet.
Yeah, I wanted to also say, but
that's the
Abdusattorov-
definite tiebreaker. But unfortunately, he's playing against Abdusattorov, so that's not really gonna count.
And they played in a draw against each other. So that cannot be decided in there.
Right. So either way, there might be a possibility to get the winner here in the studio. We are going to make a very, very short break. Please don't go anywhere. It will be great to hear from the winner at least some ideas about the tournament. We are going to be seeing you in a moment. Stay tuned.
So welcome everyone. We are now back together with the winner, Vincent Keimer. Congratulations on your victory.
Thank you very much.
So how was it? Tell us.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I started the tournament quite difficult with a loss and also with white. So, of course, that was not exactly easy. But, okay, then I felt like I started to get in like shape and felt like I understood how this works. I got also quite pleasant games and also felt like, you know, the way I was playing, I was feeling better. Yeah, it felt more flowy than before. And yeah, I think it was a really nice tournament. Of course, when you're playing so many strong pairs, it's important that you're also having the feeling that you're playing quite well. This is important, and then, okay, went well, yeah.
And when was this moment when you felt that it can really happen, or you didn't know it till the very end?
No, okay, at some point I felt against Young that I should be much better until winning, but of course it was very difficult. Also, I knew that, okay, up to the turf I had good chances maybe to win the game, so that's of course also something different. And then, okay, I was just happy to, you know, at first when get back to 0+1, I was already happy. And then, okay, and like the other wins were more or less just a bonus. And of course, I was very happy to get them. But still, I mean, in such a field like +1 would also be a very good result.
Okay, great. So maybe there is some game you would like to, you know, to show us maybe something special. I don't know. So let's see. Which games do we have here? Okay, first game didn't start that well.
Yeah, no, I think Gukesh also started really well, yeah, with 3 wins. So.
Yeah. So what do you think? Which one would you like to show? Maybe something, some highlights, which the game you liked, how you played, or like some idea which you.
I don't know. Maybe we can take the game against Salim Saleh because usually it's very hard to win a game with black, but and also he was, I think, quite good in the tournament. I think it was around 4. No, 3.
Not 4 in second. Here, around. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back. I mean, you can actually, if you want, you can.
Yeah,
have
because
mouse.
this was the position when I started thinking that maybe I will be like already having a very bad position just out of the opening because I saw that okay, maybe I can go like E4, E5, but if I go E5 like normal, maybe there's just F4 already. And I was not sure that maybe this is just very bad, something like this. I was not so sure. So this is like, you know, you can be really bad position with black quite fast. So, okay, I think C5 is also logical, and I think the only reason why this works is because I will just go B5 and attack the center first, and then it's. The problem is that also white has to defend the C4 pawn somehow, and the way he played in the game with C3 is of course not the move you really want to play, because then you cut the bishop on A1 forever, more or less. And yeah, I think that's normal. But of course I also have a few problems, yeah? And I mean, those knights on E8 and G8 are placed quite weirdly. And for example, if I play knight Gf6, then E5, and this knight on E8 never really has any kind of good square.
So you went for knight E7.
Yeah, and of course he just tries to use his advantage in the development, so takes. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about anything of this. I mean, I can also try to play for compensation, maybe castle and with D5 later. But okay, I think if I take the pawn, yeah, maybe. But the problem is with castles also maybe anyway. I'm running into knight D6.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not easy at least. I think taking on E4 is also very natural.
Very nice square, yes. Okay.
So take E4 and then C4. Okay, he has to get this bishop out. I think castle also needs to be played.
Yeah.
And
okay, castle.
Yeah, B3 now. Okay, it's like both our kings are potentially really weak because of those very strong 2 bishops there. So I wanted to go knight G6. Maybe I can go knight F6 immediately, but it felt wrong. So
knight F6 immediately.
Yeah. I mean, I also had the idea of playing A6 to kick out the knight from B5, but the problem was that he always can take on E4, and I felt like that might be anyway what he wants to do, so then I don't want to give him this extra tempo, that's why I played knight G6.
And after knight F6 might be something happening there on the...
Yeah, I was never so... Okay, I think I have knight G6 there and I'm fine, but it's, of course, potentially dangerous, it's just that... And this knight on E4 somehow was weird. Of course, it's defended for the moment, but it's not very solid.
So you played knight G6?
Yeah.
And then after...
Yeah, of course, I can also go queen C7. I was not sure where to go. I mean, I played queen C6, and I was not sure. Maybe queen C7 was also a move. And then,
So the idea to use this.
yeah, but still, I also don't get not one from d6 away, so it's not like it's that easy. And of course, I think now he can take on e4 if he wants to, and then should be a normal position move, more or less equal. Okay,
So
he could also play queen c3 first, but I don't think it's that. Okay, I think he should, f6 and then take. And of course, he has to be accurate that I won't get anything with knight f4 or something, but maybe even queen f3 is a move. Okay, I felt like it should be a normal position, about equal.
Okay, so queen a3 was played,
Yeah, and
trying to hold the
yeah, of
square, but the
course.
queen is somewhat strange there, yeah?
Yeah, but this square is also really a problem for me because my bishop from b8 is cut. I can never really take. Also, this bishop on e4 doesn't really have any squares at the moment, and the rooks also don't move. So, okay, it's just the idea to play bishop c3, bishop a5, and then, okay, I'm in huge trouble. So I really need to do something fast, otherwise he will be just much better, I think.
So knight f4, you're immediately targeting the
Yeah.
pawn.
Yeah, I'm not sure about bishop d5 here. After f3. That was
Yeah.
what I wanted to play first, but I think there's bishop e5, and I didn't really see something I really liked here. Because knight g6 is bishop g3, and now I managed to trap my own bishop on d5. So, yeah.
Yeah, so knight is trapped, but the bishop is also.
Yeah, and the knight is defended and the bishop not. Yeah, that's the problem. So,
Okay,
yeah, that's why I
so
went
bishop g6
g6.
first.
Yeah, and here, I'm not sure, bishop e5, I think g3 should be the move maybe, but I understand that it's not that the move you really want to play because I have knight d3 or knight d5, both possible, I think. And you lose this knight on d6, which, okay, was the piece you wanted to keep there more or less the whole game. So I understand bishop e5, but I don't think... Okay, I think he played it with the idea of maybe going knight e2, king h1, f6, and then bishop g3 back. Okay, in the game he went back to a1, but maybe to g3. Because let's say if I take on g3, h3, and then I really don't know how I'm going to kick out this knight. Of course, also his knight on e1 is a bit stupid, but I'm not sure. Like, he can go c5 and b4 maybe. Also, I don't feel like the position should be that bad for black, but yeah, I didn't, that's the kind of position where you don't really have a move, and it's very unpleasant, but I think I can just go e5 instead of taking on g3. Now, yeah, and then I have the idea of playing knight d4.
Yeah, actually, that's very nice, yes. And then the
let's say-
knight
yeah.
is in trouble.
And maybe he could go bishop f2, but I think then I have knight c3, and suddenly the rook has simply no square. Yeah, because rook d2, knight b1.
Yeah,
So-
incredible fork. Okay.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, it's reasonable, I
Yeah.
think, for him to go back, but I think in this situation it's clear that only black can be better now, because I will manage to get the knight away from d6, and then I have the bishop pair, and in any case should be a pleasant position. And also here for him, like, what is move supposed to be, yeah? This knight from e1 can't really move, then queen shouldn't move, bishop, okay, can possibly move, but also doesn't really do much. So, yeah, rook f2 is, of course, logical move, trying to get the other rook. Yeah, now I was hoping, okay, get this knight away from d6.
Yes, so finally. Knight takes, bishop takes, queen
Yeah.
c1, queen c7, and now you're
Yeah, I'm not sure
immediately...
about queen c7 if it was really good. I don't think it was a good move. Because, yeah, this queen e3 move I didn't see in the game, and then it turned out to be very unpleasant, actually.
Queen e3, yes?
Yeah, because I can't take h2, then f4 is coming, and okay, of course I don't believe I can be worse here, but still, I somehow need to do something with those pawns from d7, e6 to be better, because the structure is not that good for me. It's just that because of the pair of bishops and two good bishops, I believe I'm always fine. So yeah, f4. I'm not sure why exactly he played it, but we were also quite low on time already. So
Yeah, absolutely. So we can see also the time here, yeah.
Yeah. yeah, and therefore I just also didn't really find a move, because I thought maybe he's threatening bishop d4. Yeah, and then I can't play a6 because of bishop b6, and of course rook a8 is really not a move I want to play. But maybe also bishop d4 isn't threatening because I have e5 stuff, but we were all both low on time, so I don't want to calculate too much. Played queen c6, yeah. I'm not sure about it, but okay.
So some pressure on the
Yeah,
bishop, so you
exactly.
had to remove it?
Yeah. I don't know, maybe knight c5 here. It was really complex position. I also have d5 here, But d5 there's knight e6, and after d6 there's knight a6. So I think maybe this is totally alright for him, but
But he went
Yeah.
for b4, yes. It
yeah, I
was
think
not
now
a very
was
good square.
happy,
Yeah?
to have this knight on b4, because of course if I take on f4, everything's great for white. I think, yeah.
Yes.
And then with those,
Third takes.
with the rook on the 7th rank, it's really strong. So yeah,
So d5 you played first.
yeah.
cd5, queen f4. So now you take, because now there is no...
Yeah, and now he doesn't really have squares for his rooks. This is really unpleasant. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
also see it in the game that basically.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
ended
and if he
here.
goes to e1, then I'm a bit lucky. No, after rook f1, bishop
Yes.
h5. That if he plays rook e1 now, I'm lucky that ed5 also protects the bishop. And yeah, I think it should be just very good for play.
Yeah, very unpleasant. Okay.
So yeah, but I also didn't see all this when playing d5. It just turned out to work out that well. So yeah, now
So yeah, this is pretty much it.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it's that easy. Of course, if you have enough time, probably you should win this quite comfortably. But
You were both already, yes,
Yeah,
pretty
yeah,
low on time.
so yeah, I think just bishop c6 there's nothing wrong with it. After a4, and I will just
Just bishop c6.
yeah, and just take those pawns somehow. And yeah, okay, we both were rook e6, but yeah, now bishop e7, and I think everything's fine again, because now I will just play rook d5, have everything covered, and go king f7, and I will pick up this pawn, and then should be winning.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, that's what
yeah, but
happened.
still, now b5, and also if you're low on time, you'll get like a little bit scared that what happens.
Another pawn.
Yeah, and rook d3, bishop a5, now rook a3, there's bishop b4. So I can't win immediately.
So yeah, would be
Yeah.
not good.
Yeah, so king e8. Yeah, probably all this was winning, but of course, if you're playing a game, you don't know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but okay, now I understood
Now it's
that.
now
there's
when you
just-
take the a4
There's
pawn.
just no wait for this b pawn to advance, and this is more or less quite easy. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty nice games. I mean, you had pretty also a few other nice games we were following here and commentating on them. So maybe you could tell us something about the chess 960. How general? Do you play chess 960, or like before the tournament? Did you think you had a shot at it, or?
Yeah, I mean, I played some chess 960 online before the game, but really not much. I mean, also normally I don't play chess 960 that much. I just played it already 2 times in Biel here, the tournament. So yeah, of course I have some experience with chess 960 also over the board in this rapid time control, but I think it's just very important that you get a good start in the games, and then you will just be comfortable and can play faster, which is also very important in rapid, and then yeah, just everything works out, and then you can have such a result.
How is the start of the tournament is important to you? So winning this, which mindset you have now for the next games, for the next tournaments?
Yeah, I would say it's nice feeling to know that, you can still play chess here, and also, it works. So at least it's possible that it can go well, which is, yeah, I think quite good to know. Of course, it's never easy. Yeah, tomorrow we are playing rapid, which is without chess 960, which is, I would say, more or less totally different. So it doesn't have to do that much with each other, but still, it's, yeah, good feeling.
Thank you so much. Big congratulations from everyone. Everyone was watching and rooting, and I believe many people from Germany are rooting for you. So thank you and
thank you.
congratulations. Okay, so that was it for today. It was the Chess 960. It was the first event, tiebreaker event, and Vincent got the first place. So in case of some tiebreak at the end of the whole triathlon, he's going to be the higher ranked. And we will see you tomorrow for the rapid, for the first set of the Grandmaster Triathlon. So thank you and bye-bye.